Chapter 1, Through Harry Potter. Chapter 1 Through Harry Potter. Anna took the table knife, held the tip of the knife intently, and cut the sugar cubes into cubes of equal size. The sugar cube was mixed into the coffee with milk and stirred slowly. Anna couldn't help but muttered, "Perfect." Then holding the tray, tiptoe, like a smart cat, quietly walked upstairs. Anna gently put down the tray on the table without making a sound, staring blankly at George's back. Finally completed, it is indeed the most difficult elixir of refining. The 6-month refining period cannot be shortened. The 6-month refining was finally completed, and George couldn't help feeling very good. "I'm sorry, Sister Anna, I didn't notice you." After putting away the elixir and finishing the tools, George saw Anna and the coffee that had cooled down. "Master, when you are busy, you can devote yourself to it. This is the advantage of being a great wizard. But a great wizard also needs to rest and eat on time." Anna was relieved to see George forgetting to sleep and eat in the magical world. And a little distressed. "Also, great wizards, don't forget that tomorrow is Hogwarts enrollment day. In addition to the books, materials, clothes, and items prepared in advance, Master, what else do you need to bring?" The perfect maid, Anna will never forget the most important thing. "Really, thanks to Sister Anna for your reminder, otherwise I almost forgot. The magic is touching. It takes 6 months to refine the elixir." Before Watts started school, George didn't dare to be a little distracted. Fortunately, it was completed before the enrollment day. "The luggage has been checked before, and you still need to bring it. Only Sister Anna is you. Otherwise, you won't be able to see each other for a long time if you go to Wozniak." George picked up a snack and mixed it in the coffee with a face. "Answer seriously." Listening to this, Anna chuckled softly, covering her mouth with her hands, her eyebrows turned into crescents. "Master, you can really make people happy. Hogwarts is not allowed to bring maids." When George interrupted, Anna felt better. The melancholy of parting is also alleviated a little. "After I went to Hogwarts, I trouble Sister Anna to take care of my grandmother and ask her not to care too much about the bookstore business. It is very easy for me to make money now." George finished eating nonsense. Dim sum, and told me. "I see, Master, you are only 11 years old, so it's better not to be so old." Anna took out a towel and wiped George's mouth, cleaned up the dining table, and went downstairs with the tray. "Master, remember to rest early today, don't read too late." George left the living room, walked through the hallway, returned to the bedroom, and looked at the Sophie Marceau poster on the wall. George was in a daze. "I'm going to Hogwarts tomorrow." Unknowingly, it has been 11 years since I came into this world. It turned out that he was not an ordinary 11-year-old boy. Xiao Ziyi had just graduated from university and came out to work. He was catching up with the stagnation after China's economic takeoff. Housing prices were unattainable due to the economic soaring in the previous years. Wages are unheard of due to economic stagnation in the past 2 years. "I still have to work overtime for a long time. I have a hard life in a big city. I only plan to use my health to exchange money for a few years while I am young. In the future, the economy will become more abundant, and money can be exchanged for health. It is a pity that Jiao's Heiming is not hard enough. As an otaku, his health is worrying. During a week of overtime work, my heart stopped after passing out." The idea of exchanging health for money while young, died early due to overwork and died early. When he woke up again, he had become another person, also called George, but George Soros. It's always a good thing to live again. When he finds that he is back in the 80s, George is confident that, with the general trend of the next few decades in his memory, he will let his wealth exceed George Soros in the original world. A crossing, with a vision spanning decades. George felt that he should be accompanied by the godfather of Hollywood, the prince of the film industry, the husband of the nation, the magnate of the fashion industry, and the capitalist crocodile. So when George could talk and walk, he was already thinking about how to rely on his foresight and not too bizarrely to influence parents, so that he could embark on the road of capital predators investing in stocks. But when George's grandmother gave him an enlightenment, telling bedtime stories, it turned out to be the history of the magic world. George discovered that his own Hollywood godfather, movie prince, national husband, fashion giant, and capital predator seemed to have encountered the wrong way of opening. He traveled to the 80s, but he returned to the world of Harry Potter instead of the original world. Or perhaps the original Harry Potter world also exists. The history of this world is exactly the same as the original world, except for the magical world of Harry Potter. Apple, Microsoft, Lenovo, Haier, these multinational companies in previous life also existed one by one, and the leaders of the companies were all the same. At this time, George's bedroom wall was also pasted with a poster of Sophie Marceau, a female star he liked in his previous life. And a man named George Soros also sniped the pound like in history, when he learned more about the history of this world. Reading www.uukonshu.com. This is a parallel world or the original world, George is still not sure. But anyway, George's rise plan needs to be revised drastically. With a little understanding of the magic world, George also learned a lot of information that he hadn't paid attention to. There are about 3,000 people in the magical world in Britain. When he knew this data, he was also taken aback. The magic world has a small population, but it never expected that the population would be so small. The magic world has a complete system, but only needs to manage a population of about 3,000, which also represents the magic world. Once the new population appears, once discovered, it is difficult to escape the control of the magic world. The inability to escape the control of the magical world also means that he will face the threat of Voldemort's resurrection in the future. At this time George finally understood why Voldemort had such a reputation. Voldemort didn't kill many people, but he couldn't stand the smaller population of the magic world, around 3,000 people. If you look at it in China, it is the total number of people in a school, not even a very large school. But this is the population of Britain, a magical power, of the entire country. It also includes men, women, and children, including dumb guns that cannot cast spells. Hogwarts enrolls only about 10 freshmen in one college each year, and 4 freshmen add up to 40. The total number of 7th graders is less than 300. In this case, it can even be done, everyone knows each other. In this case, everyone killed by Voldemort had a close relationship with other people in the magic world. Everyone killed by Voldemort is a person next to everyone. In this case, who cannot panic? Chapter 2, Go to Magic Academy. Chapter 2, Go to the Magic Academy. Although there are mudbloods, pure blood, and mutual discrimination among wizards, the entire wizarding world is too small. Those who can successfully graduate and release magic can get a very good job. They are the backbone of the magic world. The proper middle class has a superior life. Such a small society of 3,000 people, it is strange that Voldemort wants to unify the magic world, and those who follow us will prosper against us and die. This is also the case. George also knows that before he has a strong strength, before he can't get rid of the threat of Voldemort, other dreams can only be temporarily put aside. So even if he is in control of the general trend of the next few decades, today's George still has to honestly learn magic and honestly wait for the admission letter from Hogwarts. I can only take time out during rest, racking my brains to think of some simple ways to make extra money. Fortunately, although I cannot go to Hollywood to be a child star for the time being, I cannot go to the United States to make big money. Nor can I know Sophie Marceau in advance, or Scarlett Johansson in advance, but learning magic is also a very interesting thing. After all, George has an adult soul, he was born with him, and he laid a solid foundation in advance. Although he often complained about going to Hollywood, his body was very honest. Once he settled, he returned to the test bench, his eyes were shining brightly, and his mind was completely sinking into the experiment. With the secrets of magic unfolding bit by bit before George's eyes, learning magic is no longer just to save your life, it is no longer just to live the plot safely. This is the charm of magic, derived from the mysterious knowledge of magic, derived from the exploration of the rules of the unknown world, so that technology has fallen behind the secular world of magic, so that wizards have always maintained an unparalleled sense of superiority in the face of ordinary people, unparalleled pride. Ordinary people are just muggles after all, no matter how much wealth they possess, how much knowledge they possess, and how much armor they wear. They are as fragile and defenseless as babies in front of wizards. When wizards raise their hands, they can kill the strongest fighters in the world. You can search for the memories of muggles and control the minds of muggles. At this time, even if the wizard is still a mortal, but mastering these powers, how can you not raise a strong sense of superiority and discrimination against muggles? Thinking of this, George opened a suitcase on the bed and took out his wand, which was a powerful wand made of 12 3/4 dragon elm wood and dragon nerves. The magic power is strong, the texture is hard, it can be magic far away, and it can block swords near it. This is a birthday gift that George made for himself when he was 9 years old when he made his first pot of gold. The price is 20 times that of an ordinary wand, but it didn't cost much. George is holding a magic wand in one hand, and in the other hand he takes out a small chestnut box from the clothes in the suitcase. On the box is a long string of code locks. After the code is opened, there is another small grey box inside. After the unlocking curse of Alaho Cave open, the box was lined with velvet, and lying there were 2 crystal clear bottles filled with amber liquid. He took out the same small bottle again from his body, carefully placed it side by side, and touched the crystal bottle again. The prices in the magic world are really conscientious, but it's a pity that you can't buy real good things if you have money. George sighed, and then gently buckled the box and reinstalled it. Since being able to make money from the secular world, the expenses of the magical world will no longer bring any pressure to George. One is facing a small market of 3,000 people, and the other is facing a large global market. The speed of making money is naturally different. £5 can be exchanged for 1 gold gallon. The normal price of a wand is less than 10 gold gallons, which is only 500 yuan when converted into RMB. It is so cheap that George, who has been living in a world of high prices in his previous life, can't believe it. With the low prices of the magic world, he also took a lot of bargain. To buy things, you only need to buy the best and the most expensive, but this way, it doesn't cost much. It is a pity that the real good things in the wizarding world are hidden by everyone, and there are many prohibitions from the Ministry of Magic. The bookstore passed down for hundreds of years and George's family couldn't find a few valuable books. In the end, he had to go to Watts. George yawned long and looked out the window listlessly. He was inattentive last night, and he read too late, and finally did not rest well. I planned to meet Harry Potter today, but I don't have to be in good spirits. Children are really annoying. George couldn't help but mutter. He had always lived with his grandmother and Anna before. His usual entertainment activities were mainly potion experiments and magic training. All in accordance with adults' living habits. Today I saw a whole carriage of children, more than I have seen in the past 11 years combined. I thought of spending 6 to 7 years with these children. The expectations I had for Hogwarts before are now fast gone. Can't help but yawn deeply for his gloomy future. Maybe I can think of a way to skip the level. Thinking of the 2.5 bottles of blessing in the suitcase and the insurance box, George touched his chin. Reading www.yunsha.com had an idea. The magic world is cheap, and George can make money through the financial market. There is really no shortage of money at all, but it is a pity that good things are often not available with money. In addition to laying a solid foundation in learning, George's biggest gain has been the formula of the blessing agent. But except for the lucky one I bought a bottle of blessing, the other 2 bottles took a whole year to refine them. Fortunately, I found the real use of the blessing potion. Otherwise, it will increase 12 hours of luck after half a year of cooking, and it will still have drug resistance. This potion will really be a chicken rib. 2.5 bottles of the blessing potion are George's biggest trump card now. Is also the basis for his plan to jump. The magician's mind is still too rigid, and the effect of the fooning agent is not what it appears to be. In the introduction of the formula and effect of the potion, a small bottle of the fortune agent can bring people 12 hours of good luck. Before the effect disappears, everything I want to do can be achieved. Although it has drug resistance and some side effects, the effect is still very amazing. Therefore, the use of blessing agents is clearly prohibited in sports competitions, examinations, or campaigns. Using the blessing potion for the game is really a violent thing. Unfortunately, I have mastered the real use of the blessing potion, but I have nowhere to buy it. George has been worried about not being able to buy the blessing potion and mastered the inverse of the blessing potion. After being used in heaven, fooling will never be enough. It turned out that when George got the formula of the blessing agent, he was attracted by the introduction of the effect of the blessing agent, and he couldn't imagine the logic of what he wanted. After checking the relevant information several times, he was lucky enough to buy a bottle of Fooling G, and after some experiments, he uncovered the real use of Fooling G. Chapter 3, The Correct Usage of Fooling G. Chapter 3, The Correct Usage of Blessing Agent. Ordinary people only use blessing potions as lucky potions, and one drinking brings 12 hours of good luck, but they never think about the logic behind luck. The lack of basic education in the wizarding world has caused generations of wizards to miss this treasure. Otherwise, the future of wizards should be the sea of stars. In George's view, the elixir can change the fate of people. So whether it acts on the outside or on the inside, behind this anti-sky effect, it shouldn't just be used to create 12 hours of good luck. So when George got the elixir, he couldn't wait to experiment with his own ideas, and the effect was even more amazing than he expected. When he shut himself in the dark room and closed his 5 senses, leaving only the spirit, the amazing secret of Fooling G buried for many years, really broke out in George's mind. It turns out that the blessing agent is through the increase of all human senses and all organs, allowing people to exceed the limit. It is this kind of power that makes people almost omnipotent without knowing it, which makes people think it's done. But in the same way, all power is also limited. If it exceeds the limit, it will eventually stop at a higher limit. After all, Fooling G is only an augmentation medicine. It is impossible to change the logic and reverse the cause and effect. Therefore, the blessing potion can only be used as an effective lucky potion in the use of ordinary people. These are not the real use of the blessing potion. Only when George made bold assumptions, carefully verified his 5 senses, and allowed all the gains of the blessing agent to be limited to the spirit, at this time the blessing agent's power against the sky broke out. Fortunately, when it only acts on the spirit, with the smallest dose, it can make people's spirit and thinking go beyond the limit. In this terrible state, learning, thinking, reasoning, and proof have become the simplest things in the world. If I was a genius who could only rely on hard work before, now I am really a genius who has mastered shortcuts. Thinking of this, George's heart couldn't help but become hot. He tried to improve the refining time of the elixir before. There is not enough information to find a way. But at Hogwarts, it was a matter of time to shorten the refining time of the elixir. So graduating early is something you can consider. Thinking of this, George also raised his spirit, and began to look around. At this time, a boy with black hair and small round eyes, holding a heavy box in both hands, walked into the carriage in a flash. "It's really destined." George stood up. "I'll help you carry it." Without waiting for Harry's consent, he handed his suitcase with one hand, and placed it on the luggage rack of the car. "Thank you." Harry looked at the handsome tall man opposite, his cheeks slightly red. "You're welcome, you can help me." Looking at Harry's look like a thin little beanie, George felt sympathetic. "My name is Harry Potter, are you a senior?" Harry asked. "No, I am also a freshman, my name is George Soros. George bent his arm, showed his huge biceps, and then replied, I am 11 years old too. All looking at the burly man in front of him, who was a head taller than himself, Harry couldn't believe that he was only 11 years old. Haha, you should increase nutrition and exercise. Seeing Harry's stunned look, George was quite proud. Compared to his height of less than 170 in his previous life, he died of overwork earlier. George has learned from the pain in his life. Since he was a child, he has paid attention to exercise and nutrition. He is no longer the otaku. This is only 11 years old, has a height of 175, and has exercised a strong muscle. This is a nutritious meal I made based on medicated diet and potions. You can try it. George said, taking out a white insulated lunch box from his luggage, and added another sentence. It can make you tall and strong. With the rapid advancement of George's potions and the continuous improvement of formulas, today's nutritional meals have been able to quickly develop people from the initial provision of nutrition. It was also this year that George's height and body shape quickly changed from a strong boy who developed quickly to a tall man. Harry knew that potions was a course he would learn after enrolling in school. Although the term medicated diet had not been heard before, it was a precious thing to think about, and it was difficult to accept at the moment. But hearing that this nutritious meal can make people grow taller and stronger, and suddenly be moved. Every child who has been thin once imagined a strong self. Can you really make people stronger? Harry couldn't believe it. This is too expensive. We are already friends, you are welcome. George said gently. We are already good friends. George's words warmed Harry's heart. He couldn't help but his nose was a little sour. In response, he quickly buried his head in the lunchbox. Watching Harry hold back his tears and bury his head in the lunchbox, George took out a book and pretended to read the book. Reading www.yuukonshu.com was also emotional. After all, it was only an 11-year-old kid who had been sent under the fence since he was a child. It only needed a little kindness from outsiders, and Harry was moved. In addition to Harry, Hermione should also need a share. You must know that the magical power of the magical world gradually improves as the body and age mature. The rapid development and improvement are not only height, weight, but also a powerful magical power. If it is not necessary, George does not intend to spread this formula out for the time being. I was eating alone and reading alone, and the cubicle became quiet. Only the sound of Kong dang, dang dang train hitting the rails interprets a unique rhythm. Speeding past the window was a barren field, followed by a series of forests, winding rivers, and verdant hills. Someone knocked on the compartment door after a while, and a boy with a round face and a chubby boy walked in with tears on his face. I'm sorry, he said, I want to ask, have you seen my toad? Sorry, I haven't seen your toad here. Harry replied. The little boy burst into tears. It ran away again. I lost it again. You will find it. Harry comforted. I hope so, the boy whispered, then, if you see it, please tell me. Then he turned and left. Toad is not a good pet. A wizard should choose a pet that fits his own identity and can help. George had no affection for toads or mice, and he couldn't help complaining, the raven and the black cat, it should be the favorite of wizards. By this time Harry had finished eating and moved back against the sofa. Chapter 4, Hermione. Chapter 4, The Genius Schoolmaster Hermione. Haha. George smiled to himself and almost forgot that the nutritious meal was prepared according to his standards. In order to live up to George's good intentions, Harry ate them all. This time it was so strong that he was a stubborn and innocent child. George suppressed a smile, took out his wand, cleaned up, and cleaned the surroundings. At this moment, a little girl in a Hogwarts robe pushed open the compartment door and saw this scene. Behind the little girl is the little boy who just lost the toad. This is a new spell, cleaning, which can be used for cleaning and cleaning. I also tried this spell. When I practiced it at home, it worked, but it couldn't be so easy. My family doesn't understand magic, so when I just received the admission notice, everyone thought it was a scam. I was surprised and very happy to know that it was true. I checked a lot of information about the school. According to the information, is the best magic school? I memorized all the textbooks. Of course, I hope this will allow me to keep up with everyone's learning progress. My name is Hermione Granger and I am glad to meet you. By the way, what's your name? The little girl wanted to finish it all in one go. By the way, have you seen Neville's toad? The little girl added. Watching the little girl's continual questioning, George couldn't help but feel a headache. He hadn't noticed before, but Hermione was talking. My name is George Soros, he is Harry Potter, and none of us saw Neville's toad. Really, Harry Potter? Hermione asked. You are a great celebrity. Really, I bought a few additional reference books, The History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, and Important Magic Events in the 20th Century. These books all mention you. Hearing this, George really had an intuitive feeling for Hermione's status as a schoolmaster, and it was really terrifying reading and memory ability. 11 years old, after all, is just the age when I just entered middle school. Because of the population problem, basic education has not been done well in the magic world, so the textbooks for the first grade are also very simple. Memorizing all the textbooks is a terrible thing for an 11-year-old, but George can still accept it. But The History of Modern Magic, The Rise and Fall of Dark Magic, and Important Magic Events in the 20th Century are all adult books. Hermione can read and remember these books, and her genius is far beyond imagination. Mention me. Harry was stunned by Hermione's long list of questions and the long list of book titles. Oh my God, you don't even know. If there is a mention of me in a book, I will definitely write them down. Hermione said in surprise. By the way, do you know which college you will be assigned to in the next branching ceremony? I hope I will be Gryffindor. I asked the senior students and they said that Gryffindor is the best. And now the greatest wizard, Dumbledore, graduated from there. But I think Ravenclaw is also very good, there are many smart people recruited there. Hermione asked again. But not to mention this, I'm going to help Neville find his toad. When the following train is about to arrive, you can change your clothes first. Hermione said in a burst of bursts without waiting for George replied with Harry, and led the little boy away hurriedly. It's a pretty little girl. George muttered, then turned to comfort Harry, don't care too much about other people's opinions, what you need is to learn magic well, and you will find answers to all your questions in the future. Thank you, George. Hearing George's comfort, Harry's tense spirit finally relaxed a little. Since coming to this magical world, it seems that everyone knows him very well. It happened that only he himself knew nothing about himself, he himself was a complete outsider. Everyone was discussing a Harry Potter he never knew or knew. This kind of strange environment keeps a string tight in Harry's heart, at a loss as to what to do. It wasn't until George said this that Harry seemed to catch a straw, knowing that all he needed to do was learn magic. Seeing the gleaming look in Harry's eyes, the look that turned from confused to firm, George also secretly nodded. Harry has no shortage of talents and opportunities. He will become a powerful wizard in the future, but whether he can achieve greater achievements and live happily, he can only rely on himself. After a while, the door was opened again, this time it was no longer Hermione, nor was it Neville. 3 boys came in. One was the pale child Harry had met in Diagon Alley. He looked at Harry with scrutiny eyes, which made Harry feel very uncomfortable. Harry Potter? He asked, the whole train is talking about you, saying that you will enroll in what's next, saying that you have saved the world. Are you Harry Potter? Yes. Harry said, looking at the 2 boys next to him, one on the left and one on the right, 2 ugly chunky Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. They stood on both sides of Xiao Bai's face, like his pair of bodyguards. Xiao Bailian noticed that Harry was looking at the two people next to him, so he casually introduced him, "This is Crabbe, this is Gore. My name is Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Only pure-blood wizards can have a noble friendship, and you can be my friend." Malfoy reached out to shake hands with Harry, but Harry ignored it. "I know who my friend is." Malfoy's arrogant look immediately reminded Harry of his stupid cousin, Darlid Slay, so he answered coldly. Harry's indifference made Malfoy's pale face blush. "If I were you, Harry, I would be very cautious, your situation is not very good," he said slowly. "If you don't want to take the path of your parents, you should be smart. You shouldn't know what is good or bad like them. Only I can help you." Paladin stood up, "You guys give me out now. We don't mean to go now." Malfoy looked at Harry with interest, showing interest in angering the celebrity. "I hope, Malfoy, you can still be so tough when you are in the final exam. If you even lose to Harry, then you will lose the face of your pure-blood Draco family." George didn't want to look again. Malfoy showed off his power. Malfoy looked at the handsome tall man in front of him. He didn't recognize who it was. He was probably a senior. "Hey!" Malfoy could not take advantage of it. He raised his chin at Harry and snorted, then turned and left with Crabbe and Gore. Chapter 5, Arrive at the Magic Academy. Chapter 5, Arrive at the Magic Academy. After Malfoy and his party left, they followed Hermione Granger in. "What happened? I have a lot to learn. I will definitely lose to Malfoy in the exam, and I may be the worst student in the class." George mentioned the exam just now, which is exactly what Harry has been worried about recently. Choose words. "Don't worry, the wizarding world is too small in population, and basic education has always been bad. Students from ordinary families often have better academic performance than wizard families." George comforted Harry. "Really? The children of the wizard family do not perform better than us?" Hearing George's words, Hermione asked with an excited smile on her face. "You know, my family doesn't understand magic. I checked the information and knew that this is the best school. I was afraid that I could not keep up with my studies. It took a lot of thought to memorize the textbooks." "Don't worry, Hermione, you will crush them in your studies." Hearing that school bully Hermione tried to memorize all the textbooks because she was afraid that she could not keep up with her studies, George couldn't help but admire this strong and hard-working girl. Heart of. Don't worry about muggles and pure blood. They are just a group of bear kids who have been taught badly. This is a trick to deceive people. Until today, the total population of the British magical world is only about 3,000. It was even rarer before. Poor, there is no such thing as absolute pure blood at all. In order to encourage Harry and Hermione, George also popularized the current state of the magic world. Ordinary people can also give birth to magical powers, and children born to wizards are also naturally unable to cast spells. These pure-blood advocates are just a group of poor self-deceiving bugs. They often do not perform well in school. They only rely on their parents as wizards to gain cheap superiority and comfort their fragile self-esteem. Yes, I want to crush them on academic performance. Listening to George's encouragement, Hermione seemed very excited about the introduction of the wizarding world. From an ordinary family, receiving a letter of acceptance from Hogwarts brought great happiness to Hermione and also brought great pressure. On the way to school, many people were discriminated against as muggles and mudbloods. Hermione, who has always had a strong self-esteem, felt very uncomfortable. With George's encouragement, she found catharsis. At the exit, he immediately made up his mind to crush the children of the wizarding world in terms of grades. Hermione's task after enrollment is to crush the other students in grades. George said, turning his eyes to Hermione, and saw Hermione holding her small chest in excitement, looking serious, as if she promised to complete the task. Only then did it remind people that she was also an 11-year-old child. George smiled, then turned his gaze to Harry, who immediately stood up straight, like a soldier waiting for orders. Harry's task after enrollment is to not be too far behind Hermione in grades. Chuckling, Hermione smiled like a wind chime shaking. Hey, Harry smiled silly and helplessly, and touched the back of his head awkwardly. You'd better put on the academy robes as soon as possible. I have already asked the driver, and I will be at the station soon. Only then did Hermione remember the reason for her coming. George glanced out the window. It was dark already. There is a mountain forest under the sky. The train gradually started to slow down. So he quickly took off his coat and put on a black robe. When he came back to his senses, Harry and Hermione were looking at him blankly. What's wrong? George asked. Like a sculpture, you look good when you take off your clothes. Hermione replied. After she finished speaking, she covered the blush on her face with her hand, and then secretly looked at George through her fingers. George wore a tight-fitting vest in his coat, and he changed his coat into a long-length robe without paying attention to the two little guys beside him. But he didn't know that his developed muscles had left an amazing impression on the two little guys. Watching Harry stay there, George tapped him on the head lightly and told him to change his clothes quickly before Hermione left. The train will arrive at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in 5 minutes. Please, students, put all your luggage on the train, and we will properly send it to the school for you. The conductor's voice echoed on the train. Harry looked a little nervous, looked at George's sturdy figure, then settled down and swarmed forward along the aisle. The train slowed down gradually, and finally stopped. The passengers rubbed their shoulders, rushed to the door, and out of the door, on a dark and small platform. As soon as he came out, a chill blew over, causing Harry to shiver, and then a warm current flowed through his body. Then a tall figure appeared, carrying a light that kept shaking. It was Hagrid. Harry heard Hagrid yelling, "Come here, follow me, come here. Harry, are you okay? Come to me." In the crowded crowd, Hagrid smiled. His tall body didn't seem so intimidating. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. New students, come on, come with me, watch your feet, don't fall, don't step on people, we are leaving here. Hagrid stumbling with everyone along the way, passing a steep and narrow path, and carefully descending a slope. Dense woods were vaguely seen on both sides of the path. The black pressure made people breathless. No one spoke on the road, everyone just speeded up secretly. Turn a turn, and the School of Magic is ahead, Hogwarts. Hagrid shouted back. Walking to the end of the path, a lake appeared, which looked like a black mirror in the dark. A castle stood on the hillside on the opposite bank of the lake. The top of the castle was lined with spires pointing to the sky, and a window shone in the moonlight. This is where fate is intertwined. This is Hogwarts. Seeing everyone being attracted by the castle, George couldn't help feeling that power, destiny, and the future of everyone here are all in this ancient place. In the castle. The sun shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the castle, sprinkling a little bit of light and shadow on the corridor, printing one after another on the ground. George was holding a book he had just finished reading and was about to go to the library. He saw two familiar figures in front of him. "Hi, Harry, hi, Ron." George waved the book in his hand, and said hello to Harry and Ron, who were close to each other. At the sorting ceremony, George had already had his own plan, and he said to the Sorting Hat categorically that he would only go to Ravenclaw. George is a mature adult after all. As long as he has the heart, he can easily deal with it in every college. But considering his all-time plan, Ravenclaw is naturally the only choice. Chapter 6, Honorable Harry. Chapter 6, Top Student Harry. Unexpectedly, Harry and Hermione went to Gryffindor. Harry and Ron also became friends as always. After all, there are only a dozen freshmen in an academy. Hi, George. Harry and Ron walked over in frustration. Look at your bitter and hateful expressions, you just finished potions class. George asked. Snape must hate me. I knew at the opening banquet that he didn't like me. He looked at me like he was watching a monkey making trouble in his study. Harry said frustratedly. George looked sympathetic, and everyone knew what Snape had done to Harry. George felt that Snape really hated Harry. It was not that Snape had a deep friendship with Harry's father, and had a crush on Harry's mother. Snape would really like Harry. Snape is always targeting Harry. It can be seen by anyone. He is too biased towards Slytherin. His classes are always uncomfortable, and Malfoy, who is annoying, always talks beside him. Ron also didn't like it. Snape, of course he hates Malfoy more. Malfoy mocks his family every time he meets. Ron hates Malfoy no less than Harry. Oh, I'm sorry. George showed an expression of understanding. You know, potions is a required course, and there will be advanced potions in the future. Oh. Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron had an expression of dying. Snape can replace Harry with his own life for the responsibility and guilt of Harry's parents, but this can't prevent Snape from disgusting Harry. This is a very awkward feeling, with responsibility and resentment. It seems like many times parents treat their children, while providing help and protection while kidnapping and threatening. Snape cared very much that Harry must be alive, but he didn't mind suppressing and accusing Harry at all, and didn't mind making Harry very uncomfortable forever. Like Dumbledore, who was always hiding behind his back, they only minded whether Harry was alive and whether he could fight Voldemort. As for whether the 11-year-old Harry can bear this, as for what is in Harry's heart, who has been abused and indifferent since he was a child, they don't care. Maybe they will care too, but just like every old-school old man, they will think that there are filial sons under the stick and hardship and pain can make the strong. George doesn't like this way, George hates this way, so this also prevents George from being an ambition who is hidden behind the conspiracy like the person he hates. He chose to take the initiative to help Harry and become a friend of Harry, Hermione, and Ron, instead of learning from Dumbledore, like Snape, to become a manipulator behind him. Okay, cheer up, let's not talk about the potions class. Recently, your other courses have been very good. George skipped the potions class and began to encourage Harry and Ron. Yet, I didn't expect that I would be able to keep up with the course, and I still did well. Harry looked excited. He had been worried about the course before he enrolled. Even after George's comfort on the train, he still had lingering fears until the formality. Upon enrollment, George asked Hermione to do intensive tuition for Harry and Ron for a while, and Harry discovered that the lessons had become easier. I didn't expect that I could be among the best in grades. I won't be scolded when I go home. Ron looked honest. He is the sixth child in the family. His 5 brothers are all top students at school. Under tremendous pressure. School is a place of study after all, grades are very important to every student, good grades will be favored by teachers. My mood will be much easier, so my life on campus will become more colorful. In the original history, Harry and Ron were disturbed a lot from the beginning. Once the learning falls, the progress will continue to accumulate, making it harder and harder to catch up. It is really a bad beginning, leading to bad luck along the way. In this period of history, with George's intervention in advance, Hermione gave Harry and Ron an intensive tuition early. After enrolling, Harry and Ron's studies have not fallen behind and their lives have improved a lot in all aspects. George knows the reason why people are not interested in learning. I know I should work hard, but I can't control myself, I'm always distracted, and I'm always anxious because I've encountered trouble in the beginning. People say that a good start is half the battle. This sentence is very reasonable. This is not to say that a good start is necessary to have a good result, but that all human things have a purpose and require feedback and excitement. Good feedback and good stimulation can make people's actions more and more smooth. Learning is an activity that pays off very slowly. There is no change at all in a short period of time. But being lazy can easily attract people's short-term attention. If a person fails to cultivate the connection between learning and harvest at the beginning, his future achievements will be greatly affected. People are not machines after all. There is no feedback from you reading www.yuyugonshu.com, and things that are not exciting cannot be done for a long time. George had suffered such hardships in his previous life. When he was a child, he was able to concentrate on his studies. When he felt feedback, he could be absorbed in the class. 40 minutes of the course can be easily passed through in one concentration. In this state, learning is one thing. A very easy thing. But later, because the study was too simple, the progress was dragged down. At this time, once I developed the habit of distracting in class, I lost the ability to concentrate. In the final learning process, I no longer feel the clear feedback, and the whole positive cycle of learning is broken. In this state, all learning becomes a chore, and I feel anxious all the time and are easily interfered by the outside world. Once learning falls behind, there will be ridicule and criticism from classmates and teachers, and beatings and scolding by family members. However, the more this is the case, the more anxious people are, and their grades will get worse and worse. In the end, it is like a snowball. A snowball made by negligence becomes bigger and bigger, changing the entire destiny of a person's life. This chain has been indestructible until the later stage, and can only seek breakthroughs elsewhere. At this time, it is almost impossible for people to rely on school learning to change their destiny. In the original history, even though Harry and Ron went through various adventures, their minds surpassed their classmates, and were favored by fate, they still could not achieve breakthroughs in academic performance. This is the reason why they can only maintain their academic performance in the middle reaches. In this life, under George's intervention, Hermione's early tutoring was strengthened. Harry and Ron had a much better starting point than the original history, and a better starting point. The three people's college life and the three people's relationship are good a lot. Chapter 7, Educational Pot. The Pot of Chapter 7 Education. George at this time is like a big brother, putting pressure on the three of them and also giving them support. Although George didn't talk much, his influence was always there. The contradictions and small tempers of the three of them will tend to converge when there is an elder. Harry will no longer lose his temper so easily, and Hermione will pay more attention to her own tone. George didn't expect that he would have such an influence, but he was happy to see this change, and he took the initiative to promote such a friendly chemical reaction. If you have any questions, ask Hermione more. She is a high school. George added. Just like the snowballs of disadvantages are getting bigger and bigger, the advantages at the beginning will be bigger and bigger like snowballs. Those who graduated from the previous life can do it. Academic tyrants with an annual salary of 300,000 to 500,000 are not really all geniuses, but the snowballs of disadvantages and advantages make ordinary people like the same at the beginning part ways. The snowball that has accumulated advantages since childhood makes the journey smooth, and the snowball that has accumulated disadvantages since childhood makes it difficult to step by step. Harry and Ron are now starting to accumulate superior snowballs, and George hopes that this snowball will get bigger and bigger, until finally Voldemort will be easily run over by this huge snowball. Hermione is doing very well in school, but you are the best student. You are number one in every class. Harry and Ron looked at each other and replied. It was George's homework that suppressed Hermione. No matter how hard Hermione tried, every homework was far from George. At this time Harry and Ron also sympathized with Hermione, who worked harder than George. I grew up early after all, and started learning basic courses a few years in advance. Hermione is a real genius. George returned. Why is Malfoy's grades so bad? His family should have money and hired a private tutor since he was a child. Harry asked with some doubts. In fact, Malfoy's grades were not bad, and he was in the middle of the students. But not to mention George and Hermione. After Hermione's strong tutoring, Harry and Ron both surpassed Malfoy's grades. That's why he felt that Malfoy did not perform well in his studies, and even considered him to be vain. For a child of this age, there is nothing happier than overcoming annoying people. Yes, every time we see Malfoy's grades being overwhelmed by us, it makes me so happy. Ron was so excited that Malfoy was stunned in grades, and his motivation to study increased. I said before that the basic education in the wizarding world is actually not doing well. The population of the wizarding world is a huge problem. Without enough opportunities, without enough comparisons, it is not enough to develop and promote large-scale progress. The conclusion drawn by George's own observation. Seeing Harry and Ron seem to be listening to the Bible, George tried to use simpler words and added a few more words. In short, the wizarding world has a small population, few teachers, and even fewer good teachers. There are almost no good teachers who can make your learning easier. Oh! Harry and Ron nodded suddenly when they heard George's simple metaphor. So don't feel superior to being a wizard. Hermione is a good teacher. If your learning progress can keep up with Hermione, you can become a great wizard in the future. George encouraged Harry and Ron. Harry and Ron couldn't help but breathe harder when they heard this goal. The visible and controllable magic made the learning of magic far more intimate than Muggle knowledge. The magic of the professors in the classroom has opened everyone's eyes. At this time, Harry and Ron had good results and a good starting point, and even their goals in their hearts have been improved. They all hope to become strong in the future. Wizard. It's a pity, George, you are not in Graph Finder. With George's encouragement, Harry felt much better, and began to regret not being able to be in the same college with George. Yes, if George is also in Gryffindor, we won't be afraid of Snape's making things difficult. Ron also agreed with his face. George is the number one in his homework, but in the past few weeks, he has been lavin. Crow earned a lot of credits. Haha, George smiled, and then replied, I have been feeling awkward recently. Every time I look at the expression when Professor McGonagall gives me points, I have a species, and she will drive me away in the next second. The idea of leaving the classroom. Harry recalled Professor McGonagall's expression during class, then looked at George up and down again, and couldn't help but laugh. You are too tall to be like an 11-year-old student at all. Thinking of this, Harry's face also became weird. After eating the nutritious meal given by George on the train, he also found his thin and weak body recently and gradually bulged. The academy robe is no longer empty as if it can flow in the wind. Being able to become strong is certainly something that makes Harry very happy, but thinking that he will soon be like George, a burly man surrounded by a group of 11-year-old little peas, Harry couldn't help but be shivering. Ron looked at George's tall figure, but he was very envious. He has 5 older brothers, and he really has had enough of being teased by a few older brothers. I can't wait to have George's stout figure, when he is holding Malfoy in his left hand and Fred in his right hand, he can do whatever he wants. And Ron can't help laughing stupidly when he thinks of this. Looking at Harry's weird expression, George understood Harry's thoughts, but he didn't remind him, compared to the body that had gradually strengthened on the train before. After all, the nutritious meal that Harry ate is limited. If he does not continue to supplement, the effect can only support Harry to become stronger than his peers. To be like himself, grow fast, but need to exercise and continue to increase nutrition. Haha, so I spent my free time in the library lately. George replied helplessly. With the help of his own comprehensive medicated diet and nutritional supplements made from potions, his fast-growing body has always been an achievement that George is proud of. But now that he is such a brawny man, he has to stay among a group of 11-year-old children, taking a first-year basic course, and using magic that he has already mastered a few years ago. After a few weeks, George was already feeling a headache. Although a solid foundation is always the most important thing, the first-year courses really won't help George anymore. He could feel Professor McGonagall's expression awkward every time he looked at him and gave him extra points. George also felt a little awkward as a brawny man standing in the villain. Ravenclaw's library is indeed better than the other colleges. Thinking of this, Harry nodded and began to understand why George went to Ravenclaw. Chapter 8, Library. Chapter 8 Library. Then I won't bother you, we have to go back to do our homework. Harry saw that the time was almost up, and he started to have a headache when he thought that there was still a lot of homework. Goodbye. Watching Harry and Ron embark on a better track than the original history, George also felt very happy. Just like what I think, a little action, as long as the right time, can leverage huge energy and make everything develop for the better. Saying goodbye to Harry and Ron, George walked through corridor after corridor towards the library. Even though he knew that Harry was destined to go to Gryffindor, George hadn't thought about colleges other than Ravenclaw from the beginning. You must know that most of the great wizard inventors and innovators came from Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw's inventions include the famous moon-watching mirror, and the Floo fan, which has become an indispensable means of transportation in the magical world. You must know that the magical world has seemed a little lifeless over the years. The greatest wizard in the past century, Dumbledore's greatest achievement, turned out to be the 12 uses of dragon blood. After coming to this world, the downturn in the magic world surprised George. If he was willing to expose his research, even if it was just a nutrient to promote growth, it would be enough to earn him the Merlin First-Class Medal. As for the real use of the Blessing Potion, it will rewrite the entire history of the entire magical world. He had achieved such results in his meager research alone, and he was deeply puzzled by the downturn of the entire magical world at this time. But George can afford it and quickly put it down. After all, he is not an aboriginal. The thoughts of the traveler and the mastery of the future are indeed beyond the imagination of others, and it is not appropriate to demand other people by this standard. Knowing that other people are unreliable, George had to think of a way. In this case, although Watts is a process that George must go through, he does not expect to rely on the knowledge of the teachers who have learned these scriptures to achieve his wishes. After all, a Voldemort has already made the entire Watts and even the entire magical world look like an enemy. With the blessing, George, who created a nutritious meal, could not tolerate himself hiding behind an 11-year-old child, waiting for Harry to use his luck to destroy Voldemort. At this time, learning can only rely on himself, and Watts' huge collection of books is George's only hope, so that there will be no other choice except Ravenclaw. And among the relics of the founders of the 4 colleges, only the crown of Ravenclaw, who can promote wisdom, has a high technical content. Gryffindor's sword, Slytherin locket, and Hufflepuff's gold cup have never been effective. It's a pity that the 4 relics, except for Gryffindor's sword, were all made into Horcruxes by Voldemort, so it is not easy to contact them in advance. In addition to knowing that they probably have special materials and can be made into Horcruxes, they don't know what specific uses are. However, judging from the result of Helena's killing, Ravenclaw's crown is unlikely to really enhance wisdom. What I want to increase should be the brain's computing power and strengthen the spirit. But even so, it is far from the other 3 treasures whose purpose is temporarily unknown. While thinking, George walked to the library. The librarian Mrs. Pence nodded at him. Mrs. Pence is an elderly woman who looks a little undernourished and looks emaciated, but her eyes are like a hunting vulture. She is stern and irritable, especially when she finds that other people cannot respect her cherished books. Mrs. Pence has a special affection for books, just like a devout believer who respects and believes in books, so she especially hates the casual attitude of lower-grade students to books. She is rigorous and meticulous. In her place, no matter who it is best to treat every book honestly and religiously. George is also a bookseller at home. When he was a child, his grandmother told him to take care of and love books, and he also developed good habits. When I arrived at the library, Compared to the casualness of others, the demanding Mrs. Pants had a good impression. George's current appearance is also hugely deceptive. The 11-year-old child, with a strong and handsome figure like an ancient Greek statue, really stands out in the college. He received a lot of special attention from the moment he enrolled. People in the same grade look up incredible, all kinds of inexplicable gazes, and occasionally children even come up to touch his muscles. Fortunately, George didn't care about these, and he was kind. These children need to look up when talking with George. Under George's serious expression, they behave like a school teacher, giving the children of the same grade a natural sense of alienation, so they soon return to their own childhood. Among groups, the attitudes of senior students are somewhat different. Although the wizarding world does not worship muscles, young boys and girls are just in their youth and have a natural preference for the aesthetics of the opposite sex. The handsome, tall George, reading www.yuyugonshu.com is naturally favored by many senior sisters, but George is only a freshman after all. Only the graduating seniors begin to appreciate this masculine charm, but the seniors approaching graduation are busy with their studies and graduation. The teachers of college were also impressed by this tall freshman. However, George was the first in his class in manners, and his manners were decent. The teacher didn't know how to deal with it. He had to follow the regulations sternly, but for a while, George was left undisturbed. Whenever he has free time, George spends his time in the library and Ravenclaw's lounge reading the college's books. At this time, there are not many people in the library. There are a few people sitting around, all focusing on the books in their hands. After all, the library has to take care of 4 colleges, and it will not be too close to one college. So some necessary books related to homework are usually put in the lounge of their college. When going to the library, most people are very clear to find the specified books. Only students like Hermione and George, who have very strong reading speed and ability, prefer to spend their time in the library and increase their knowledge reserves. George walked toward the history book area, and saw Hermione sitting on a chair that looked slightly higher to her, her legs hanging in the air, and an old thick book in both hands. As expected of Swibba, Harry, Ron has to hurry up after class to catch up with his homework. Swibba still has a lot of energy to read extracurricular books. Seeing this, George also secretly admired him. After all, he was an adult, and he was ahead of schedule. Once learned, it is just as easy for a college student to go to elementary school. Chapter 9, Compete. Chapter 9 Competition. And Hermione learns new knowledge all the way, and also takes care of extracurricular content. This is a true schoolmaster. Thinking of this, George is also a bit regretful. It is with his mastery of the history of the magic world that he discovered many problems in the magic world. It is precisely this way that he will tell Harry and Ron that the education of the magic world is not good enough. With Hermione's talent, if she is in the Muggle world, she can go on smoothly. If she becomes a scientist, she may change the world. In the magic world, she can only become a lawyer in the world of 3,000 people. It's pretty good, but it really buried Hermione's talent. Hermione Granger was immersed in the book and noticed that someone was sitting across from him, and subconsciously raised his head. It was George. Hermione raised her chin to George, bulging her cheeks like a lion cub, and then buried her head in the book. Seeing this scene, George secretly smiled. "Who is this cute girl angry with?" George wrote the words on the slip of paper and handed it to Hermione. "I'm not angry." Hermione's small face was clearly bulging, but she refused to admit it. After George had read the note, he took it back and wrote it swiftly. "You should join Gryffindor." It turned out that Hermione was still worried about George not joining Gryffindor. "Isn't our genius girl supposed to be sorted into Ravenclaw? The sorting hat was fainted by your clever little brain." George passed the note again. Hermione's expression flickered at this time, her eyes dodged, and she looked very embarrassed. Her little hand grasped the note and pinched it again, leaving a wrinkle in the corner of the note. After a while, Hermione slowly wrote again. The Sorting Hat suggested that I go to Ravenclaw, but I chose Gryffindor. Hermione hesitated after writing, and slowly passed the note to George. Seeing Hermione with an embarrassed face, as if she was caught in class by the teacher, George couldn't bear to bully her. Don't mind, Gryffindor is very good, you went to Ravenclaw, it is not convenient to tutor Harry and Ron. George comforted Hermione. Looking at this sentence, Hermione also laughed, showing her white teeth, and then feeling embarrassed, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Not only did she meet good friends Harry and Ron in Graphfinder, and the relationship with others became very good. Hermione has been very smart since she was a child, but she also relies too much on her own intelligence. After all, it is just a child, no matter how genius, it is impossible to understand the world like an adult from an early age. Hermione worked hard to get the first place, hoping to get everyone's like an affirmation, but people who work too hard and too smart will innately compare others. This may not be the will of the wise man, but it is the result that will certainly occur. People who work too hard will always hurt others, so they will always be isolated. This is how Hermione was. Adults always use her excellence as a means to hit other children, so that Hermione always plays the role of other people's child. This makes Hermione work harder, better, and less liked by her classmates. Even in Watts, Hermione's hard work and excellence will sting other people, so her hard work, her Muggle identity, and even her temperament will become a place for others to attack. This is bad, but very reality. Fortunately, she still met her good friends, Harry and Ron. They had their own shortcomings and contradictions, but in the end they all walked over together and established a deep friendship. This time Harry and Ron are much luckier than before, and this time Hermione is much luckier than before. The appearance of George made George the top of all his homework. Even George's outstanding figure will naturally separate other people from him. With George, a special alien that makes his classmates close to the same enemy, other people have better relationships. Fortunately, George doesn't mind, and he is even happy to be isolated by an 11-year-old. It is a huge test for a person with an adult mentality to always play with an 11-year-old. At least one homework. Looking at George, who was tall and had more homework than her own, Hermione still wouldn't admit defeat. She didn't know that George's monopoly of first place made her situation much better among her classmates, but she knew that she was Hermione Granger and she was the number one since she was a child. Back, even if the opponent is unimaginably strong this time, she will not just give up like this. Looking at the fighting spirit in Hermione's eyes, George was a little surprised and a little helpless. After all, he was an adult. Although all of them won, he wouldn't be proud to feel that defeating a child seemed glamorous, but Hermione's fighting spirit still stimulated him. After so many years of preparation, George has no face and the courage to lose to an 11-year-old child, even if she is a genius to learn from Hermione. George also did not allow himself to lose to other people in any class. After all, crossing is the biggest plug-in. Even if you are a natural RMB player, reading www. The geniuses and scholars of UUGonshu.com also naturally fell under the plug. Two very strong people have the will to fight for a while. The two secretly competed, and then buried their heads in their books. George was reading a book of travels about ancient wizards with great interest. As a freshman in the first year, even reading the Academy's collections is also extremely restricted. Naturally, high-level spells are not to be thought of. Lower-level spells require the teacher's signature. All that George can borrow for a while now is all kinds of histories, travel notes, and even some ancient witches' lace wild history. Fortunately, the books in the library all have a clear origin, true or not, and the books George chose have a history of hundreds of years. While watching this travel note, George felt strange. Although the book is old, the author's heart is not old at all. The title of the book Gulliver's Travels records the travels of a powerful wizard named Gulliver to various countries, except for the fairies, elves, vales and other beauties of various races that are actually recorded in the history of wizards. Some records that do not know the truth or not, such as the country of adults and the country of villains, are even more eye-opening for George. Ancient wizards and modern wizards seem to be very different. This is the original of the 20th precious ancient history book that George read. From the initial casual look, George has been able to find some useful books in the book. Information. If you say, history is half speculation and half prejudice, then fiction is half lies and half truth. As I read more and more ancient history, and different historical interpretations, George still gained a lot. Of course, there is no so-called real history in the world. Chapter 10, Gulliver's Travels. Chapter 10 Gulliver's Travels. At any time, a person's normal thoughts, once said. Immediately, there will be huge changes due to changes in language and semantics, and there will be more ambiguities due to other people's interpretations. History can never be described by the parties, it is impossible for the parties to tell. Then it can only be compiled by other people, based on the guesses of all parties and their own hobbies. This situation is destined to make historical interpretation very difficult and distorted. But as long as there are enough samples, there will always be some gains. Important history, or divergent opinions, or categorical opinions, represent completely different meanings. When there are divergent opinions on a major history, it means that there is no single winner. Multi-party interests and multi-party interpretations naturally lead to divergent opinions, without a unified conclusion. The decisive historical thesis must represent a huge victor who dominates the writing of history. Powerful countries that are convincing in the history books may not necessarily exist, but at that time, there must be a powerful king who can control the history books, so when describing unimportant history, or even travel notes, the writer can write at will, and more reflect your preferences. In ancient wild history like Gulliver's Travels, many of the magic mentioned in it are completely different from modern magic, more similar to the magician chanting magic, long-term guidance, in exchange for huge destructive power. The theory of ancient magic is definitely not as convenient as it is now, but the destructive power is not to be glimpsed. I don't know why I have never heard of it now. George's family is a bookseller, but he has never found records of ancient magic in his collection since he was a child. I think only Watts and some old family ancestral books will have such records. Although the reason is still unknown, there should be many secrets behind this. Suddenly, George couldn't help but have some thoughts about ancient magic. Voldemort may have some connection with ancient magic. Thinking of this, George looked at Hermione again. Hermione was looking at the basics of ancient magic texts. This is a course suggested by George. Ancient magic text is a subject that is extremely difficult to learn. It has huge and complicated text memories and various semantic interpretations. This is also a huge chore for George, but the ancient magic text involves the basic composition of magic, which is the most developed and potential direction in magic. This kind of text with its own magical power can get rid of the limitations of magic wands and magical power. It is the popularization of magic and the focus of magic transformation. But for this reason, the ancient magic text is the most difficult part of all subjects. After thinking about it, George chose the latter between studying hard and encouraging her very shamelessly and threw this big trouble to Hermione. Fortunately, Hermione was very strong and wanted to beat George. Facing the difficult magic text, she didn't feel boring all the way. Although I am a little embarrassed, the ancient magic text fits Hermione's talents. The amazing memory and comprehension ability are very helpful in learning the ancient magic text. Changing to George, there is no way to deal with the ancient magic text so easily. Hermione's future shouldn't be a lawyer. Thinking of this, George no longer felt embarrassed. He didn't hope that in the future, Hermione would only be a lawyer in the Ministry of Magic in a small society of 3,000 people. That was too bad. George came from an adult after all. Although he can accept many phenomena in the magical world, it is difficult to agree with him. Just as the entire magical world was hit by Voldemort, it was like the entire magical world's technology stagnated. The wizards who have mastered shortcuts and black boxes are already far behind ordinary people in technology. In this case, George finds it difficult to accept a wizard to become a lawyer and a civil servant. Lawyers are of course not bad. Lawyers in all countries have high incomes and high social status. But it is good to be a lawyer in the world of ordinary people, regardless of income status. It is much better. It is really strange that a student who has completed 7 years of magic courses to become a lawyer in the Ministry of Magic, not to mention the situation in the magic world, there is actually no need for a lawyer. Not to mention that it is impossible to be caught. The judged Voldemort, the magic world with all kinds of cheating magical abilities. If you want to eliminate crime, there are too many ways. In trials, the power of magic and technology is far beyond what lawyers can match. Even in my previous life, lawyers have never been the most friendly and important part of society. More often, lawyers exist only to avoid public rights and prevent official persecution of the people. And real-world crimes have always relied on evidence. On making money and making money, George has many ways in this life. Upholding social justice and reducing crime has nothing to do with lawyers. In this case, George couldn't stand a genius, and he was a friend of his own, and he was a lawyer who was completely meaningless in the magic world. The decision is yours. Master of Magic, Hermione Granger. Thinking of this, George finally comforted himself comfortably, and secretly decided Hermione's research direction. At this time, Hermione Granger was immersed in the thick and old magic book. She didn't know that before she knew it, her destiny had quietly changed because of being so strong and gambling for a while. She completely stayed away from the rare and serious work for a year, far away from the relaxed and happy career as a lawyer at the Ministry of Magic, close to home, and fell into the dark, endless research on magic texts, becoming an important fulcrum for changing the world. I don't know if she will smile when she knows about this huge change, or will she lash George. Today is Thursday, and the sky is clear and breezy. At lunchtime, in Watts's big dining room, the students sat in different small groups and sat separately. George and Harry, Ron, and Hermione were talking while eating. If someone told me before, who would hate me more than Dudley, I would never believe it, but now I believe it. Draco Malfoy has been very honored to be at the top of the list of Harry Potter's most hated characters. Harry hated Malfoy more than Dudley had hated him for 11 years. George knew that it was because Harry couldn't see Dudley in the academy, so he said that. The most annoying thing is always the enemy dangling before his eyes. Also, Harry is only 11 years old. It is not easy to hate Dudley for 11 years. But as a friend, the most important thing is that life is difficult. Don't break it down. Just smile at this time. Chapter 11, Words, Demacia. Chapter 11 The Spirit of Words, Demacia. During breakfast, Neville received a memory ball from her grandma. Malfoy was going to grab it. I really wanted to beat him up. Harry looked at his strong body and secretly talked to Malfoy, compared it and said with confidence. There is no more annoying guy than Malfoy. He has to come out and mess up everything. If Professor McGonagall didn't come out quickly, Harry and I would beat Malfoy in the morning. Ron said. Then, while waving the fork in his hand, the pie on the fork was about to be shaken off by him. He always shows off the big and small packets of candies he received. After eating so much sugar, he will soon be full of teeth. Hermione said viciously. Hermione's parents are dentists and have been strictly controlling her sugar consumption. Malfoy's show-off made her very annoying. Thinking of Malfoy's rotten teeth, and matching Malfoy's arrogant look, everyone shuddered and was silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Criticizing the common enemy together, Harry began to worry about the next flight lesson again. Unlucky, besides the pharmacy class, now even the flying class is taken with the Slytherin students. Am I going to make a fool of myself in front of Malfoy on a flying broom? Harry said annoyedly. Now the academic performance has already overwhelmed Malfoy, and he was confident that he could beat Malfoy in single-handed fights, and Harry didn't want to lose to Malfoy in anything. Listening to Harry suddenly mentioning flying lessons, Hermione's mood was also a little depressed. She was never afraid of learning and lessons, but when it came to sports, she also lost confidence. She began to whisper some of the flight instructions she had seen in a library book named Quidditch Origin, hoping that she would not make a fool of herself in the afternoon flight class. Ron also comes from a wizarding family. Although he could only play with his brother's old broomsticks since he was a child, he still didn't worry about handling first-grade flying lessons. Flying is not difficult. Seeing Harry and Hermione's nervousness, George spoke slowly, using these words to attract Harry and Hermione's attention. Brooms, like magic wands, are an extension of your body. They can feel the emotions you convey and feel the fear in your heart. George's calmness and aura infected Harry and Hermione, and the two began to look relaxed. It's like a magic wand. Hermione's eyes started to shine at the thought of this, and controlling the wand has always been her skill. I will teach you a word that makes it easier for you to control the flying broomstick. George's expression began to appear solemn. Harry and Hermione involuntarily leaned forward to receive it more closely. This word is spiritual. When you feel horrified and uneasy while flying and can't control yourself, just yell at it with the loudest voice. When he said this, George paused. Following his words, Harry and Hermione's hearts were raised. The heartbeat began to accelerate slowly. When Demarcia said it, George deliberately lowered his voice, but the word fell into Harry and Hermione's ears as the voice spread, and it exploded instantly as if it had a huge magical power. Harry and Hermione's heartbeats speeded up, and their small faces flushed red as a result, and for a while, they could only feel a huge burst of power in their bodies. After a while, the two men calmed down, and George handed Harry and Hermione juice respectively. Do you understand? Although they didn't actually know what was going on, Harry and Hermione looked at each other, only to see the infinite fighting spirit in each other's eyes, and there was no worry about flying lessons either. Ron touched his head, completely unknown. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the other students in Gryffindor walked through the corridors and steps. When I came to a piece of grass in front of the door, the breeze was blowing gently, and the grass was slightly rippling. The meadow extends from the lawn to the forest. Slytherin's academy has arrived at the venue in advance, and the broomsticks used for training are arranged neatly. Fred once complained to Harry that the school broomsticks had quality problems. Some would shake when they flew too high, and some would always keep skewing. But thinking of the magical speech spirit in his heart at this time, Harry didn't worry anymore. Mrs. Hooch in the flight class has short grey hair and two yellow eyes gleaming fiercely. When they look at each other, they will make people hurry to be like a hunted animal. Okay, don't linger. She said sharply, just line up for me and stand next to a magic broom. Harry's feet were a shabby and old flying broomstick whose branches had been separated. Seeing this, he was initially very confident and began to feel a little nervous. Extend your right hand, place it on the top of the broomstick, follow me, and get up. Madame Hooch gave instructions sharply. Get up, the students shouted. Harry's broom immediately jumped into his hand obediently. Harry peeked at other people, reading www.yunchu.com. Ron and Hermione did it easily. In addition, only a few people did it. Most of the broomsticks under the feet of students from Muggle families just rolled, but Neville's broomsticks didn't respond. The broom is like a magic wand, it's just an extension of your body, you can feel your fear. Harry thought of George's words. Neville's voice was trembling, and he didn't really want to control the broom at all, so naturally he couldn't arouse the broom. Then, Mrs. Hooch showed everyone how to ride the broom without sliding down, and how to hold the broom correctly. Then she corrected the wrong grip one by one in the team. Harry and Hermione heard her criticizing Malfoy for not doing well. They were secretly happy, thinking about the magical voice. They were confident for a while. His actions became more and more standard, and he was even praised by Mrs. Hooch. "Well, as soon as I blow the whistle, you follow the command and kick your legs hard, so that the broom will take you to fly," Madam Hooch said. "The broom must be held tight, first levitate, and then lean forward, stay relaxed, imagine that you and the broom are one, then go down to the ground and listen to my whistle command, 3, 2. Nai was too nervous. He was afraid of being made another mistake and was left on the ground. When Madam Hooch read 2, he subconsciously kicked his legs and flew into the sky. "Come back, Neville!" Madam Hooch hurriedly shouted, but Neville was already flying upwards uncontrollably at this time, like a sharp arrow shot. Harry saw Neville's panicked expression, holding the broom away from the ground. Saw Neville panting loudly and watched Neville slip off the broomstick. Chapter 12, Flight Lesson. Chapter 12 Flight Lesson. Then with a bang, he fell heavily to the ground and shrank into a ball. His broom continued to climb until it disappeared in the direction of the Forbidden Forest. Madam Hooch hurriedly rushed towards Neville, her face turned pale too. She kept accusing herself that she should recover in advance to release a levitating charm instead of watching Neville fall to the ground. "The wrist is broken." Harry heard Madam Hooch let out a sigh of relief. "Neville is all right, it's safe, you get up." She turned around and said to the other students, "I'm going to send Neville to the infirmary. Before I come back, you should obey and don't move anyone. If anyone makes trouble on purpose, I will drive him out of Hogwarts." Then she turned her head and comforted Neville easily. "Let's go, poor child." Nai's face was full of tears, covering his wrists, limping and being helped away by Madam Hooch. As soon as Mrs. Hooch walked away, Malfoy let out a disgusting laugh. "That idiot Neville almost fell to death." The people around Malfoy also echoed. "Shut up, how can you treat your classmates like this?" Malfoy's words made Parvati Patir very upset. "Look!" Malfoy rushed over again and grabbed a glass ball on the grass. "That idiot Neville, forgot what his grandma gave him. You are too much, Malfoy." Harry suppressed his anger and whispered. Malfoy smiled ugly. "Be good again, Potter." In class, Malfoy was criticized by Mrs. Hooch for the wrong grip, but the Harry and Hermione that mudblood were praised. Malfoy was going crazy. He believed that Harry's eyes were provocative. He is like watching a clown. In the morning, these two idiots were still worried about the flight lesson. He was ready to show off in the flight lesson and hit Hermione and Harry, who only knew how to study hard. Unexpectedly, in the end, he even lost in his best project. It was all the tattered broomsticks at the school. When Mrs. Hooch left, he immediately found a way to vent his breath. "Come here!" Harry yelled, but Malfoy wouldn't stop, called a magic broom, and flew. He is not bragging, his flying is indeed great. Malfoy hung in the air and shouted at Harry at his feet, "Come on, Potter!" Harry called his magic broomstick. "No!" Hermione Granger shouted, "You will be hurt, and Mrs. Hooch told us not to move." Harry ignored her. The anger has rushed to his head. He had already mounted the broom and chased it up. The wind blew through his hair and poured into his robe. But it gave him a burst of ecstasy, so easy, so comfortable. The broom is like an extension of the body, it can feel your emotions. He easily controlled the broom under his feet, just like controlling his body. He also heard other people's screams and gasps coming from the ground, and Ron cheering for him. He turned his broomstick to Malfoy, and then threatened, "Bring Neville's memory ball." Harry shouted, "Otherwise you're going to bloom." "Who do you think you are?" Malfoy said. He wanted to laugh, but his nervousness made his face freeze. Harry controls the broom just like he controls his own body. In a short time, he is already flexible. He leaned forward, leaned on the magic broom, and hit Malfoy like a sharp arrow. Malfoy managed to control the broom to escape. Harry turned the broom and pointed it at him again, and the classmate who hated Malfoy had already started to applaud. "Baby Malfoy, there is no warm embrace between Crabbe and Gore," Harry called. It caused a scream below. Watching Harry continue charging like a bison, Malfoy also began to be afraid. "Go to hell, Potter!" Malfoy yelled, throwing the memory ball into the air, and then quickly fled back to the ground, back between Crabbe and Gore. Harry saw the memory ball fly up in slow motion, and then fell like a fast motion. He bent down and pressed down the magic broom. Accelerating downward and diving, chasing the memory ball, the whistling wind in his ears, the screams of everyone. Demartia with a roar, Harry caught the memory ball when he was about to get close to the ground. Then he straightened the broomstick in time, and then gently fell back on the lawn. "Harry Potter!" An angry voice sounded. His heart was beating violently, faster than when he dived. "Professor McGonagall is running towards him." Harry hurriedly got up from the ground. "How dare you!" Professor McGonagall roared angrily, "Never has happened before. I have been in Watts for so many years, and you will break your neck." Professor McGonagall's voice was also a little trembling. The angry light can be seen in the eyes. 2 students almost lost their lives in one class. One of them was the savior Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall would rather fight the Death Eaters than have such excitement. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. You will have to take flight lessons indoors from now on. Take a flight lesson indoors. Hearing this, George couldn't help but shook his head and continued to ask, "What about after this?" It was time for dinner. Harry first told George what happened in the flight class, and then he was taken off the field by Professor McGonagall. Ron and Hermione also put down their forks at this time, waiting for Harry to talk about what's next. "I was terrified, I thought I was going to be fired. I still remember the gloating expressions of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Gore." Harry paused and said with lingering fear, "I was dizzy all the way, and I followed Professor McGonagall around the academy. I made up my mind. After meeting Dumbledore, I must beg him to let me stay in the school, even if it's for high it's okay to be an assistant. Fortunately, I am much stronger now than before, and I can barely handle Hagrid's bulky pocket. But when Ron and Hermione became wizards, they might not treat me as friends." Harry recalled the plot, almost crying. "Hi, it's okay, poor Harry." Hermione patted Harry on the shoulder, comforting poor Harry. "Fortunately, these bad things did not happen. Professor McGonagall took me to see Oliver Wood and asked me to be a seeker for Quidditch matches." Harry calmed down and said again, "It's amazing. The college has never allowed first-year students to participate in Quidditch competitions. You broke the record. You must be the youngest Quidditch college player in many years." Ron replied that he was a Quidditch competition. For his diehard, Quidditch's rules are clear. Chapter 13, Competence represents respect. Chapter 13 Ability represents respect. "Wood told me that I am the youngest academy player in a century," Harry said, eating another piece of pie. The thrilling encounter in the afternoon consumed too much energy and courage, making him particularly hungry. "They promised to give me a flying broomstick light wheel 2000. Harry said again. Ron looked at Harry enviously. "That's pretty good, I haven't even touched it." "Wood told me to keep it secret and don't tell anyone," Harry said. "I will start training for the team next week." "But, will Professor McGonagall really let us take flight lessons indoors?" Thinking of this, Harry was a little worried. Before, he was too scared to ask Professor McGonagall in person. Ron and Hermione also had a headache when they heard this. Professor McGonagall was very strict and said one thing: do they really want to take flight lessons indoors in the future? "Don't worry, Professor McGonagall can't move the Quidditch game indoors. George comforted them. I estimate that at most, you may need to practice indoors to meet the requirements for the next few basic flight lessons. But you really have to pay attention, otherwise it's really hard to say, the magician who can only fly indoors, haha. Professor McGonagall's punishment was so special that George couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, it hurts everyone. Harry was a little embarrassed, his urge to hurt everyone and then take flight lessons indoors. It's not your fault, it's all the Malfoy. What happened today made Malfoy's annoying deeds once again remembered in Ron's heart. Looking at Harry's frustrated expression, George knew what to say and thought about it for a while before speaking. Harry, you are right. It is always right to help friends. The reason why you will be punished today will hurt everyone, not because you did something wrong. Then what should I do today? Hermione was a little confused. She had always been a top student and was used to listening to the teacher's arrangements. Today, listening to Mrs. Hooch telling everyone not to move, she also hoped that Harry would obey the teacher's arrangement, but she also knew that Harry was right to help recover Neville's memory ball, and both things were right but things happened. Hermione didn't know how to deal with the conflict for a while. Hermione's question was also Harry and Ron's question. They all stared at George at once, hoping that George could have a good solution. What do you think I would do if I were there? George didn't answer directly, but asked a question for Harry and the others. George, you should be able to catch Neville, so he won't fall. Hermione looked at George's size and said confidently of him. If it's George you were here, Malfoy would be afraid and dare not provoke him. Ron also offered his own opinion. If Malfoy is provocative, you can easily defeat George and get the memory ball back. Harry was also very confident in George. Professor McGonagall will punish Malfoy, not you. Hermione added. It's very good, you just need to think about it, you can find the answer for many things by yourself. George was also satisfied with Harry and their answers, so he asked another question. Why would the result be different if I was there? Harry and the others felt that with empathy, they got closer and closer to the correct answer, so they turned their smart brains faster. George, you are strong and quick to react, so you can catch Neville. Hermione's thinking is always one step faster. George, you are strong and capable. Malfoy can't beat you, and he's afraid of being beaten by you, so I dare not provoke you. With Hermione's prompt, Ron also quickly got the answer. George, you are strong and capable, and you can easily solve problems in the face of provocation. Your academic performance is good, and the capable professor will believe your words, so that you will punish Malfoy. Harry also understood the problem. Made a summary. It's great, so you can find the answer to the question yourself. George thought for a while and decided to instill some ideas about power in Harry and the others. Harry, you were right today. The reason for the right is not just to help a friend. George paused when he said that, and then he continued talking when Harry and others were listening intently. The reason is that you have the ability, you have the talent for flying, and the ability to fly. This is the reason why you are right today, and it is also the premise that you can help Neville. Watching these words aroused Harry and others' thoughts. George continued. If you don't have the talent for flying or the ability to fly today, you might collide with Malfoy today and break your neck together. George gave a serious example to let Harry and others understand the seriousness of the matter. Sex. You were punished today, not because you did something wrong. But your ability has not been recognized, and the professor still doesn't trust you to have the ability to handle things alone. Reading www.uyugonshu.com. George continued. Is it because of ability? Wrong, because of lack of ability. Looking at Harry and the others with some doubts, George knew that they were 11 years old after all, and it was normal for them to have difficulty understanding this. Because I am strong, and the professor trusts me, so that what happened today, I have a better way, but you did not. Harry and the others thoughtfully. The greater the power, the greater the power. George said slowly. The greater the power, the greater the power. Harry and the others also read slowly. Justice requires a powerful force. The greater your ability, the more you can protect your friends. Only if you have the ability can you help others. If you don't have the ability, besides killing yourself, you will also hurt others. Don't forget your homework and learn. It is your source of strength to protect others. George finished his summary and left quietly. At this time, Harry and others could not understand these truths from the adult world, but as they continue to experience adventures and George's indoctrination, they will soon begin to desire to do better, and these all require strength. Soon after George left, Ron's two brothers came over when they saw Harry. "Hey, Harry, we heard," Fred whispered, "Wood told us that you are the secret weapon of our academy. The two of us are batters for the academy team. We will protect you when that happens. You just need to catch the golden squid and we will win. We will definitely win this year." Fred said, "We have done a lot of preparations and haven't won in a long time, but this year we have you." When Wood told us, we were so excited that we were beyond words. Chapter 14, Wrong because of insufficient capacity. Chapter 14 is wrong because of insufficient ability. Well, we are here to take a look at you. Let's go first. Lee Kyeodon seems to have discovered a secret passage. We have to go and see. As soon as Ron's two brothers left, an annoying person appeared, Malfoy. "Are you having the Last Supper, Potter? Then you should drive back to the Muggle. Now you are back on the ground, in the warm embrace of Crabbe and Gore, baby Malfoy." Harry mocked. Harry at this time was not the original thin little peas. With strength and courage, they will not be afraid. Let them sullen their faces and pinch their fingers. "Damn Potter, I'm going to a duel with you," Malfoy said. "If you still have the guts, come with me, a wizard's duel. How about using a wand to defeat a nasty opponent? But I think, you don't know what a wizard's duel is, right?" "Of course he knows," Ron said. "He will hit you on your knees and begging for mercy. I am his assistant." "What about your assistant?" Malfoy weighed Crabbe and Gore. "Crabbe, my assistant is Crabbe," he said. "At midnight tonight, in the prize showroom, you can see you or go, you can stand up." He turned and left. "What is a wizard duel?" Harry asked. "You said to be my assistant, what is going on?" "Oh, it's a duel. If you lose, I will go on," Ron said. "What if I wave my wand and there is no response?" Harry was a little unsure of his magic. "Then don't use your magic wand and hit him hard in the nose," Ron said. Harry has grown very fast recently. Ron is very optimistic about the battle between Harry and Malfoy. "I said, don't you really want to go to a duel?" Hermione was a little surprised, and she was deducted a lot of points when she walked around school at night. "Justice needs a powerful force, we should educate Malfoy." Just after listening to George's teaching, Harry had some strange insights. Yes, it's time for Malfoy to get a punch for what he did. Ron also thought about this opportunity for a long time. "Hi, for justice." Harry and Ron glanced at each other, clapped their hands to celebrate, looking forward to the evening's duel. "These two fools." Hermione patted her head weakly, speechless for a moment. Walked into a huge round room with delicate and elegant round arch windows on the wall, and light silk, bronze and blue hung from the windows. The ceiling is a dome, dotted with stars, the stars are shining, and the sky blue carpet under your feet is also shining with stars. Being in it, like walking through the stars, here is Ravenclaw's lounge. Hermione, who was rushing all the way, could not help slowing down seeing this scene. Hermione looked around. There are a few tables and chairs in the room, and the rest are rows of bookshelves, full of books in different categories. In the niche opposite the door, there is a white marble bust of the founder of Ravenclaw, Rowena Ravenclaw. Above a door next to the statue is Ravenclaw's dormitory. George was standing next to a bookshelf, flipping through a thick book, and seeing Hermione rushing over, he carefully put the book back on the shelf. George walked over from the bookshelf, took a glass of water from the resting table and handed it to Hermione. "What's the matter? So anxious?" Hermione took the water glass and put it back on the table. Without speaking, she hurriedly pulled George out and ran out. After running for a while, Hermione ran out of strength and started to slow down, and said to George, "Harry and Ron, these two idiots, they agreed to a duel with Malfoy in the prize showroom at midnight. I persuaded them. These two idiots don't listen, only you can persuade them." Hearing this, George stopped and asked, "Why do you persuade them not to listen? And if I persuade them to listen?" This is what George said just now, and Hermione naturally did not forget. "Because you are better than Harry and Ron, and stronger than me, Harry and Ron also trust you more. Is there any better way then?" George continued to guide Hermione. Hermione frowned and mused, then shook her head. "I don't know, I can't tell the teacher that I can't tell other people, and I can't follow them to fool around. So I came to you, you can convince them. I have a better way." Now it was George who took Hermione and walked in a different direction. Hermione was also a little curious to hear a better way, and followed George all the way to an unmanned classroom. "Take out your wand," George said. Hermione took out her wand, which was a powerful wand of 14 inches, with the vinewood as the body and the dragon's nerves as the core. "Your magic wand is very powerful, and you are also very powerful. What you need is to master your own power. Follow me, phantom spell." George waved his wand. Phantom curse. Hermione gently waved her wand, and then she found that the color on her body faded a little. "Good start, UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Genius Hermione Granger, now we have several hours." George gave another demonstration. As the wand waved, his whole body color and texture changed. It must be the same as the surrounding environment, like a human-shaped chameleon. This is a safe and reliable spell. It's a pity that the school does not intend to teach you this spell. George said regretfully. If you miss this opportunity today, you will have to wait 7 years for graduation to learn this spell. Listening to these words, a kind of taboo-breaking stimulus mixed with the unwillingness to admit defeat made Hermione devote herself to the training. The tone of the mantra cannot be interrupted. It must be maintained at a frequency. Magic power is like water, flowing in your body like blood. Don't try to manipulate it. You can't control it. Try to guide it, just like gently turning on a faucet. If you feel the need, you can also read it silently without making a sound. Keep your mind calm and relax. This is a non-aggressive spell. It is not difficult. Following George's constant reminders and constant corrections, Hermione also mastered the spell bit by bit. Well, this is actually a very difficult spell, otherwise the school will not completely teach it. Until Hermione mastered the phantom spell, George immediately changed his words and encouraged Hermione. Hermione grinned and waved her wand excitedly. There is nothing happier than mastering a practical magic. You are a genius. This is much faster than when I first practiced. George said the truth. Chapter 15, Phantom. Chapter 15, Phantom Body Curse. Thank you, George, I know what to do, and I will go to educate Harry and Ron. After Hermione said, without asking George what was the way, she left the classroom excitedly. This is the function of strength. Watching Hermione rushed out of the classroom excitedly, George also laughed. Compared with the panic when he ran, just mastering a practical spell can instantly change a person. Thoughts. This is also the power of magic, this is also the magic of power. Hermione left the classroom excitedly, walked through the spiral staircase, and then waited in the Gryffindor common room. Watching Harry and Ron, crawling through the portrait passage, Hermione yelled 2 fools, then cast a phantom curse on herself, quietly following Harry and Ron. Through the passage, Hermione looked back at the portrait of the fat lady, only to find that the painting was empty, and the fat lady went out late at night to drop by. She was a little upset. It wouldn't be possible if she didn't go. Harry and Ron walked through the end of the corridor and saw Neville curled up on the floor, making a whirring sound. Neville woke up abruptly when Harry approached. Thank God, someone finally came over. I can't remember the new password. I have been locked out for several hours. Looking at the sight, Hermione scratched her head. Another fool. Maybe I should go to Ravenclaw. Speak down, Neville. The new password is Pig Nose, but now the fat lady doesn't know where to go. Harry then asked, How is your arm? It's okay. Neville said happily, raising his arms to show them. Madame Pomfrey cured it immediately. Yes, well, Neville, you wait here first, we have other things, see you later. Don't leave me. Neville said, following up, I don't want to stay here anymore. The ghost of Barrow, the blood man, has drifted past me twice. Well, then you speak quietly. Then they walked along the road, moonlight spilled in through the window, and traces were printed on the ground. Fortunately, they did not meet Filch or Mrs. Loris along the way. They ascended the stairs, up the third floor, and walked quietly to the prize showroom. Before Malfoy and Crabbe came, the moonlight came in, shining in the crystal glass cabinet, shining on the medals and statues, and it seemed quieter. Everyone was against the wall and staring at both ends of the room. Harry had prepared his wand to prevent Malfoy from suddenly rushing in. Time passed by every minute. Malfoy didn't come at all, this coward, Ron said. At this moment, a voice came from the next room, making them suddenly nervous. Harry raised his wand and heard someone talking there, not Malfoy. My dear, find it out for me, and catch those little bad guys for me. It was Filch and Mrs. Loris. Harry was terrified. He waved to Ron and Neville so that they could follow him closely. They tiptoed towards the other door. Just past the corner, they heard Filch enter the prize showroom. Hermione was annoyed at the end. Malfoy was underestimated. The clever Malfoy told the teacher about it, but the stupid Harry and Ron were fooled, and even she went in, I must have been fooled. Infected. They hid. Filch murmured, You can't escape. Go here. Ha gestured with his hand and quietly led everyone along the armored corridor, but Filch got closer and closer. Navely couldn't help it, he let out a scream and ran away. Panicking while running, he dragged Ron and fell on a set of armor. Suddenly, clanging, clanging, the sound resounded throughout the castle. Run! Harry only yelled, and ran forward desperately. Everyone ran along the corridor, not daring to look back to see if anyone was following. Go through the corridor, go around the doorpost, go through the corridor, go around the doorpost. After running for several miles in one go, the crowd stopped near the magic classroom. Hermione, why are you here? Harry and Ron realized that there was an extra person beside them. Malfoy lied to you. Hermione said breathlessly. He didn't plan to fight you at all. He set up a trap. The clever Malfoy revealed to Filch that you are going to the prize showroom. Information, just waiting to catch you. Damn Malfoy, this liar. Harry and Ron were also annoyed and fell into Malfoy's trap. Okay, let's leave here first. Harry said, although very angry, the most important thing is to leave here now. They just walked through a door, and they bumped into something again. It was Pippi, a nasty Pippi. Pippi Ghost screamed, the annoying student doesn't sleep, and makes trouble everywhere in the middle of the night. Asking for mercy is useless, Pippi Ghost already knows everything. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Shut up, Pippi, if we are found we will be expelled. The disgusting student doesn't sleep, and he makes trouble everywhere in the middle of the night. It doesn't work to ask for mercy, Pippi already knows it. Seeing the student begging for mercy, Pippi became happier. Damn it, Ron said fiercely, kicking Pippi away, run. Pippi amplified and screamed, in the corridor of the spell class, there are students running around. Everyone ran desperately, rushing all the way to the end of the corridor and hitting the door. I pushed the door hard, and it was locked. It's over. Neville cried. Don't cry. Hermione took out her wand, pointed at the door lock, and whispered Arejo cave open. With a click, the door opened, and they swarmed in and closed the door quickly. You must not have guessed what we found behind the door. Hermione's eloquence was really good, and she told the scene last night vividly. Even Harry and Ron, who experienced these things together, were stirred by Hermione. I suddenly became nervous. What is it? As a friendly listener, George followed Hermione's words and asked questions. Although it has been a long time, he still has an impression of the important plot. There should be a three-headed dog behind the door, but this time is definitely not used to express his prophecy. It's a huge monster, a monster with 3 terrible heads, 6 eyes, each as big as a lantern. With its fangs, the huge body filled the room. Hermione said with lingering fear. Fingered the lantern on his finger, and drew a circle for the boss to describe the huge and terrifying 3-headed dog. Chapter 16, Gift. Chapter 16 Gift. That's it. Seeing the monster, I'm not even afraid of Filch. I quickly opened the door and ran out with everyone. I couldn't breathe until the door was closed. Harry gasped. It's not easy to open the door while remaining calm. Then we ran. We got rid of Filch, we got rid of the monsters. Then we went back and slept with the quilt. Ron said that, looking a little happy. What a great adventure, a toast to our adventurers. George gestured to them with the juice. For an 11-year-old child, the experience last night was not easy. Cheers. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were also very happy listening to their friends' praise. Tell your best friend about your experience, and then listen to your friend's admiration. There is nothing better than this. But I won't forget Malfoy. He saw us in the morning with surprise. He must have set a trap from the beginning to report us. Harry said. He did not forget that Malfoy did not keep his promise yesterday and even told secretly. Filch. Fortunately, we are not easy to deal with. Ron said proudly. Malfoy is not easy to deal with. We were almost caught yesterday. Hermione was still a little bit sad about being caught yesterday. By the way, Hermione, how did you suddenly show up yesterday? Harry was very surprised by Hermione's sudden appearance yesterday, and only then had the opportunity to ask. Ron also leaned forward, and he was also very curious. This is the power of magic. Hermione looked at George first, and saw that George didn't intend to speak out, so she was silent. Oh, Harry and Ron took a deep breath, and they were envied by the curse. I really want to know, but I'm not too embarrassed to speak. I also noticed last night that the 3-headed dog was standing on a trapdoor. It was obviously watching something. Since George didn't say anything, Hermione didn't intend to continue discussing the issue of the phantom spell, so she said other discoveries made yesterday. What is it watching? Harry stroked his head, feeling something coming out of his head. I need such a big monster to guard, what I look at is either extremely dangerous or extremely precious, Ron said. I may know something about that thing. Harry said, and the 3-headed dog, Hagrid, Gringotts, and Gringotts were attacked. One clue after another suddenly joined together, and Harry suddenly realized that he seemed to have discovered something very secret. When Hagrid picked me up, he took me to Gringotts. Harry glanced around. They were sitting at a long table near the corner and eating breakfast. The nearest classmate was also separated by a table. So he said in a low voice. When everyone saw Harry's appearance, they also became nervous, they all squeezed forward, waiting for Harry to continue talking. Hagrid took out a small package from Gringotts, hid it on his body and brought Watts back. Harry continued. Then Gringotts was attacked, but said that nothing had been stolen because what they were looking for had been Hagrid brought Watts back. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. What Hagrid brought back from Gringotts was hidden in the gate guarded by the three-headed dog. Hermione also guessed. But what I want most now is to teach Malfoy a good meal. Ron didn't care much about what the three-headed dog was guarding. Yesterday he planned to teach Malfoy with Harry a lot, but he went to Malfoy again. Blessed. What happened yesterday won't be so easy. Harry didn't intend to stop there, but he didn't think of a good way for a while. Then you should be more careful. George was confident that Harry had better than Malfoy. At this time, an owl flew into the hall, hovered and fell in front of them, dropped a long package of people, and then flew away with its wings. Open it and take a look. George gestured. Harry opened the package and saw a black slender box inside with Ron's name written on it, so he handed the box to Ron. Ron was a little surprised and at a loss. He didn't know who would give him a gift. From the box, it seemed to be quite expensive. Ron, it's your gift, open it and take a look. Harry said happily. But no one will give me a gift. Ron was at a loss. Maybe it's a mistake. Seeing Ron's panicked expression, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit sore. Ron may never receive a gift. Of course there is no mistake, this is our gift to you. You. Ron didn't know what to say for a while, but silently opened the box. Inside is a beautiful wand with a 14-inch, willow stick body and a unicorn hair core. It's so beautiful. Ron gently touched the slender wand, softly as if he was afraid that he would scare the wand in his hand. This is the best gift I have ever received. Ron got a little choked. Watching this scene, Harry almost shed tears and put his hand on Ron's shoulder. He remembered the first time he received a gift. Tell me what's going on. Ron said embarrassedly, holding his wand tightly. We saw that the wand you used was about to break down, so we pooled together money to buy you a new one. We originally planned to buy one that is exactly the same as the one you use now. I wrote to Ollivander's wand shop. Knowing that you had tried a wand, we bought it, Hermione said in a deliberate tone. Oh, I remember it, I tried this wand in Ollivander's shop, it is still so beautiful. Ron was a little incoherent. Looking at the sight, Hermione was a little moved. In fact, she and Harry didn't notice Ron's dilemma. Although they became good friends, she and Harry hadn't thought about giving Ron a gift. It was George who told her and Harry privately to arrange everything, and only symbolically accepted a silver sequin from her and Harry, and forced them to say that the gift was given by the three together. Hermione and Harry thought about telling the truth, but they were quickly persuaded by George that Ron would probably be embarrassed to accept it if it was only given by George. George looked at this scene with some sympathy, different from the joke when he looked at it in the story, to a person who was really in it. Poverty and embarrassment are really two bad things. He is not the original party of textual research, and most of the things in the story have no memory. But when he saw Ron wearing his brother's old robe and using his brother's old wand, he knew that this was hurting an 11-year-old child. The child is definitely not an irresponsible parent clamoring, I don't have a personality, and I don't understand anything, I must listen to my parents. Chapter 17, Mutual Aid. Chapter 17 Mutual Aid Society. Children are more sensitive, more vulnerable, and less able to resist the malice of the world. Because of this, many times, with a little guidance, these children have become the world's greatest malice. There must be bear parents behind the bear children, but what is even more pitiful is that most obedient children also stand behind bear parents, and these poor children will become bear parents when they grow up. George doesn't overestimate the role that a small gift can play, but for him, who has become a local tyrant, why not do it with a little effort? He already understood a little bit why some rich people in previous lives would do charity. Harry, Hermione, Ron. George didn't keep everyone in the sentimental atmosphere. I have a job I can offer you. Seeing everyone finally recovered, George continued. I plan to set up a Watts Mutual Aid Society, while borrowing money from my classmates, so that they can borrow money in advance and buy the books, magic wands, and broomsticks they want. The money can be paid back after they graduate, or they can help each other. Social work. George said his thoughts. Wow! Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged glances. Some of them couldn't believe it. They were only in the first grade. How could such a troublesome thing contact them? Don't worry, the mutual aid agency is mainly responsible for me. You can work for me, provide advice, and I will pay you wages. George had already planned to bring them into the group, except for their help. It is also to share the site, not to worry that they will not be able to do it. I'm not afraid of trouble. It sounds like I will lose to you. Listening to George's plan, Hermione's unwillingness to accept defeat came back up. Although I don't know much, but I can definitely help. Ron was very happy just after receiving the gift. He didn't care what George said, only hoping that he could help. I can help too. Harry said unwillingly. In fact, it's not a complicated thing. To put it simply, I pay and you contribute. We lend money to our classmates, who can work for us, and they can also sell some study notes, magic tricks, and even practical little magic invented. George kept things as simple as possible, lest Harry and the others find it troublesome. What should I do if the other party can't make it after borrowing the money? Hermione raised her own doubts. Although Hermione was young, she read a lot. Although she didn't understand George's purpose, she still offered useful opinions. In the beginning, we don't lend too much money to people. We are a mutual aid agency, not specifically lending money to people, not for lending. George already has detailed ideas, but he still patiently explains her curiosity. Magic wands, school uniforms, and some study books are actually very cheap. We can buy them directly on behalf of the students after we confirm them. These are the most basic and most important borrowings. The purpose is to enable every student to be able to not hinder learning due to economic reasons. George said slowly so that Hermione could keep up with her thoughts. This is a good thing. George said it plainly, and Harry roughly understood it, and made up his mind to help. The other part is the students with very good academic records. They can use their own study notes, magic skills, and even some practical small magic to obtain large loans from us, and even sell these to us. Hermione, Halleineng keeps up with his thoughts, and George is also willing to patiently explain to them. Then I have good grades, wouldn't it be possible to borrow a lot of money? Hermione was a little moved when she mentioned that she was good. Haha, if you're learning experience, magic skills can help other people, or have practical magic, of course. George smiled, then said, I'll help. Hermione thought that the phantom spell she had learned was taught by George, and made up her mind to find a good one and return it to George in the future. You can't run away, you all have to come and help me. George didn't plan to work his own, and he had booked Harry and others to work for him. As George himself said, this mutual aid agency is not complicated. George is wealthy. As long as he invests money and recruits a few students, he can start running. As for what he can make, this is all about execution. Most things in the world are actually like this. If you have money and someone, you can start to practice your ideas. And this idea is to change the world, or it is just a blunder. This is a problem of implementation. George is confident about his plan. This is the beginning of his big move after the observation and summary of more than a month since he enrolled in school. Although he spent most of his time reading after enrolling in school, he was thinking about these things when he didn't read books or was lazy in class. Limited to the fact that he is only the first grade, the important collection of the library will not be open to him, and the professors and the students can't count on others. After thinking about it, he thought of this way to break the game. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Money is not everything. No money is absolutely impossible. With his capital advantage, he found a breakthrough. As the days passed, George's mutual aid agency soon began to operate. Ron is the most active practitioner. When George offered a considerable salary and proved that the job was indeed worthy of the salary, Ron immediately became the biggest supporter of the mutual aid agency and ran around promoting the mutual aid agency. Today is a special guest. If you have anything, you can tell me directly, I will keep the guest's secret. George looked a little impatient. Well, I believe in your credit. Malfoy said hesitantly, his face stiff. I want to know how much money I can get on my credit. Although I don't like you very much, as the heir to the Draco family, your credit limit will be much higher than others. Although George does not like Malfoy, it does not mean that he does not like a good business. What's that? Malfoy clenched his fists when he heard George say that he didn't like him, a little unhappy, and a little proud of Draco's name representing a higher credit limit. Because it is the first transaction, if the paperwork is established, the upper limit can be up to 10,000 gold gallons. George thought about it, and gave a number that was not high or low. 10,000 gold gallons. Malfoy was stunned, he couldn't believe it, and he had never seen so much money. Even if his family is rich, the most pocket money ever since he was little has never been more than 100 gold gallons. What if you don't leave the paper? Malfoy didn't expect his name to be so valuable, so he immediately asked again. Chapter 18, Reading Magic. Chapter 18 Reading Magic. You can borrow 1,000 gold gallons without leaving any notes. George didn't make things difficult for Malfoy, and didn't care if he left any notes. Well, I'll borrow 1,000 gold gallons. Malfoy was not polite, and directly borrowed the highest amount. Okay, you sign a name here. George did not come up with a special contract, but found a sign-in form and said, this form records that you participated in the activities of the mutual aid agency today and proves that you have been there, lest you forget it then. Malfoy looked suspiciously before signing his name on it. Here you are, this is a lot, you can take it back and count it again. George took out a large package and handed it to Malfoy, and said, fortunately, you only borrow 1,000. If it is 10,000, the owl goes back and forth. Consignment will cry. It's that simple. Malfoy glanced into the bag, looked at the golden coins, and couldn't believe it. With 10% interest per year, you can also sell your learning experience, magic skills, and even the spells you invented in exchange for Jin Jialong through mutual aid activities. George thought for a while and thought it was too bad for Malfoy. Realistic, so he went on. You know, as a Ravenclaw, our most important collection has always been books. If you want to get more, you can provide some valuable collections. After we confirm the copy, we can return the original copy. George told Malfoy's family the collection of books is still quite interesting. Okay, I will consider it. Malfoy was also very happy to borrow a large sum of money so easily, and ignored George, and secretly hid the package in his robe, turned and left with the package in both hands. After Malfoy had left, a blonde girl came over. President, who is that person? I saw him holding a big bag, how much did you lend him? Sorry, Kate, this is a borrower who needs to keep it confidential. Although it is not an important matter, George will keep it confidential for the requesting borrower. Kate Winslet was a major customer of George before and is now a member of the Mutual Aid Society. Kate, is there anything worth paying attention to in the study notes received today? George asked. It's not too important. Except at the beginning, most of the notes I have now started to repeat. Kate frowned and replied. That's right, almost all the notes everyone is willing to take out. You can't expect everyone to be as good as you. George is not disappointed, the recent gains have exceeded his expectations. President, you are too rewarding, in fact, my reading magic is not as powerful as you said. Recently, George has been desperately praised, and Kate is also a little embarrassed. You are too modest to see the potential of reading magic. For wizards, knowledge is power. Reading magic alone can make people quickly remember the contents of books, which is incredibly powerful. George attached great importance to Kate in exchange. Mutual aid agencies reading magic, so after knowing this magic, I immediately approached Kate. In the beginning, George was only planning to meet Kate a few times and get some friendship. After Kate graduates, try to get it to his home bookstore. After the contact, when he found that Kate, who was also Ravenclaw, was very good at talking, George immediately changed the method and let Kate join the mutual aid agency with half a delay. Let Kate be responsible for sorting out the study notes and related materials received by the mutual aid agency. Kate and her reading magic can be regarded as George's most important gain during this time. He has made up his mind to arrange Kate to his bookstore after Kate graduates next year, and there will be time to consider better arrangements in the future. In short, you can't let the talent escape from your own hands. Reading magic is really so important. Kate, born in Ravenclaw, is a full-fledged house girl. She is even more housed than other people in Ravenclaw. She likes to read books even more, even to create it. A magic dedicated to reading. Reading is Kate's hobby, it can even be said that it is most of Kate's life, but Kate does not think there is any difference between a hobby of reading and a hobby of Quidditch and traveling. Is a little surprised at George's emphasis on reading magic. The most important thing is that reading magic is created by her to enjoy reading, and cannot be used for reading magic books. Although reading magic has the problem of easy interference, it is not possible to read books with magic power for the time being, but this may not be a permanent state. George is very optimistic about the prospects of reading magic. Magic is knowledge, but knowledge is not only magic. Reading magic, even if you can only read ordinary books, in the end, the value is incalculable. Yes, knowledge is not just magic. Although Kate is not confident that reading magic continues to improve, she agrees with George's ideas. It was also because of George's emphasis on reading and respect for her that she was willing to leave the comfort of the house and promise to help this first-year student. The good treatment is only a small part of the reason. There are too few friends. UU reading www.uuganshu.com can't refuse it is also a small part of the reason. He doesn't look like a schoolboy is also a small part of the reason. Watching Kate fall into the realm of the house again, and begin to wander away from the sky, George is also secretly funny. He will be like this in his previous life. The mutual aid agency really made a lot of money this time. If Kate graduated a year later, it would be a disaster. Although George was very confident in the development of the mutual aid agency, he still had the mind to fight a protracted battle, and he did not expect to have big gains immediately. Unexpectedly, although he only saw a small part of the state of the magic world, this small part gave him a huge harvest. Is this kind of rewarding? Or is destiny favoring active creators? George's idea has only just begun to reap huge rewards, and he was a little flattered for a while. The initial idea of the mutual aid agency originated from the search for a breakthrough. It is limited to only the first grade and the important collection of the library is difficult to obtain. The professors in the college, no one else can count on. After thinking about it, he took the mutual aid agency as a breakthrough. On the other hand, it also stems from the hope to help poor students from families like Ron. Under this kind of thinking, the initial purpose of the mutual aid agency was to provide basic magic wands, textbooks, and clothing funds to students like Ron. Another purpose is to obtain the notes of senior and young students, knowing that the magic world is not like the real-world knowledge textbooks everywhere. The knowledge of the magic world can be directly converted into destructive power. It is difficult to obtain the spells of the upper grades in advance, but it is not so difficult to obtain the study notes of the upper grades in advance. Chapter 19, Gold Coin Offensive. Chapter 19 Gold Coin Offensive. The knowledge of the magic world can be directly converted into destructive power. It is difficult to obtain the spells of the upper grades in advance, but it is not so difficult to obtain the study notes of the upper grades in advance. The control of school professors can control the outflow of textbooks, but it is difficult to control the outflow of private notes. So the notes of senior students are a breakthrough that George found to break through his grade. For this breakthrough, George also made a lot of preparations. In addition to his unsatisfactory grades, he gained a good impression in front of the professor and gained some hidden privileges. This time the mutual aid has even tried ways to attract the interests of other students. The Academy does not want students to easily access the content of the upper grades, but in this case, it is also necessary to see who the problem is. Just like Harry will be privileged because of the Savior's body style, George will obviously exceed the current learning ability and progress of the course, and will also receive preferential treatment. Without breaking the current rules of the Academy has no reason to deliberately cause trouble for George. To further ensure this, George will mutual aid as an organization that positively complements the college. Let students from poor backgrounds get free loans here, let them exchange their learning experience, and let them work-study here. With multiple insurances, George has full confidence in mutual aid agencies. The development in reality was even smoother than George had imagined. He somewhat underestimated the students' need for pocket money and consumption. Watts also has grants for students, but the school is to make money after all. Maintain the daily operation of the school and the salary expenditure of professors. The loss of magic equipment, magic experiments, and medicinal materials are all huge costs. Schools are destined to be cautious in dealing with expenses, and grants are extremely limited. At the same time, the requirements of society cannot allow poor students to live like ordinary students. In a certain sense, class, gap, and hierarchy are the inevitable foundations of social existence. There is no comparison, no level. How can it look different from person to person? So the bursary, in any case, the living standards of poor students must be maintained below that of ordinary students. Otherwise, this would be a bit unfair to ordinary students who have worked so hard to pay. Is like low-rent housing in the real world. If it is really intended to be reserved for the poorest people, then the low-rent housing must have no toilets and must be very simple. Because only by making others feel that there is no need, these things can really be kept in the hands of the poorest. This also embarrassed students who were on the verge of financial aid, and had a difficult time, just like Ron can only use the old things his brothers have used. The bursary can only prevent students from dropping out, and they cannot help hinder their learning progress, let alone get students a good learning condition. And George's mutual aid is an additional supplement, filling the gap between poor students and ordinary students, and filling the gap between ordinary students and wealthy students. The most important thing is to give ordinary students and excellent students a chance to get money in school. This is very, very important. Actually, Ron's family is not too poor to afford a magic wand. Compared with the high prices in the previous life, the magic wand is too cheap to imagine. A part that will be used for many years and is very important to wizards. The price of a wand is only 7 gold gallons, only 35 pounds, and only 350 yuan. It is not unaffordable. The real reason is not paying attention to it. The needs and feelings of children are not taken care of by adults. Just like the Ron family has too many children, there are too many places to spend, and they have to plan carefully. So clothes, wands, things that don't care, Ron can only use his brothers, which is actually very bad. Ron's house is like this, Neville's house is like this, and many other families are like this. Adults don't mind the expense of playing cards for entertainment, but children, as part of the family's property, have a hard time getting disposable property. Even if Malfoy is very rich, he won't get much pocket money at this time. That's why he can borrow money from a mutual aid agency. Unlike George, George has the ability to make money far beyond adults. Among the current students, it is like a big and thick golden thigh. Children's pocket money may be the most cost-effective expense in the world. George said softly, and the mutual aid's harvest surprised him very much. The cost of an adult's meal, replaced by a child's pocket money, can bring a whole year of happiness. He discovered that his biggest advantage at this time was not his mature body, the magic power that he didn't do more than graduates, and his superb control. Not even mastering the plot, but his unparalleled gold coin offensive. George is very strong, and Voldemort will certainly not be as strong as him at his age. But the real world will never be taken care of because of his young age, and he should be bullied even when he is young. The real world will not only arrange for opponents of the same age. The age gap cannot be changed. No matter how strong George is, he is only a student. Even a top student, he is still much worse than a professor who has accumulated for many years. And the professors of the school are not great figures in the magic world. In fact, even the great figure in the magic world Dumbledore, even Watts, the entire magic world trembles in the shadow of a dying Voldemort. What George needs most is time, and what he needs most is accumulation. The mutual aid agency allows him to find such a breakthrough. When George brought the wealth of the adult world to the world of children, if the prices in the magical world only made him feel that he was taking advantage of it before, then now he feels that he is committing a crime. The study notes of outstanding students one after another, learning experience, magic skills, and even self-created magic skills, were taken into the bag by George like nothing but his own accumulation. This is really a good move. George was shocked by the low prices in the magic world, and George was shocked by the gains of the mutual aid agency. The gains of mutual aid society far exceeded his expectations, and he also discovered an interesting fact. Voldemort and Dumbledore may not be bought by money. But there is a very important group that can be bought by money, and that is the students of Watts. Their tight financial situation and years of depressed consumption make them very easy to be bought by others. Perhaps Voldemort's rising team is also these depressed students. George seemed to have caught something. On Halloween, today Watts's big restaurant looks very different, with all kinds of pumpkin heads, skeletons, lanterns, werewolves, and all kinds of weird decorations all over the restaurant. Chapter 20, Pull Out the Air. Chapter 20, Pumping Out the Air. There are countless bats on the wall, flying around on the ceiling, circling constantly, and the flames in the pumpkin lantern are fluttering. All kinds of food suddenly appeared on the plate. I don't like this situation. Will the bats on my head suddenly shit? Ron had some opinions on the bats hovering constantly on his head. Although I don't like it either, but you really shouldn't say that word. Harry was also affected. You are really disappointed. Hermione put down her fork and drank with juice. Suddenly someone rushed in from outside the dining room. It was Professor Quirrell. His face was pale, he walked to Professor Dumbledore and collapsed on the table. There is a giant monster in the basement. After saying this, he fainted. What is a troll? Harry asked. A very stupid, powerful monster. It is not difficult to deal with. People use its name to swear. Hermione commented. Professor Quirrell was so scared. Ron felt incredible. This is unusual. I think if you are careful, you should be able to deal with trolls next year. George suddenly remembered something. It doesn't seem that you can become a good wizard by taking classes safely. Looking at the panicked and chaotic students in the restaurant, George said with emotion, many of them are enough to defeat the trolls. Harry and others nodded in agreement. Dumbledore used his magic wand to send out a few fireworks, attracting everyone's attention, and then calmed down the crowd in the restaurant. The prefect leads the students from his college to the dormitory. He gave orders in a low voice. Percy arranged for everyone to leave easily. Keep order, follow me, don't mess up, the first-year students listen to me. Let the opposite party give way first, and let the one-year-old go first. Why did the troll run into the academy? Harry asked. It should have been put in. George replied, "The college seems to be changing recently." Listening to George's words, everyone fell silent for a while. "Did anyone see Neville?" Harry asked suddenly, looking around. "I saw Neville before, and he went to look for his toad." Ron replied, as if he became a little nervous after thinking of something. "Is it in that direction?" Harry pointed in the direction of the basement. "Yet." Ron bit his lip and nodded. "I'm going to save him." Although Neville is always in trouble, Harry can always see some of his own experiences in him. "What should I do?" Hermione asked, looking at George. Harry and Ron also turned around, waiting for George to make an idea. "Trolls are not too difficult to deal with, provided it does not touch you. The trolls are 12 feet in weight and weigh a ton. As long as you are touched by it, you are dead." George told everyone how terrible the trolls are. "I must go." Harry still looked determined. "Well, I'll take you to Neville." Hermione and Ron followed the others. George thought for a while and said. Hermione and Ron had the intention to go with them, but they were afraid that they would not be able to help, so they stamped their feet before leaving with the others. George led Harry to avoid the others and walked towards the basement. "Someone!" George took Harry and hid behind a stone sculpture. "It's Snape." "What is he going to do?" Harry didn't like Snape, just as Snape didn't like Harry. He didn't stay with other teachers. What did he do secretly? "Leave this alone, let's find Neville first." George saw Snape had gone far, and continued to walk towards the basement with Harry. When passing through a corridor, a scent of smelly socks mixed with toilet gas came, and Harry couldn't help covering his nose. George also frowned. "It's a troll." Along with the stench came a deep grunting sound and the sound of huge soles of feet on the ground. The giant monster is 12 feet tall, with hard skin mixed with mud, representing a high defense and great resistance to physical damage and impact. In this case, it is very difficult to damage the monsters directly by casting and attacking. The legs are flat and strong, the weight is huge, the balance is not bad, and the spells that lose balance will also fail. Once the huge wooden stick was rubbed enough to break people. George stared at every move of the troll, taking precautions, and at the same time carefully explained to Harry his observation and response to the troll. Listening to George's calm voice, Harry's eyes followed George's observation, contrasting one by one, looking at the monster in front of him, no longer feeling scary. Although our purpose is to find Neville, our enemy is only trolls. When you have the ability to defeat the enemy, the most important thing is always to defeat the enemy first and ensure your own safety. George continued to teach Harry experience. Always guarantee your own safety the first time. Armor bodyguard George attached an iron armor curse to Harry and himself, and said, "Don't expect this magic barrier to protect you, but don't forget to use it at the first time, whether it's useful or not." UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Trolls are very stupid, and they can be very effective against mental and confusing spells. George paused and added, "But you haven't learned it yet. When you can't find a better spell, you can only use your own spells reasonably. For example, at this time, the spells you have already learned." George finished speaking, waving the spell, and saying Yuga Dimler Viosa. At this time, the monster was taking a step forward, suddenly lost its center of gravity, and fell to the ground severely. Yugadim Leviosa. There was another spell, and the wooden stick in the troll's hand flew toward the sky. Before the troll was struggling to get up, the stick turned around and hit the troll fiercely on the head. There was a loud bang. The troll fell to the ground again and there was no sound. Use the floating spell when the trolls are walking. You can make the spells that are not easy to use have special effects. The giant monster has strong vitality, the wooden stick can only stun it, and most magic can only hurt it. But this does not mean that it has lost its threat. As long as you are negligent, it will suddenly wake up and tear you apart. At this time you must make sure it is dead." George said, and waved the spell again. "Get out of the air!" A huge bubble appeared on the head of the monster. It takes several minutes to suffocate the trolls by evacuating the air, but the advantage is that it will not splash blood everywhere. There are not many spells learned in the academy, but they are very practical. The most important thing is that they are basic enough, and the school will not teach you too dangerous spells. George instilled in Harry. So don't expect you to become a powerful wizard by following the schedule of the school. Chapter 21, You Should Throw Away the Toad. Chapter 21 You Should Throw Away the Toad. Voldemort's movements will become more and more frequent. George can't expect Harry to be like a plot. He can always rely on continuous good luck to defeat Voldemort. He can only hope that Harry will grow faster. This spell that draws out the air is a bit familiar. Harry thought for a while and asked. Keen observation. George looked at Harry approvingly. He didn't expect that he would be able to make some discoveries with just one spell. This is a new spell that I created based on the clean and new spell, which I specified to extract air and create. As I said, don't ignore the spells you learn. Even if they are not powerful, they are basic enough. Whether in battle or experiment, wizards need to use their imagination. A proper time can let the floating spell defeat the trolls. A proper spell can have the best effect. The modified spell can be used in many places. George attaches great importance to the transformation of basic spells. Each new basic spell represents a huge potential for development. After you have mastered a basic spell thoroughly, you can start to make some changes to it. George also encouraged Harry to be more radical. Voldemort's actions have just begun, and Harry can't just follow the school's progress step by step. Harry nodded thoughtfully. He didn't know the test he was going to face in the future, but he had a competitive mentality even as a child. Okay, the troll's heartbeat has stopped, and the magic that draws the air is still long enough for 5 minutes, we should go to Neville. The troll was resolved smoothly, George didn't delay, and Harry continued to search for Neville. Neville, where are you? Harry shouted as he walked. I'm here. Neville Cat crawled out of a low bush with his waist down. Navi's luck was good. He was not far from the monster. When the monster was spotted for the first time, he immediately climbed into a bush and hid, not daring to move. The troll had poor eyesight and didn't find him. It didn't take long for George and Harry to rush over. He heard Harry's cry and found that George had solved the troll, and then bumped out. Okay, it's okay. Harry comforted Neville, who was frightened. Harry insisted on coming to you at the risk of being killed by the troll. George's tone was harsh. You have to keep an eye on your toad. If it causes trouble again, you should throw it away. Neville looked at Harry blankly, choked and said, I'm sorry, it's my fault, I'm so useless. It's okay, Neville, you should be brave. Harry looked at Neville, who was timid, and thought of his previous self. Harry, thank you for coming to me. Neville cried and said. He was clumsy and always caused trouble. Everyone didn't like him. Even his toad always wanted to escape from him, but Harry always helped. Looking at Neville's face with anger, George couldn't keep talking hard. The troll was attracted by Voldemort, who was attached to Professor Quirrell. In order to distract the professors in the school, there will always be students tricked here. Neville was also unlucky, but George would not think Neville was not responsible, and he hated Toad. Okay, go back to the dormitory first. The professors should also come over. George calculated the time. Harry and Ron went to inform the professor that they should also be over, so they took Harry and Ron back. Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Professor Quirrell hurried over on the road. Hermione and Ron did not follow, they should have been driven back to the dormitory. Quirrell glanced at the troll, avoiding from a distance and dare not come over. Professor McGonagall rushed up immediately to check whether Harry was injured. Snape bent over to check the troll. Seeing that George and the others were not injured, Professor McGonagall's pale face improved a little, and then he looked at George and asked, "What's going on?" Harry did not see Neville in the team back to the dormitory. After asking, I learned that Neville was looking for his toad here. I asked Hermione and Ron to inform you. I was afraid that Neville was in danger. Come and find him. George replied, considering it. Harry stood beside George with a straight face, and Neville followed behind him blankly. You should throw away your toad. Professor McGonagall said sharply to Neville. Neville is always making mistakes and his grades are not good. It is difficult for the teacher to impress him well. Navi lowered his head, and didn't know where to put his hands and feet. He just whispered, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Fortunately, none of you were injured. Professor McGonagall was finally relieved by no one being injured. Fortunately, you also know how to let the teacher inform the teacher. But acting without authorization is always a bad thing. As a first-year student, it is not easy to defeat an adult monster. George and Harry each add 20 points to your academy. Professor McGonagall thought it over and said, Harry can find Neville. No, I was thinking about finding the missing classmate and adding 5 points. George knew that Hermione and Ron would inform the professor that he didn't ask Harry to come and add 10 points. As for Neville, walking around in the school almost caused misfortune and deducted 10 points. Professor McGonagall looked at Harry and Neville www.readaloud.com and did not continue to deduct more points. Harry was happy that he had added 25 points to Gryffindor, and heard Professor McGonagall deduct Neville points. This +1-, and Ravenclaw's score, is the farther the worse. Well, now you should go back to your college and enjoy Halloween dinner. Professor McGonagall didn't want any more problems, urging George and the others to return to the dormitory. The next day, after Halloween, Watts's big dining room returned to its usual appearance. There are no countless bats flying around. I feel much better now, Ron said while eating the pie. I think so too. You have to know that bats and other flying animals really fly in the sky and pull. Hermione said. You are here again. Harry put down his fork and looked at Ron and Hermione somewhat helplessly. Hey, yesterday you ran to fight the trolls, but we could only stay in the dormitory for fear. Hermione was still a little bit worried about what happened yesterday. Ron also nodded and said yes. I just followed George and did nothing all the way, just watch George easily kill the troll with 2 spells. Since returning to the dormitory yesterday, Ron and Hermione have been asked to pass by. After, Harry has been left behind by the 2 men, saying that he left them behind and went on his own risk. Hey! Although Harry had said it yesterday, Ron and Hermione took a breath after hearing this. Yesterday they listened to George's instructions and notified Professor McGonagall. They also planned to go back with Professor McGonagall to find them, but they were ordered by Professor McGonagall to bring them back to their dorm. www.readaloud.com. Welcome to the book. Come and read it. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.readaloud.com. For mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 22, Transformation Spell. Chapter 22, Transformation Curse. George and Harry are taking risks in school, and Ron and Hermione are a little scared in the dorm. Hermione also pulled out the troll information from the book in the lounge. When looking at the troll information introduced in the book, the terrible troll illustrations, Ron and Hermione became more afraid of them. That's a 12-foot monster weighing a ton. Harry hadn't come back, and the 2 of them lived like years and were about to die of worry. Finally, almost an hour later, Harry returned with Neville. Ron and Hermione wept with joy, and Harry felt very embarrassed when they saw this scene. In the questioning of the 2, they spoke vividly about their adventures. Listening to the 2 of them in the lounge, Harry was happily adventurous and killed the troll with George easily. Ron and Hermione couldn't help being a little angry, and they taught Harry a lot yesterday. It's not an important thing, George said, looking at the admiration of Hermione and Ron. For a prepared wizard, trolls are very weak enemies. But the trolls will appear in the school, which means that the school is not completely safe. I will start to guide you to practice the spells you have learned in the next time. George continued. The mutual aid agency is on the right track. George has more directions and ideas for future development. He also hopes that the strength of Harry and others can improve faster. I have mastered all the spells I have learned. Hermione wanted to learn more and more powerful spells. Yugadam Leviosa. She chanted a spell and easily controlled an empty plate on the table to float around. Awesome floating spell. George never spares his praise. When he should be praised, he is never as reserved or even cynic as a nasty ghost. I can teach you first. I used to extract the air when dealing with trolls. This spell is very useful. You can slowly discover it by yourself. When you can transform a basic spell by yourself, I can teach you more attacking spells. George intends to stir up competition among the three of Harry. Now that Hermione has mastered the spell he has learned, he will take advantage of the trend to teach Hermione the spell of taking the air out. Oh! Harry and Ron looked envious. When they were together yesterday, Harry relayed to Ron and Hermione all the experience George taught when dealing with trolls. After that, they secretly summed up a lot of George. More usages of used spells. Thinking of the gap with Hermione again, he was too embarrassed to make the same request to George, but secretly planned to master the spell he had learned harder. It's great, I will soon transform my own basic spell. Hermione was also excited, but she wanted more. In addition to learning more spells from George, she also wanted to transform more. George was surprised by a powerful basic spell. Wow! Hermione's lofty goals made Harry slightly jealous, she was always so good. Looked at George again, and Harry hesitated for a while, then said one of his previous thoughts. George, can I teach Neville? Harry said embarrassedly. He had been taken care of by George. At this time, he planned to teach Neville what George had taught him. Harry felt that he was really real. Too rude. But Neville is too timid and always makes mistakes because of it. He has been bullied and no one likes him. This reminded Harry of who he was once, and he could not help but want to help Neville. Of course, I seem to have forgotten to tell you the details of Yan Ling. George saw that Harry and the others had already attracted the attention, and he said again. Speaking spirit is a very special ability, a combination of faith and will. Is different from the spell, the correct gesture, the correct spell, can cast the spell. Yan Ling must have a strong belief and will to be able to work. So? Neville can't learn to speak because he is timid? Hermione asked. George did not answer Hermione's question, but went on to tell a story. In the Far East, there is an Eastern wizard. When the wizard was traveling, he passed through a village. There was an old lady in the village who was a devout believer. The old lady is illiterate, and she only knows that she has been chanting a vocal mantra religiously for 60 years. George paused here. The curse that lasted for 60 years has spirituality. When the Eastern wizard passed through the village, he could hear the old lady's curse several miles away. 60 years! Harry and the others exclaimed. 60 years is too far away for them. But the Eastern magistrate discovered that because the old lady was illiterate, the mantra she had pronounced was inaccurate. For 60 years, she had pronounced it wrong. George said again. How come? Hermione cried out in surprise, and then covered her mouth with her hand. The old lady had persisted for 60 years by mistake, which was really pitiful. The Eastern wizard then taught the most correct mantra to the pious old lady. George said, stopping here. What happened later? Hermione asked hurriedly. The godly old lady started to recite the most correct mantras, but she no longer had spirituality. The mantras chanted can no longer be heard for miles away. Wrong curse has words. Harry was puzzled. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Speaking spirit is not a curse. People choose the language spirit, and the language spirit chooses people. I will teach you the language spirit, and that is your language spirit. At this point, George paused. Only when you can only by teaching Yanling to others can you truly grasp the true meaning of Yanling. In other words, I can teach Yanling to Neville, but he probably can't learn it. Harry was puzzled and continued to ask. No, Neville must be able to learn to speak, but your task will be very difficult. You need to constantly think of ways until you teach Neville to speak. George replied. Harry felt dizzy, whether Neville could learn to speak. Stupid, George is saying that only those who truly master the true meaning of the language can teach people the language. Neville can't learn the language of the language because you haven't mastered the true meaning of the language. The truth is, you can teach Neville. Hermione's mind turned quickly and she understood immediately, looking at everyone with arrogance. It's a genius, Hermione. George was also a little speechless. He didn't let Harry understand after thinking about it for a long time. He didn't expect Hermione to say a word clearly. It seems that he stayed with the child for too long and his language ability deteriorated. Yanling is an attempt by George to combine belief and magic with words based on some records and speculations in the history of wizards. Even if it is himself, his grasp is not reliable. Knowing that Harry himself has a strong will and conviction, he will teach Harry this ability that Harry can master, and when will Neville be able to inspire his courage? George is not going to try. Chapter 23, Quidditch Match. Chapter 23 Quidditch Competition. In a blink of an eye, it has been November, and the weather has become very cold. The mountains near the college are shrouded in grey mist, and the lake outside the castle is also frozen solidly. Every morning, Hagrid can be seen wrapped in a long moleskin coat, thick leather gloves, and heavy leather boots, defrosting the flying broomsticks on the Quidditch court. The Quidditch season has begun. After several weeks of training, Harry is finally going to participate in the first game of his life as a seeker for Gryffindor against Slytherin. George, Ron, Hermione, all come to cheer Harry on today. They had never seen Harry's training before. Wood planned to make Harry the secret weapon of the Gryffindor team from the beginning, keeping the news of Harry's participation in the game strictly confidential. But you can't expect a small college with real strict secrecy among teenagers. A person quietly told his good friend and asked the other party to keep it strictly confidential. The person who has been told tells his other good friend and asks him to keep it secret. Pass one by one, and soon everyone in the school knew that Harry was going to compete in Quidditch, and they all knew that Harry was playing very well. So the only thing Wood can do is to strictly watch the gate of the training ground and prevent others from seeing Harry's actual training. But even so, Harry's first appearance is something everyone is looking forward to. It was also suggested that the school should bring a mattress and follow Harry's broom to prevent him from falling. This must be from Malfoy. Harry felt that this proposal was very bad, and it made him feel a little nervous. Yesterday Snape deliberately looked for something and found another excuse to deduct 5 points on me. I don't understand why Snape hates me so much. Harry was a little angry. Harry, you know, we can't get along well with everyone. There are some people who, no matter what, will hate you. George thought for a while, comforting Harry. It's like Malfoy. Ron gave a apt example. And Snape, Harry said, adding Malfoy can't deduct points for me. But Snape won't lie to you in a duel, trying to kick you out of school. Hermione thought for a while and gave a good point. Oh, that's lucky. Listening to the comfort of his friends, Harry thought of Snape as Malfoy, and Harry finally felt better. At least Snape didn't plan to drive him out of the academy, otherwise it would be a great misfortune. I went to Snape yesterday to get back to the origin of Quidditch from him. I saw injuries on his leg and heard him complaining that he was bitten by a three-headed dog. That said, Lee lowered his voice. On Halloween, when we went to find Neville, he walked past us and went to the 4th floor, where the three-headed dog guarded him. He was bitten by the three-headed dog at that time. Speaking of this, Harry paused. I bet that he put the troll in at the time to distract the professors. Harry looked at George, wanting to hear George's opinion. Reasonable inference, but insufficient evidence. Harry's inference is reasonable, and George will not correct it for no reason. Why, I know he is not very good, but he will never steal things hidden in the school. Hermione's eyes widened, looking at Harry incredulously. Hermione, you can't always think that all teachers are good people. Ron said unceremoniously, I agree with Harry, and I also think Snape can do everything, just like Malfoy. The important thing is, what exactly is the three-headed dog on the fourth floor guarding? Hermione, Harry's reasoning is reasonable, although Snape may not have actually stolen something. George paused, then continued, I agree with Ron's words. Not all teachers are good. Watching George agree with his opinion, Ron gestured to Hermione with some pride. Hermione looked at everyone not supporting her. She became a little angry and stopped talking. Harry, would you like something to eat? You're going to participate in the competition later. Ron realized that the atmosphere had become awkward and tried to change the subject. I'm not hungry. Harry felt that he was not in a good state. It was the first time he participated in a Quidditch competition, which was a heavy responsibility. He was a little nervous at first, and when he met Snape, he didn't sleep well last night, and now he has no appetite. This makes him feel a little bad. He will go to the game in an hour, but he can't calm down now. Your condition is not very good, don't worry too much, think about that spell. George also saw that Harry's condition was not very good, but no one could help at this time. He thought about it and reminded Harry. One sentence. Hope that spell can help him. Okay, thank you. It was strange to say, when the spirit shifted to the spell, reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Harry felt that he was suddenly less nervous, and a little more confident for a while. At 11 o'clock, the Quidditch stadium, at this time, the surrounding stands were crowded with people. Many students also brought binoculars, and the seats have been raised in the air, but even so, it is sometimes difficult to see the game. It seems that I should teach Hermione and Ron Hawkeye. George looked around from the Ravenclaw stand. After all, it was a competition with flying broomsticks. It was not easy to see clearly. But I thought I had seen in books that a Quidditch match lasted for several months at most. If you can't catch the golden snitch, the game will go on forever. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but shudder, hoping that he would not encounter this situation, so he quickly added an eagle-eye technique to himself. Ron and Hermione are standing on the other side, in the highest row, next to Neville, Dean, and Seamus. Neville and the others seem to have become fans of Harry. They dragged a huge banner drawn with sheets, which said Potter will win. Underneath was a huge Gryffindor lion. The painting is quite alike. Hermione also took out the magic wand and tapped it on the banner, and the paint on the banner began to flash different lights. After a while, the stadium began to cheer and became very lively. It was Harry, Fred, and others who walked out of the locker room one by one, walked to the court, and waved their hands at the crowd in the stands. The atmosphere became more enthusiastic, and people cheered and waved to the players. Chapter 24, in the game. Chapter 24. Referee Mrs. Hooch stands in the center of the court with her flying broomstick in her hand. The referee for Quidditch matches must also fly around with the players, which is not easy. Players from both sides entered the field, and the old opponents exchanged fierce eyes. Mrs. Hooch asked the teammates to gather and start preparations before the game. Okay, I won't say any more. Today I just hope that everyone can participate in the game fairly and honestly. After she finished speaking, she took a look at the captain of Slytherin, Marcus Flint, like to warn him. Be prepared, everyone will ride on the flying broomstick. Madam Hooch ordered loudly. Everyone stepped on the flying broomstick. Who with a loud whistle, announcing the official start of the game. 15 flying broomsticks were shot into the sky, and Lee Keaton and Professor McGonagall started the commentary of the game. Gryffindor's Angela Johnson grabbed the ghost fly ball as soon as the game opened. She is an excellent chaser and looks so charming. Lee Jordan's commentary seemed very jumpy. Professor Jordan McGonagall gestured. Okay, Professor. Lee Keaton doesn't like rigid explanations, but who can make someone a professor? Angina sprinted all the way, a beautiful pass, and the ghost fly ball was handed over to Alia. This is also the talent that Oliver Wood has tapped. Last year, she was only a substitute, and this year has become the main team of the team. She passed the ball to Johnson. Oh, what a pity, Slytherin rushed up and snatched the ghost fly ball. It was Slytherin's captain Marcus. He was tall and strong and unstoppable. Marcus is about to score. It's a pity, Gryffindor goalkeeper Wood cut the ball, he is always so reliable. Now it's Gryffindor kicking off, the chaser Katie Bell kicks off. Oh, Marcus again charged up. Katie Bell was hit in the back of the head by a wandering ball while avoiding Marcus. The ghost fly ball was in Slytherin's hands again. Lee Jordan's commentary, coupled with the players' speed in the sky, made the whole stadium boil. George, who was not originally interested, also began to discover the charm of Quidditch games. The speed of this flight has reached the extreme, and even the strange games and rules have become attractive. 14 players in the sky fly around in a stadium, accidentally crashing into a ball, and even George has become get nervous. The players are like high-speed trains one after another, running rampant in a field with no traffic rules, passing by again and again. Many times George will slam in his heart and make a bang, waiting for the 2 hit, but only a little too close. It seems that I still need to improve my dynamic vision. Quidditch's game made George a bit enthusiastic, and it also allowed him to discover a weak link in his own. The speed of the spell will only be faster than flying. Even if this speed cannot be ignored, it will be difficult to deal with the spell. Dryan Pewes rushed to Gryffindor's goal. He was also knocked down by a walker. The walker was avoided by Fred. Johnson grabbed the ball and there was no one in front of her. She was fast. She speeded up and avoided a roaming ball. She dodged the goalkeeper. She scored. Gryffindor scored. The Gryffindor students cheered loudly, overwhelming Slytherin's roar. Watching the players rushing around like a train, while avoiding the stray ball, trying to score, George was a little eager to try. I thought to myself that if the players were all adding armor to protect their bodies, the speed would be faster and the whole game would be ping-pong-pong, which would be much more interesting than football. At this time, Harry was sprinting lightly in the high altitude of the stadium, squinting his eyes to search for the shadow of the golden snitch. The game will only end if you catch the golden snitch. In other words, controlling the golden snitch is the core of the Quidditch game. If the speed is so fast that the golden snitch can be caught as soon as it appears, the game can be easily won. Therefore, the fastest and most flexible seeker in the team is always the core of the team and the secret weapon of the team. It is a great responsibility to be able to lead everyone to win the game with one person. This made Harry a little excited and a little stressed. Fortunately, once he was flying high in the sky with the wind whistling in his ears, he felt very at ease, like a fish in water. Gryffindor was the first to score, and Harry was also excited. He wanted to find the golden snitch as soon as possible. He chased the golden light, and found that he had misread it. He dodged the flying ball that was hitting quickly, and he kept searching for a tiny snitch that was almost invisible. The golden snitch appeared, and it flew past Dryan Pewes' ear. Harry saw it too. He was so excited, he swooped down and flew toward the golden streamer. Terence Higgins also saw it. He was a Slytherin seeker, and he rushed to the snitch unwillingly, on par with Harry. The pursuers also forgot what they were trying to do, hanging in the air, watching the situation of the two seekers. Once the golden snitch appears, once caught, the game is over immediately, and only when the golden snitch is away www.readaloud.com people's attention will stay on the pursued hand. Harry was faster, he saw the little ball with wings flapping and jumping up and down, and he increased his speed again. Boom! Marcus Flint deliberately ran into Harry, he wanted to fight for his teammates. This caused Gryffindor to roar, and Harry almost caught the golden snitch. "This is a foul!" The Gryffindors protested loudly. Madame Hooch also angrily blamed Flint and gave Gryffindor a compensation for a free kick. Unfortunately, in the chaos, the golden snitch disappeared from everyone's sight. In the stands, Dean Thomas shouted, "Punish him, referee, red card." George is a bit funny. The rules of Quidditch games are that no one can be sent off, but the players lack protection and are not allowed to collide. The weak rules lack basic binding force, which allows teams that break the rules to easily gain a huge advantage. However, the population of the magic world is too small, the interests involved in Quidditch games are also very small, and the strange and cumbersome rules can be maintained. The commentator Lee Keaton was very angry. In the commentary, he referred to the behavior as despicable cheating, which caused great dissatisfaction with Professor McGonagall. Harry continued to brush past a fast-moving ball, and suddenly, his broomstick began to shake. Soon, he almost lost control. He felt like he was about to fall. He held the broomstick tightly with both hands and clamped his knees tightly. Harry has lost control of the flying broomstick. The broom is turning irregularly from side to side, shaking up and down. www.readaloud.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all at www.readaloud.com for mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 25, Victory. Chapter 25. George noticed Harry's strangeness for the first time. He scanned left and right, and soon discovered that Professor Quirrell was casting a curse on Harry's broomstick. George was far away from Quirrell's position, unable to stop him, and watched not far from Snape taking out his wand, helping Harry to release his control. He also took out his wand and helped Harry suppress the curse. Be prepared more intensively and cast the levitation charm as soon as Harry fell from the wand. As George joined the suppression of the evil curse, Harry gradually regained control of his body. An uncomfortable feeling was like a net, which made him bound his hands and feet, and was like a shackle, which made him immobile and like a boulder. So he couldn't breathe. His heart sank, he felt his breathing, felt the flow of body magic, and felt the shackles of the evil curse on him. He had a strong desire to break free from everything. Demacia! Harry roared, broke the shackles, tore the net, and lifted the boulder. Harry quickly dived toward the ground, and people saw him covering his mouth with his hands, as if he was going to vomit. He fell safely to the ground, coughing, and a golden object fell into his hand, which he held firmly. Demacia! Harry yelled, holding his hands high above his head, before yelling, "I caught the snitch." The game is over, and the Slytherin players are still thinking of ways to fall back on the bill. He almost swallowed the snitch. It's not the rule. Flint was annoyed, wondering why he had knocked Harry off the broom the first time he hadn't, so Slytherin would win. It is a pity that Harry did not violate any rules. Gryffindor easily won the Quidditch match with a big score. Harry looked tired and did not participate in the celebration after the team. Everyone went to Hagrid's hut, and Hagrid made a pot of strong tea. "It's Snape," Ron said bitterly. "Hermione and I have seen it. It was him who was chanting Harry's flying broomstick." "Nonsense." Hagrid didn't believe it. He only knew how to watch the ball, but didn't know anything about the stands. Why would Snape do this to Harry? Harry looked at everyone and decided to tell Hagrid the truth. "I discovered some secrets about Snape. On Halloween, he was bitten by the 3 big-headed dogs. We guessed that he wanted to steal the big dog guards. Behind the moving door." "Where did you know the 3-headed Lu Wei?" Hagrid looked very surprised. "Lu Wei?" Harry asked. It was raised by me. I bought it from a Greek last year. I lent it to Dumbledore to guard important things. Hagrid said. What? Harry asked. It's none of your business, it's the number one secret. Hagrid roughly interrupted Harry's questioning. But Snape is going to steal it. Harry didn't give up yet. Nonsense. Hagrid looked very upset. Snape is a teacher at Hogwarts. He would never do anything like that. Then why did he want to kill Harry? Hermione was also angry. In the stands she also saw Snape chanting a curse to Harry, and rushed to stop it, which made her no longer believe in Snape. Some of Watts's teachers want to kill Harry. This is a certain thing, and there may even be more than one person. George said, bursting out another message. When I was in the stands helping to suppress the curse with a spell, I found 2 magical powers. You are all wrong. Hagrid looked irritable. I don't know what happened to Harry, but Snape can never be the murderer. Now you should leave. These things are not for you to intervene, forget about them. Dog, forget what it guards. It's dangerous. It's between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas. This incident also involves a man named Nicole May. Harry was also very upset. He was almost killed today. He hated Snape for a long time, and Ron and Hermione saw it on the spot. However, Hagrid was stubborn and only believed in Snape. On the way out, Harry thought for a moment and said, "It must be Snape." Yes, we all saw it, and Snape grumbled the muttering spell in Harry's mouth. Ron and Hermione remembered the plot. Not necessarily. I discovered Harry's condition at the time. I was also casting spells to suppress the curse on Harry's broomstick. At that time, I discovered that there was another magical power. George didn't want Harry to miss other details. Is there another person? Harry was surprised to hear that there was another person besides Snape. Maybe the school professor discovered the curse cast by Snape, so he helped Harry suppress the curse. Hermione proposed a possibility. Snape is very suspicious. You can doubt him and you should doubt him. But you can't conclude that it is him and ignore other dangers. George didn't care whether Snape was wronged, but reminded Harry not to ignore other people and cannot ignore other risks. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. The school is not an absolutely safe place. You have to pay more attention to the mastery of the curse. Today, Harry can use his words to break free of the curse, and he performed very well. George did not hesitate to praise Harry. Harry broke free from the curse by roaring the word today. This performance made him feel a little surprised. The power of Yanling seems to fit Harry very well. Should he say that this is indeed a son of the plane? Faith and will have never been Harry's troubles. Through the spirit of words, Harry's future has more possibilities. In the free time when there is no class, George walks through the corridor alone, walks to the library, and starts his daily routine. People kept saying hello to him along the way. Unlike the initial ignorance of him that was not so gregarious, with the development of the Mutual Aid Society, George's worth became higher and higher in the rumors of everyone along the way, and has become one of Watts' campus legends. Different from the common adventure novels in previous lives, the magical world in the story is always described as an endless wilderness, with warcrafts everywhere, and adventurers everywhere. After all, this is the Earth, and the time has come to 1991. In this age of the explosion of science and technology in the human world, and the expansion of power, there are very few places that ordinary people cannot get involved. The entire magical world had to retreat step by step in the strong expansion of ordinary people. The endless wilderness, the beasts everywhere, the adventurers everywhere, that was already a story centuries ago. Nowadays wizards also have decent jobs, relying on a job and a craft to support themselves. Wizards have long since gone from combat adventurers to ordinary people and civilians at work. Chapter 26, Festival. Chapter 26. As the rumors of George's worth are getting higher and higher, whether it is a student who likes candy and toys in the lower grades, or the seniors who are facing graduation and underemployment pressure, they all have a different feeling for George. It was like Harry had just entered the campus, like a star in the real world. Fortunately, this is just a campus, and everyone is busy with their own affairs. He misses the internet in the secular world a bit. The efficiency of the internet is much more convenient than looking up books one by one in the library. Unfortunately, Watts can't even use electronic products, light telephones, and computers. George also saw Malfoy and his two followers on the road. Malfoy did not ignore George this time, but greeted him from a distance, and George nodded in response. After Malfoy borrowed a huge sum of 1,000 Jin Jialong from the mutual aid agency, this time passed very comfortably, and he even paid less attention to Harry. Whether you are in the strictest fully enclosed college or locked in an inextricable prison, when you suddenly have a large sum of money on your body, your life will always be much more comfortable than usual. Malfoy has been in the limelight recently, and his voice in Slytherin has been very loud recently. This call is no longer just because of Draco's name. After he got a huge sum of money from George, he was not stingy, and he was lavish all the way, so that the people around him also gained a lot of benefits. Recently, even Gore and Crabbe have become more proud than usual. Just as George discovered early in the morning, children's pocket money may be the most cost-effective expense in the world. A bit of delicious snacks and fancy small gifts soon made Malfoy really popular in Slytherin's junior grades. Really have money in his hands to do things, a person who has money and is willing to spend money, and will spend money. No matter at any time, anywhere, you can easily make friends and become the object of everyone's pursuit. George even heard that Malfoy was already persuading the senior students to plan to join the Quidditch school team like Harry. Hearing these rumors, George couldn't help but evaluate Malfoy a little bit higher. Even though Malfoy was still just an arrogant child, he was always right with Harry. But without George's help, Malfoy would often have the upper hand. But when he thinks of Malfoy's recent lavishness, George also looks forward to the situation after Malfoy has spent his money. Draco's collection seems to be beckoning him from afar. Still greeted Mrs. Pants, the librarian, before he walked into the library quietly. George did not expect to get the preferential treatment of Mrs. Pins, but it is not wrong to be courteous, to be friendly, and to express kindness. The most important thing is that he needs to stay in Watts for several years, and the library is the most important place for Watts. In any case, it is always a good thing to leave a good impression on Mrs. Pants, even if it is not be made things difficult. When there is no conflict of interest, he doesn't mind spending a little tedious etiquette to reduce possible conflicts. Whether it was against Mrs. Pins or Malfoy. Maybe acting more annoying, more hostile to Malfoy, it can make him and Harry, Ron more understanding. But if it is just for the sake of anger, at an enemy, George is unwilling to make such a choice. Unless you can kill the opponent, try to avoid being enemies as much as possible. If necessary, George didn't mind getting rid of Lucius or even Malfoy. But when he obviously couldn't do so, he would rather reduce an enemy, ignore Malfoy, even at the expense of Harry and Ron. There are still a few people in the library. Even in the magic world, not everyone likes to read. Even George himself is looking forward to the endless wilderness in the adventure story, the warcraft everywhere, and the beauties of the elves. But now as a student, George can acquire knowledge and power only with books. Especially the free collection of books in libraries, they may not be the most effective and best learning method, but they are safe enough, simple enough, and cheap enough. George followed the position he had read last time and turned out the chapters he hadn't finished reading. He looked at the remaining bookshelf again. There were not many books left. Has been soaking in the library for several months, his reading speed has been very fast, and more recently he obtained reading magic from Kate. These histories and travel notes will soon be finished by him. George looked at the forbidden area in the depths of the library. That was the most valuable place in the entire library, and even Watts, which was his goal. However, the forbidden book area is very tightly guarded, and even every book has a curse, and it is absolutely impossible to read without permission. Watts experienced the lessons of Voldemort, and Voldemort grew up in the forbidden book area. Since then, the management of the entire forbidden book area has become stricter, and there are no loopholes to drill. George is also a little annoyed to think of here www.readaloud.com standing on a huge the treasure cannot be opened in front of it. At least wait for Voldemort's threat to begin to appear, after which the restricted book zone may ignore the immediate threat because of the greater threat. Although a little annoyed, George also has his own plan to quickly clear away his negative emotions and concentrate on reading the books in his hand. There are only a few books left, which makes him have a little obsessive-compulsive disorder. He has to read them all to avoid missing them. Important information. Christmas is coming soon. Christmas is also a major holiday in the magic world, even if the wizards do not know who they commemorate. Wizards will arrogantly claim that according to the historical records of the wizarding world, wizards have already celebrated Christmas long before Muggles, although no one can tell who exactly celebrates Christmas. But who really cares about this? For everyone, the most important thing about festivals is vacation, reunion, celebration, and carnival. Who would really care? Is this festival because of the death of a person hundreds of years ago, or thousands of years ago? What people need is in a heavy and boring life, there can be a celebration ceremony and a reason for carnival on a certain day. Perhaps in the first year or two of the festival, people will quietly commemorate a certain person after the carnival. But soon, the festival was left with joy and joy. If you must be on the day of the holiday, emphasize that a man died tragically thousands of years ago. Then let everyone not celebrate, not carnival, but mourn. Then you must be a difficult person to get along with without friends. Watts at this time has become a fortress of ice and snow, with thick snow everywhere. www.readaloud.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.readaloud.com for mobile users. Please go to read. Chapter 27, Come Back Home. Chapter 27. After a heavy snowfall, the sturdy lake was also covered with a soft snow-white quilt. The cold weather also affected the owls delivering mail, and Hagrid had to make a place to rest in his hut. The two brothers of the Weasley family were being punished. They cast a spell on the snowball, causing the snowball to catch up with Professor Quirrell and hit Quirrell on the head. This makes George a little unbelievable. During this time, the Dark Lord possessed Quirrell, behaving like Neville. I don't know whether it was Quirrell's own will to resist, or the Dark Lord was unimaginably weak. Everyone is looking forward to going home, waiting for the holiday. In the last few days of the course, everyone was a little absent-minded, and poor Neville was scolded several times for this. The auditorium of the college is very beautifully dressed, the walls are covered with ribbons, and there are a total of 12 straight Christmas trees in the room, covered with shiny pendants and small candles. The professors carefully used magic to hang beautiful ornaments on the tree, and didn't care that the students were about to leave soon. Today is the last day of school, everyone has started to talk in advance, and bid farewell to each other in advance. I can't stand Malfoy anymore. I almost beat him today. Ron was upset, he hated Malfoy that much, even though he completely surpassed Malfoy in his studies. But when Malfoy kept attacking him and Harry's family with his stinky mouth, Ron just wanted his fist to kiss Malfoy's face fiercely. I really hate Malfoy and Snape. Harry looked helpless. Malfoy has been ridiculing Harry as an unwanted child recently. These insults hit Harry's weakness, and he didn't want to go back to Privet Road's aunt for Christmas. It can even be said that he can't wait to escape from the relative's house on Privet Road, and he doesn't want to go back. You can go to my house for Christmas. Hermione also knew some of Harry's situation and planned to invite him to his house for Christmas. Thank you, Hermione, but I can't leave Ron alone. Harry laughed and declined Hermione's kindness. Ron's parents are going to Romania to visit Charlie, and their brothers have to stay in school. At Harry's teasing, Ron rolled his eyes disapprovingly. Don't worry, the Christmas holiday will be over soon, and you will be able to meet soon. George understood the feelings of Harry, Hermione, Ron, and others. George also has his own business, his own life, and does not plan to be with Harry at the college on Christmas. I'll send you gifts. George thought for a while, and then said, school is closed, and professors are also on vacation. There are few people in the college. Harry and Ron should pay more attention to safety. If you figure out who Nicole May is, remember to write to me. Hermione continued. George looked at Harry and the others meaningfully. Maybe I should remind you that this adventure is a bit more difficult for you. Oh. You know Nicholas LeMay, I think you should know that you have read several times more books than me, but why didn't you tell us that day? Hermione cried out with joy and immediately asked. As Hagrid said, Nicholas LeMay is not on your class schedule. In order to avoid saying things that shouldn't be said, George didn't plan to provide information directly to Harry and the others when they didn't ask. So we decided to pull you on. Hermione didn't intend to be polite with George either. Okay, but for safety, I will tell you after the holidays. George thought for a while and left school immediately, not wanting any waves. Oh. No, you'd better tell me in advance. We squeezed at least 100 books during the break time, and there was no trace of Nikolai Majesty. Now even the dream of Nikolai Majesty's name will appear. Hermione started acting like a baby. At least give us a hint, I remember where I saw his name. Harry had some impressions of Nicole May's name, and felt that he only needed a hint to remember it. Okay, stop making trouble, quietly, and have your Christmas happily. George wouldn't let it go, preferring Harry to think of it. Okay. At least during Christmas, we don't need to stay in the library. Ron thought for a while and found a good reason. Well, I think I should say, Merry Christmas. Harry didn't ask George if he didn't say it, maybe he would remember it soon. Well, Merry Christmas. George caught her curiosity, but did not give an answer. Hermione was a little unhappy, but thinking about the holiday, she immediately cheered up. Merry Christmas. Along the way it came, Watts headed for platform 9 3/4. This time, there were fewer people in the car because of staying in school, and it was no longer crowded. George and Hermione found a position near the middle. When the train went to Watts, it was carrying a car of anticipation, and the train leaving Watts was also full of joy. Oh! Hermione seemed very active in the car. It was the first time that she had left the boarding school at home. When everyone was in school, she didn't feel anything abnormal. But now that she left school, thinking of seeing her parents after getting off the car, Hermione became excited, nervous, and full of expectation. Would you like to sit down and eat something? George didn't know how to comfort Hermione, and tried to divert her attention. I couldn't imagine I would be so excited. Hermione's voice trembled a little. You left home for too long and entered a new environment of life, and now you are going home again, so you will be very excited. George, who has an adult soul, can't feel this emotion, but he knows what it is. Just like in the story, in the novel, homesickness, in the poem, close to homesickness is more timid. People who are far away from home don't actually miss home when they get used to the new environment. But when you leave a familiar environment and suddenly enter a strange place, a kind of isolation and estrangement can make people suddenly burst into feelings. I am very eager to see familiar things and meet familiar people, so I feel homesick and eager to go home. People are always facing the unknown, and when facing strangers, they are extremely vulnerable. For Hermione, both school and home are familiar places and her safe environment. But on the road between the two, she would feel strange, looking forward to returning to a familiar place. This is something to be happy about. Seeing Hermione's uncontrollable trembling, George was also a little envious as the destination got closer and higher. Chapter 28, Christmas. Chapter 28. The older a person is and the more he has experienced, the harder it is to feel fresh, and the harder it is to be touched and moved. Thai landslide is in the front and the color remains unchanged. This is to describe people's composure and calmness, but it is not to describe people's depression and boring. There is only Mount Thai in the world. Mount Thai collapsed in front of her eyes, but it didn't change at all. How many natural disasters and man-made disasters should this person experience before? How depressing and boring this is. Safe journey, no child who lost toad, no Malfoy who came up, this time the train has no twists and turns, and arrived at the destination safely. Approaching the station, Hermione kept asking George whether her hair was messy, whether her dress was appropriate, and whether she had become fatter. Will the parents recognize her, or they simply didn't come, thinking that Hermione was stunned for a while, not daring to get her luggage. You are like a little princess now. There is nothing better to dress up than you are now. You are a little bit fatter than when you started to be thin and thin. It seems that the school food is very good. I bet you get out of the car and they have a look will recognize you. But you have become more beautiful than when the school started, and they might mutter in their hearts, who is this beautiful little princess? George praised Hermione forever, trying to make her less nervous. Listening to a series of exaggerated comforts from a serious George on weekdays, Hermione also laughed out loud, her heart warmed and she didn't feel nervous anymore. George had already taken the suitcases of the two of them, and when the train stopped, he cleared the way for Hermione in front. Just as George said, when she got out of the car, Hermione saw a couple, waving at her from a distance, and running towards her. Hermione's eyes suddenly turned red, and she rushed up and hugged them. What's the matter, baby, why are you crying? Is the school not good? The school is not good, so we won't go to school. The Grangers held their daughters, both happy and nervous. Hugging Hermione tightly, loosening a little more and looking at it carefully, hugging and loosening a little more. No, the school is great, I miss you. Hermione choked up. Listening to Hermione's words, the Grangers felt relieved again. Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger, don't worry, Hermione missed you too much, she started to get excited in the car. Besides, she was an excellent student at the college and was very popular with her classmates. You see, she is a little fatter, George said. Oh, let me see, my baby seems to be really fatter. It seems that he didn't suffer at school. Mrs. Granger grabbed Hermione and touched and patted, then came to a conclusion. Then I won't disturb your family's happy time, goodbye. George didn't want to disturb Hermione's family reunion, and didn't say more greetings, put down Hermione's luggage and turned away. What a handsome and polite guy, Mr. Granger said. George's demeanor made him admire very much. He even thought of making friends for a while, but he suppressed his thoughts. Now the most important thing is his baby girl. George took the suitcase and walked to a tall blonde girl. It's been a long time, Anna. Master, I hope you are like your classmates. Anna pointed to the Hermione family who hugged them not far away. Looked at Anna's great chest, George put down his luggage, stepped forward, hugged her hard. It's been a long time, Anna. Anna held George tightly, stroked his head, and said softly, Welcome home, my master. There is a raging flame in the fireplace. On both sides of the fireplace are two beautiful Christmas trees. The orange magic lights on the wall make the living room especially warm. The Christmas dinner for three is not lively, but very warm. As soon as George got home, his grandmother, Jessica Soros, put hot fruit pie and pudding on the table. Then there is avocado with fried salmon, the main course is roasted mashed potatoes with roasted goose. George on the train endured his stomach without eating. George opened his stomach when he got home. His appetite was already large. This time he deliberately wanted to eat more, which is even more shocking. But George still lost to his grandmother and Anna. They fully stocked every food George liked. No matter how hard George worked, it was impossible to eat up enough ingredients they prepared. They didn't eat much. It seemed that as long as they watched George feasting, they would be full with them. After dinner, on the sofa by the fireplace, George's grandmother, Mrs. Soros, said, our George has finally made friends. Still a cute little girl. Anna smiled, gently covering her mouth with her hand and said, Grandma, I'm only 11 years old. George sat on the sofa opposite Mrs. Soros with a helpless expression, accepting the interrogation of his grandmother and Anna. Who can tell that you are 11? Mrs. Soros and Anna exchanged their eyes and laughed together. I'm not worried about your studies or whether you can take care of yourself. These have never been a problem for you. Mrs. Soros looked at George, and Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com paused, can you know more friends? This makes me very happy. If necessary, I will invite them to come home. George said unhurriedly. You are always so organized, unlike a child. Mrs. Soros's tone makes it hard to tell whether it is praise or complaint. But no wonder there are only 2 of us at home, so how can you make you like a child from another family? Mrs. Soros suddenly felt a little melancholy, but fortunately, there will be Anna again. Said this, she reached out her hand to Anna pulled to sit beside him. Seeing that grandmother started to blame herself again, George had to try to start talking about official affairs and divert her attention. I set up an organization called Mutual Aid Society in my school. I made a lot of friends and some students who were about to graduate. I am very optimistic about them. George said that after a while, he saw that his grandmother had recovered, and he continued, I plan to arrange some very promising students to go to the bookstore at home. At the same time, I plan to expand the bookstore, at least let the bookstore scale in the forefront of the magic world. It seems that you are really optimistic about those students. Before that, you were indifferent to the bookstore. Mrs. Soros pointed out the changes in George sharply. There are only you and Anna at home. Running a bookstore takes up your time. Now that you have new staff, I still hope you can spend more time on things that are happy for you. George said without shyness. Anna looked at George with a resolute look, and helplessly spread her hands to Mrs. Soros. It seems that our little Mr. George is still stubbornly taking care of us. Chapter 29, Reading Magic Upgrade. Chapter 29. The wizard will be an adult at the age of 16. George didn't mind Anna's teasing, and emphasized his age. This caused a burst of laughter from Mrs. Soros and Anna. Back in the room, George took out a thick notebook he had prepared from his suitcase. Mutual Aid Agency has been developing for several months, and the most received are study notes. After all, everyone has study notes. Most students will have a lot of notes. Who wouldn't be happy to exchange unnecessary notes for a little pocket money in a mutual aid agency? Even if it is rewritten and copied, it is not troublesome to exchange to mutual aid agency. After receiving too many notes, they will start to repeat, and George will hand all the notes to Kate for sorting. Kate will modify and filter all notes, remove repetitions, and leave the most systematic and important content. At this time, the notes in George's hand are the notes that he has summarized and sorted out. Kate again, and all rewritten and revised the notes with his own understanding and logic. It is a copy of George's own notes left by taking notes from other people into his own knowledge system. If you leave this notebook in the academy, the person who gets and learns this notebook in the future may become a Dark King. It incorporates the notes of many outstanding students, and has its own supplementary amendments and the content of the notes. George was also a little frightened. George has reminded Anna in advance that he has important things next and cannot be disturbed. Then he also cast a sound insulation curse in the room. Only then took out a small chestnut box from the clothes in the suitcase. After entering the password to open it, there was a small grey box inside. A Raiho hole opens. George gently picked up a small bottle of amber liquid filled with crystal clear light from the box. 2.5 bottles of blessing potions. This is his biggest trump card, and it is also the basis for him to quickly transform his accumulation into strength. When the school started, he also brought his support to the school, never ignoring any accidents that might occur. Fortunately, the school was fairly safe and there were no accidents. And returning home this time, apart from reuniting and meeting with my family, another important thing is to transform the accumulation of this period into strength. Fortunately, the accumulation during this period of time far exceeded his previous expectations. More importantly, the harvested reading magic gave him greater ambitions and opportunities. George placed the box, climbed onto the bed, and used reading magic to quickly memorize the contents of the notes, then gently unscrewed the bottle, poured a small half bottle of fortune into his mouth, and then sealed his 5 senses. The medicine passed through the throat, dispersed into the body, blended into the blood, and penetrated into the breath. George couldn't feel this at all. He could only feel the spirit of the 5 senses trapped in the sea of consciousness, without feeling. When the body and the 5 senses are closed, and the outside world and the perception of time are lost, everything seems to lose its meaning. Even the spirit has lost the measuring tool, like the next second, and it's like a century has passed. The closed spirit seems to be trapped in a box, constantly compressed, until it can no longer be compressed, then burst open. Is like a kind of fire, falling into a pan, it explodes instantly, igniting endless flames, continuous. The flames continue to explode, from birth to death, life and death reciprocating, endless reincarnation. There seems to be mysterious magic texts hidden in the continuous birth and death flames, one by one mysterious runes, spells, appearing in the firelight, like a meteor flashing by, then disappeared. As the flame continues to spread, it expands to the end of time. The tension string can no longer move forward. At this time, the string that has been stretched to the extreme begins to shrink violently, and the flames are like the tide receding, constantly returning. Rune after rune, the spell was engulfed by the flames coming back. As the sea of fire contracted, the flames rose, and the runes and spells that continued to rise and die were all engulfed, and only a huge flame was needed. Clear runes faintly appeared in the flames, but they did not regenerate and died, but had life. Until the last huge flame disappeared in the sea of consciousness, everything returned to the original point and plunged into infinite darkness. After Christmas, everyone who came back to the college seemed to be different, even the students who stayed in the college were also different. George seemed very relaxed about going back to school again. He was worried about side effects after taking a small half bottle of Fuling. But the huge gains made him prefer to bear the possible side effects. I increased the dosage, and the effect was astonishing as expected. He told Kate that the potential of reading magic is not limited to reading ordinary books. He also hopes that Kate can continue to tap the potential of reading magic. But he will not pin all his hopes on Kate. This time he is going home. In addition to absorbing the notes from the upper grades, the upgrading of reading magic is also his top priority. It is precisely because of this that he will not hesitate to take a small half bottle of blessing at a time, and after the harvest on Christmas Eve, he succeeded. Reading magic is no longer disturbed even in the memory magic book www.readaloud.com, which allows him to obtain amazing reading ability and memory, and he is ready to use these abilities. Hermione is more lively. The experience of going home seems to have changed her mood. Harry's changes can be seen by everyone. He no longer cares about who is Nicholas Lamay. He is always awakened by nightmares at night, and he often wanders around the campus wearing an invisible cloak at night. Ron was also anxious about Harry's changes. Dumbledore is right. The mirror will drive Harry crazy. As for Harry's situation, no one can help. He lost his family since he was a child and has hallucinations in the magic mirror. He needs to overcome it by himself, to balance reality and illusion. Everyone can only have confidence in him and can only encourage him carefully. Fortunately, this time is not long. With the beginning of school, with the progress of schoolwork, and even with Malfoy's provocation, Snape's harshness. Harry couldn't stay quietly in his hallucinations, he walked out, or was kicked out. He was very busy, besides dealing with the heavy homework, more importantly, the Quidditch game began. After several years, he won a hard-won victory and Wood became tougher. He did not allow the team's hard-earned victory and slipped away from him again. He trained even more crazily than before. Even the continuous rain after the heavy snow did not reduce his enthusiasm for training. Wood became a complete training freak, even the Weasley brothers complained, but Harry was on Wood's side. The Christmas holidays have changed Harry a lot. He always has nightmares, and training exhausted can make him fall asleep without waking up at night. www.readaloud.com. Welcome friends to visit and read, the latest, the fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.readaloud.com. Mobile phone users please go to read. Chapter 30, Magic Stone. Chapter 30. Harry actively participates in training like Wood, hoping to win the next key game. After the next victory over Hufflepuff, Gryffindor will be able to defeat Sri Lanka again in the Academy Cup 7 years later. Lettering. Harry thought they had a great win rate against Hufflepuff, until everyone heard that Snape would be the referee of the game. Don't participate in the game. Hermione was even more worried about Harry being in danger because of the last time. It means you are sick. Ron also agreed with Hermione's ideas and proposed a solution. Pretend to have broken her leg. Hermione sincerely suggested that it is better not to participate in the competition than to lose her life. Really broke his leg? Ron also felt that he would rather break his leg than Harry should not go to the game. Okay, don't frighten Harry. Snape can also benefit from being a referee. At least he can't play tricks on the court. George saw Hermione and Ron talk more and more outrageously, giving Harry a comforting statement. Yes, I can't run away. Harry said, I am the only seeker on the team. I can't withdraw halfway. That would make the team unable to play. Don't worry too much, I will watch you closely on the court. If you fall, I will definitely add a floating spell to you. George promised Harry seriously. Oh, you are no comfort. George's promise made Harry even more nervous. Right here, Neville stumbled into the lounge. His legs were glued together by magic. Someone cast a leg-locking spell on him. He jumped upstairs like a rabbit. Hermione was very angry, and immediately rushed up and relieved Neville's spell. Neville stood up, still shaking all over. What's going on? Hermione led Neville over and sat with everyone. Malfoy, Neville said in a trembling voice. I ran into Malfoy outside the library, and he used me to practice the spell. Go and tell Professor McGonagall. Hermione said to Neville. I don't want to get in trouble. Neville shook his head and muttered quietly. You must face him bravely. Ron encouraged Neville, Malfoy is domineering, we can't give in, we can't let him succeed. Malfoy said I don't deserve to be in Gryffindor. I know I'm too courageous. Neville began to sob again. Harry took out a piece of chocolate from the pocket of his robe. This was the last piece that Hermione gave him before Christmas. Harry handed the chocolate to Neville. You are braver than Malfoy. The Sorting Hat chose someone with courage to enter Gryffindor. Malfoy can only go to the annoying Slytherin. Navily opened the chocolate and squeezed out a reluctant smile. Harry, thank you. I'll go to bed first. Do you need the card? You should keep it. Neville left the chocolate card and walked towards the dormitory. Harry took a breath, stared at Dumbledore's portrait on the card, and then looked up at everyone. I remember. I said I had heard of Nicholas Flamel. I remembered where I heard it. I heard it on the Academy train. Dumbledore's most important contribution includes defeating the Dark Wizard. Greenwood, there are 12 uses of dragon blood, and the last one is the outstanding contribution to alchemy with his partner, Nicholas. Nicole May is Dumbledore's partner. Hermione repeated this sentence, and then looked at George. Now you should talk about who Nicholas Flamel is. If you still want to know. George said that after Christmas, he told everyone about Nicole May. After the holiday, everyone no longer cared about Nicole May, and now Harry remembered it again. Don't tell me. Hermione jumped up suddenly and rushed to the girls' dormitory. Everyone exchanged their eyes inexplicably before seeing Hermione rushing back. At this time, she was holding a thick old book in her arms. I already know it, and you don't need to say it. Hermione whispered excitedly, this is a pastime I borrowed from the library a month ago. Seeing that Hermione had discovered Nicole May's information, George did not interrupt Hermione's excitement, waiting for her to find it out. Hermione flipped the pages of the book quickly, sliding her fingers across the line of writing, I found it, Nicholas, the only maker of the well-known Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone? What is that? Harry and Ron had never heard of the Philosopher's Stone. You don't usually read books? You don't know such famous things. Hermione pushed the book to Harry and Ron, pointing to one of the words, an amazing creation of ancient alchemy, the Philosopher's Stone can turn metal into gold. It can make immortality, immortal medicine. There have been many records of the Philosopher's Stone in history. The only remaining Philosopher's Stone belongs to the great alchemist Nicole May. He and his wife Perinal celebrated his 665 years last year. On his birthday, they are now living in seclusion in Devon. Understand now, right? Hermione continued, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com. The big dog Loue on the 4th floor is guarding Dumbledore's Philosopher's Stone. It should be Dumbledore's guardian for LeMay. Dumbledore knew that someone was thinking of playing the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone was transferred from Gringotts to Watts. It can turn into gold and live forever, Harry said. Anyone would like to get it. It is not surprising that Snape wanted to fight it. I also want the Philosopher's Stone a little bit, of course, it is best to use its refining process and method. George stroked his chin. If he had a chance, the Philosopher's Stone was also what he needed. But what he wants more is the refining method. With the refining method, he is confident to make a stronger magic stone. Haha, I want it too. Listening to Harry and George, Hermione also had some thoughts about the Philosopher's Stone. Can make gold. After Ron started working in the mutual aid agency, he was not so embarrassed, but he said that he could make gold Philosopher's Stone. Until the next morning, everyone was still arguing about the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione intends to build a library as big as Watts, or even bigger, if her financial situation can support it. Ron said that if he could get the Philosopher's Stone, he would buy a Quidditch team that belonged only to him. Harry hasn't thought about what to buy for the time being. He is more interested in the magical stone's elixir. Although he doesn't use it yet, he seems to have some fear of death. George found that he had been able to realize the dreams of Hermione and Ron. Harry's dreams were not too difficult. The Philosopher's Stone was more interested in the principle behind the miracle. Chapter 31, Eagle Eye. Chapter 31. Early in the morning, Harry made a decision. He decided to participate in the game. He didn't want Snape and Slytherin's conspiracy to succeed, and he couldn't leave all his teammates and escape alone. George brought Hermione and Ron to cheer on Harry, and he promised again and again that if Harry fell off the broomstick, he would give him a levitation charm. This statement made Harry even more nervous, but he also had some insights in his heart. George's powerful strength made him feel relieved. With the supplements of Hermione and Ron, and last time he relied on words to break free from the curse, he began to feel that the worst would not happen. The teammates around him also looked a little nervous. They had lost to Slytherin for 7 consecutive years. The thought of breaking this nightmare and defeating the opponent made them excited. Wood only needs to mention this, and everyone is passionate and full of struggle. Everyone is not worried about Hufflepuff, the only worry is that Snape will be eccentrically judged. This made Harry a little bit self-blaming. Snape hated him too much, as if he had robbed Snape's girlfriend. Snape refused to let go of any opportunity to suppress, insulting him. He even suspected that Snape had been following him on campus, because no matter where he went, he could always see Snape pop up suddenly, mock him, and then deduct Gryffindor credits from him. Walked away proudly, waiting for the next opportunity to humiliate him. The weekly potions class had become a nightmare for Harry. He guessed that Snape might have found himself investigating him. Harry even had a feeling that Snape's eyes could see through his mind, which made the more he hated it, the more he feared Snape. In the afternoon, Ron and Hermione came to the locker room to cheer for Harry. Watching them look worried, Harry even thought of giving up the game for a while, but watching his teammates around him, I just hope that, as George said, if Snape is the referee, he can't do it directly. He put on his team uniform, took his own Lightwheel 2000, waited nervously for the start of the game, and didn't care about Wood's pre-match encouragement. At the same time, Ron and Hermione came to the Gryffindor phalanx in the stands. Neville, Dean and Seamus also came to cheer Harry, and they also held the banner made out of sheets last time. Under the words "Porter must win," a huge lion symbolizing Gryffindor College was painted. Hermione took out her magic wand, tapped it, and added color and light to the banner, and then added Eagle Eye to herself and Ron. It was the first time Ron watched a Quidditch match with Hawkeye. His eyes widened and he looked around. Oh, this spell is great. It's much clearer than binoculars. George started to teach everyone the Eagle Eye technique a few days ago. Only Hermione quickly mastered this spell. Now it can be easily cast. Harry was so busy with heavy training that he didn't have enough time to master this spell. In the arena, there is no way to cast this spell. Ron didn't seem to be used to this spell. He had a lot more time than Harry, but he didn't learn it. Seeing the wonderful effect of this spell on the field, he made up his mind. You must increase your practice time when you go back and master this spell as soon as possible, so that you don't worry about it anymore and you can't see the game clearly. Don't patronize the game, don't forget what we are here for. Hermione said angrily. Ron looked around. The shocked look made her feel very unreliable. Today they can afford to rescue Harry. Heavy duty. Well, I know, we are here to protect Harry from Snape's harm to Harry. Ron whispered. Don't patronize Snape, George said. There were other people who cast the spell last time. Hermione also lowered her voice and looked around. I have seen George. He is on the opposite side. He is facing me. Say hello. Since everything is ready, follow the plan. George will stare at Harry. Once Harry drops his broomstick, he will rush into the arena and save Harry. Hermione said solemnly, staring again. After taking a look at Ron, you stare at Snape, and I guard against other people. With the blessing of the Eagle Eye technique, Ron's eyesight was beyond imagination. Hermione's gaze was terrifyingly sharp. He hurriedly followed suit and calmed down. My God, too good eyesight can scare people to death. Ron stared at Snape, clutching his wand tightly. As soon as Snape did it, he immediately cast a leg-locking spell on Snape, causing him to fall, and he could not attack Harry. Professor Dumbledore is here, great, Harry is safe. Ron cried out suddenly, and he saw Dumbledore coming to watch the game. It's really Professor Dumbledore. Harry is safe now. Snape can't hurt Harry in front of Dumbledore. Hermione felt relieved seeing Dumbledore really come. But her cautious habit still made her add, you still have to be careful and be prepared. Looking at Snape's gloomy face, he also knew that he had no chance to hurt Harry. Ron disapproved, not believing that Snape could hide Dumbledore from Dumbledore www.readaloud.com, and began to concentrate on watching the game. Suddenly someone knocked him on the back of the head. It was Malfoy. Oh, isn't this Weasley, are you waiting for Harry to fall, and then take him to the hospital? Malfoy took his two attendants with an expression of irritation. Ron and Hermione watched the court intently and had no time to take care of Malfoy. Snape was already helping Hufflepuff. He gave Hufflepuff a free throw. Harry was like an eagle at this time, hovering over the court, searching for the golden snitch. How long can Potter stay on his broomstick this time, do you want to bet? Weasley. Malfoy continued to yell. Maybe Malfoy was sent by Snape to interfere with them. Ron and Hermione thought of this, let alone Malfoy. Snape's eccentricity has been undisguised, and he awarded the Hufflepuff team a free throw for no reason. Does Gryffindor choose players based on who is more pitiful, Potter without father or mother, Brother Weasley, the poor ghost, then Neville Longbottom should also join, just because you have no brains. Malfoy saw Ian and Hermione remain silent and turned their attention to Neville. I'm better than you, Malfoy. Neville stammered at Malfoy, flushed. Malfoy and his two followers screamed strangely, Longbottom's mind has less gold coins than Weasley's house. That's the problem. Ron didn't dare to let his eyes leave the field, so he encouraged Neville, Neville, give him a taste. Chapter 32, So-Called Genius. Chapter 32. Ron, look! Hermione shouted suddenly. What's wrong? Where? Ron looked at Harry immediately. I saw Harry suddenly dive in a rapid speed, arousing an exclamation from the audience, and Harry shot to the ground like a sharp arrow. Ron reacted immediately, and Harry found the golden snitch. Fortunately you guys, Potter found the money on the ground, and it rushed so fast. Malfoy didn't understand what was going on, but continued to sneer. Ron suddenly rushed to him, and before Malfoy could react, he fell to the ground and waved his fist in his face. Neville was taken aback for a moment, and rushed up to help. Hurry up, hurry up! Hermione didn't know anything about things around her. She fixed her eyes on Harry, clenched her fists, and stomped her feet. Harry swooped quickly, passing other people, passing Snape. He was like a bolt of lightning, and suddenly the lightning stopped. He raised his arm, the golden snitch was pinched tightly in his hand. People began to cheer and began to boil. This will be a brand new game record. There will never be a game to catch the golden snitch faster than this. It only took 5 minutes from the opening to the end. Look, Ron, Harry won, we won, and the game is over. Hermione screamed loudly, jumping around on the chair, too excited. George is standing in the top row on the opposite Ravenclaw stand, next to the 6th grade senior, Kate Winslet, who is also an important core of the mutual aid agency. Have you changed the Eagle Eye spell to a silent spell? Kate didn't see George chanting the spell, but found that he could see the game clearly in the top row, which was the sign of the Eagle Eye spell. Such a useful magic, of course, you need to change it into a silent spell. George did not deny, his face was indifferent. It is because it is easy to use, it is more difficult to change. A minimalist curse is to reduce all the branches, but also to keep the curse stable and effective. In this case, continue to simplify, it is incredibly difficult. Kate's eyes the stare was wide, full of surprise. You are in the 1st grade, you are such a monster. After all, it is a magic spell I developed by myself. It will be much easier to simplify. Your reading magic is also a silent spell. George didn't think it was incredible. He couldn't use the standards of the 1st grade or the lower grade. This is not fair to other people, nor is it fair to myself. That's right. Although my reading magic was created in the 4th grade and it took a year to become a silent curse, I didn't work as hard as you. Kate pondered for a moment, thinking of the one she had compiled in the mutual aid agency. A lot of notes, said slowly. Your reading magic is also a silent spell. It has been simplified to the extreme. After sorting out so many notes, it is not difficult to go forward and develop a spell that can memorize magic texts. George has mastered the spells that can memorize magic texts. But the magic that is mastered through shortcuts is difficult to teach others for a while. He tried to let Kate develop an advanced spell by himself only by pointing, so that it would be the most suitable spell for her. I didn't have this idea before, but now that I see a genius like you, I can't continue to slacken. After spending so much time and sorting out so many notes, I am not without gain. Kate pondered for a moment, unwilling said to show weakness. To really care about it, ordinary students can only get some loans in advance from mutual aid agencies. Although it can help them not to be affected by money on their learning progress, that's all. As the initiator of the Mutual Aid Society, the one with the most benefit is of course George, and the other person is Kate. Because of the immeasurable value of the reading magic she contributed, George also retaliated by asking Kate to sort out the notes he received, which not only saves time, but also returns Kate. Different from Harry, Hermione, and others, they are only in the first grade and they have too few basic knowledge points. Even if there are senior notes, they can only be used as dictionaries and reference books. Kate is an excellent student in the 6th grade. He has mastered all the courses, but because of his specific circumstances, there will be some emphasis on schoolwork. This time Kate spent a lot of time compiling notes for the whole year. The notes of top students in different subjects, different ways of thinking, different learning angles, and even learning experience, spell skills. For the top student Kate, who has amazing reading ability and reading magic assist. These notes really make her reborn and understand her. A genius? A monster? George disagreed with Kate's praise. To be honest, he admitted that he was not lazy after he was born, but he would not think that he had become a genius. After all, he just started with his own advantage, and the snowball of advantage kept accumulating. And this terrible advantage will continue to accumulate over time, rolling bigger and bigger, and eventually become an unbridgeable gap, and this is also the fundamental difference between the strength of the Dark Lord and ordinary wizards. 2 generations of human beings, George had long been scornful of the IQ, genius. Without the 10,000 hour theory that has been proved in advance, 10,000 hours of study in the learning area are enough to make people become a world-class powerhouse. He himself has a different contrast between the 2 lives before and after. Reading www.wherekinyukansha.com's personal experience be deceived by the fog of genius and aptitude. He didn't accomplish anything in his previous life, but he wouldn't be blamed on his lack of intelligence and talent. If he insists on blame, he will only admit that it is because he can't control himself, can't feel satisfied and happy from learning and hard work. Since he was a child, he has developed a malice of distracting attention. Suddenly, his study and hard work cannot bring him positive feedback, and his family has always brought him a negative impact. He must restrain himself under negative emotions all the time. These restraints and efforts have drained all his energy and drained all his energy for life. It's like being possessed by a dementor, just alive. People have exhausted their energy. How can such a person achieve success? The world is not fair. Most people simply live and need to use their own strength. You need to drain your enthusiasm to live as an ordinary person instead of falling to the bottom. People are different when they are born. The difference is not in talent, not in intelligence, but in the living environment and survival template. Harry was a thin little beanie at the beginning of school, but in fact his parents were not short. After eating a nutritious meal, he quickly developed and became strong, and his height also rose. It's like Harry's height, like Malfoy satirizing Harry that nobody wants it, it's not his fault. This is just his living environment, his model of survival. He had to stay in his uncle's house because of his birth. He couldn't eat enough and was weak. His parents died, so he was ridiculed by Malfoy. These are not things he can choose, but we must bear the malice of the world for this. Chapter 33, Harry's Discovery. Chapter 33. The world never gives people fairness. People's growth and talents all need experience and nutrition to irrigate. Harry didn't have the possibility of jumping out of the living environment and changing the survival template until he came to Watts. When he had no choice but to stay at his uncle's house, he would not have enough to eat. When he grew up, he would be just a thin and small little beanie. He would be laughed at by classmates and girls because of his height. He will always receive malice from his uncle's family. These malice will be like a dementor, absorbing all the positive power of Harry, and he will do nothing in his life. Or, these malice will continue to stimulate his negative power, and he will eventually become like him. His uncle, like his cousin. In the end, there is only a small probability that he can retain his goodwill and love life in the cracks, but there will always be a pitted battlefield in his heart, a trauma that cannot be erased. George does not believe in genius, let alone that he will lose to genius. The experience of 2 lives made him believe that many things have reasons. Even if I can't understand it for the time being, and even if I know it, I can't control it, but things have reasons. A butterfly effect storm requires a butterfly to stir its wings at the beginning, and this storm will never appear directly under the butterfly's wings. So he believes that advantages can be accumulated, just like a small snowball on a long track at the beginning, and finally it can continue to roll over all the blocking crowd. But in this process, the snowball at the beginning, the runway in the middle, and the whole process are essential. Once any environment is missing, there won't be the last snowball that crushes everything. And he did, as he thought, he didn't need to become a genius by himself, he didn't need Harry, Ron, and Hermione to have the luck of destined victory as in the story. He only needs to be able to continuously roll out the superior snowball, as long as the whole process is not completely interrupted. Eventually this will form the so-called general trend, the so-called fate. George is not only accumulating this advantage snowball himself, he is also helping Harry, Ron, Hermione, and even Kate to accumulate this advantage snowball. If possible, he even hopes to help more people accumulate an advantage snowball. He believes, and expects, that when a new generation of young wizards have accumulated huge superiority snowballs and burst out unimaginable powers, what was a Voldemort at that time? Today's Quidditch game ended at an unimaginable speed, and Harry set the record for the fastest catch of the golden snitch. George was going to congratulate Harry, but apparently Harry was being surrounded by his teammates, being carried on his shoulders by them, and thrown into the air. George walked towards Ron and Hermione, who were also Gryffindor and the winner today. Ron still has a nosebleed, but he is in a weird mood. He is so happy. He has been looking forward to today for too long. He said loudly to George, "I gave Malfoy a big beating, I have been looking for this opportunity for a long time," and his eyes were blue. Ron laughed as he talked. Most of the classes they took with Malfoy were taught by Snape. Snape was very partial and hated Harry very much. So many times, it was Malfoy's upright provocation and mocking them, but it was difficult for them to fight back. Today, they seized the opportunity and beat Malfoy hard, which made him more happy than winning the game. Neville was still in a coma. He dealt with Crabbe and Gore alone, but Madame Pomfrey said she could make Neville better soon. Knavelly's bravery today made everyone admire everyone. He rushed towards Crabbe and Gore alone, entangled them too firmly, so that Ron could beat Malfoy severely. It's a day to be celebrated. Harry won the game and Ron defeated Malfoy in another event. Neville is also impressive. George never hesitated to send compliments when his friends were happy. Yes, we should have a good celebration today. Let's go to the lounge to prepare. When Harry comes out and call him, we will start celebrating. Ron felt that such a wonderful thing should be remembered. Next time we will find the one who beat Malfoy. Opportunity, I don't know when it will be. Harry seems to have delayed some things, everyone has been waiting in the common room for a long time, but he still didn't see Harry. Ron and Hermione were a little worried about him, and pulled George out of the lounge to find him. Fortunately, there was no accident, they quickly saw Harry. "Where have you been?" "Harry." Hermione was a little upset, her voice a little sharp. "Don't mind, Hermione is worried about you. Take it easy. Today is a day worth celebrating." Ron stepped forward and patted Harry heavily on the shoulder. Okay, let's go back to eat first, it's already late. As long as it was all right, George also finished the game. I found something. Harry said in a low voice, let's find a place first, and I will tell you what I found. Looking at the mystery of Harry God, everyone was a little curious for a while. Wanting to know Harry's discovery. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com found an empty room nearby. Watching Harry carefully close the door, George operated with a sound insulation spell. I saw Snape sneaking to the Forbidden Forest after the game. On the way back, I was curious for a while, so I followed him. Harry said the reason for his delay. You sneaked to the Forbidden Forest. Do you know how dangerous it is? Hermione screamed. How much preparation did we make to deal with Snape head-on? You dare to go quietly alone? Follow Snape. I have to say, Harry, you are too risky. In the academy, if there is an accident, you will have a professor to support you for a while. But in the Forbidden Forest, if there is an accident, even Dumbledore can't save you. George he was also very frightened. Although Harry had returned safely, he was not afraid of 10,000 just in case. In places like the Forbidden Forest, once there is an accident, Harry can only hope the so-called luck of the protagonist with Harry's strength. As for how reliable this thing is, he really dare not try it or rely on it. I thought I had beaten Malfoy so hard today, it was very bold. Ron would not support Harry on this kind of thing, and Harry's boldness surprised him a bit. Hearing everyone's surprise and disapproval, Harry discovered what he did. When he was on the field, he was still scared to death. After the game, unconsciously, he chased Snape to the Forbidden Forest. Thinking of this, he was also afraid for a while. I'm sorry, I was almost obsessed with it. Riding on the broom made me feel very special. I was too confident. Harry thought of this and immediately apologized to everyone. Chapter 34, Big Conspiracy. Chapter 34. Well, be more cautious next time you fly. Flying broomsticks won't let you avoid the clever wizard. Since Harry had apologized, George didn't want everyone to continue to be angry about what had happened. Harry continued to promise that this would never happen again, and Hermione forgave him. Harry began to tell what happened next. I followed Snape to the Forbidden Forest. I hid in a tall cedar tree to see what Snape wanted to do. Snape and Quirrell met in private. Quirrell was afraid of him, and his voice stammered. Harry said, considering how to describe the scene. Snape asked Quirrell how to deal with Hagrid's monster. Quirrell did not answer. Then he threatened Quirrell and said that he was not afraid of Quirrell's secret tricks and asked Quirrell to choose whom he would be loyal to. Talk again. In other words, our previous guess is correct? The big dog Lowe guards the Philosopher's Stone, and Snape wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and he also threatens Quirrell to help him. He wants to know how to deal with Lowe from Quirrell's mouth. He mentioned Quirrell's tricks. Hermione analyzed the course of the matter in an orderly manner. Could it be that besides Lua, the guards have other institutions? That's right. This is reasonable. The guards of the Philosopher's Stone are not only Lua, but also a lot of magic, including Quirrell's spell, and Snape winning and threatening Chino. Hermione made a reasonable deduction again. In other words, unless Chino can resist Snape, otherwise the Philosopher's Stone is dangerous. Lowe was a little panicked. You have overlooked an important message and chose to be loyal. Snape and Quirrell are afraid of a more terrible person. They are serving a mysterious person. George pointed out an important message that Harry and the others had ignored. Mysterious man. Ron screamed as soon as he heard this word. For many years, the mysterious man had become the code name of that person. Hearing the mysterious man's message, Harry's heart also tightened. No one in the house was more closely connected with the mysterious man. The mysterious man is dead, maybe someone else. Hermione comes from the world of ordinary people and has no natural fear of mysterious people. This man is so powerful that he can frighten Snape and Quirrell. It won't be Dumbledore anyway. George managed to rule out one possibility first. Is it Lucius? He must have contact with Snape. Ron's eyes lit up, and something suddenly occurred to him. Lucius is the confidant of the mysterious man. After the mysterious man disappears, his power is very powerful. Also, Lucius is Malfoy's father. They both hate him as father and son. It's not surprising that there is any conspiracy to do bad things. Ron said, more and more excited, and almost concluded that the mysterious person behind was Lucius, but immediately after the mysterious man disappears, many people have rumored that he will return, and his party members are still active like Lucius. At the end, Ron's voice was already inaudible. Good reasoning, so it seems. As Hagrid said, the people and things involved in this adventure are very dangerous. Nicole May is a great alchemist, and his Philosopher's Stone is even more of a one. Heavy treasures. And such a powerful person needs to entrust his treasures to Dumbledore for safekeeping, and they are still hidden in Watts. George said here, his eyes scanned everyone. The treasure still needs a three-headed dog to take care of it. It needs to set up a bunch of mechanisms and a bunch of spells to fight against a terrible enemy. Hermione added. We discovered that Snape might be involved with Lucius, the mysterious man's confidant, and threatened Quirrell to help him obtain the Sorcerer's Stone. Harry said slowly, summing up the details one by one. Hey! Ron took a breath, stepped forward and grasped Harry's clothes tightly, and then said in a trembling voice, the role of the Philosopher's Stone is to make gold and the elixir of life. The mysterious person may not do it for gold comes to Watts for an adventure. After the mysterious man disappeared, some of his party members were still active. They were helping the mysterious man find the magic stone that could make the elixir of life. George stopped evasive and directly said the final deduction. The members of the mysterious man tried to use the elixir to bring the mysterious man back. Harry clenched his fist, his face pale, and said his conclusion. When everyone listened to the clues that had been secretly discovered over the years, they were shocked for a moment when they finally formed a terrible fact. They were still too young, they were only in the first grade, and suddenly they faced Voldemort, the most powerful, terrifying, and evil enemy in the entire magical world. They just followed the rope, but accidentally pulled out a man-eating python. This accident stunned all three of Harry. Okay, don't be scared. We are only first-year students. There are still professors in the school. It is not our turn to deal with the mysterious people immediately. Everyone from the clues of the investigation www.readaloud.com. A terrible conclusion was reached. This was a great victory, but George didn't want it. Everyone was frightened by this conclusion. Yes, I bet Dumbledore already knows, so he has made perfect preparations. Not only has the three-headed dog Lowe, he also laid a bunch of traps and spells. Hermione also began to look for factors of optimism. Although Snape is already trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Ron whispered. How many times have I said this? You should strengthen your own strength. George began to repeat the old tune again. Hearing this, everyone laughed. At least the process of learning the mantra, the continuous mastery of the mantra can make them feel at ease and bring them confidence. Malfoy is getting furious recently, Ron, that Weasley dared to hit him, even his father Lucius has never hit him. Crabbe and Gore didn't help at all. They were entangled in Neville's trash. Thinking of Ron's fist on his face, the corners of his eyes were aching. This is by no means over. I must drive the Weasley out of the academy. And Harry Potter. Malfoy was also upset when he thought of Harry Potter. It was really kind. How can Harry refuse me? How dare Harry refuse me? Obviously I am Harry's true friend, and I knew Harry Potter since I just remembered. Malfoy was indignant. How could Draco's heir not know Harry? How can you ignore Harry? When Malfoy just remembered, his memory was inseparable from Harry Potter. His father Lucius always has complicated feelings when he talks about Harry. www.readaloud.com book friends are welcome to visit and read, the latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.readaloud.com. Mobile phone users please go to read. Chapter 35, Malfoy's Voice. Chapter 35. Malfoy's feelings for Harry are very complicated. Harry changed the fate of many people since he was born, his father's fate, his fate. He kept hearing the name as soon as he was sensible, and he was compared to Harry since he was a child. All his efforts are inferior to the name Harry Potter, but Malfoy is not jealous. He has long been looking forward to seeing the boy who survived a catastrophe. He knew that he and Harry would be the best friend. Malfoy had envisioned the future for Harry, and Harry should join Slytherin with him. They should help each other and have the same siblings, they will control the academy together and create legends together. People are rumors privately that the Dark Lord will be back soon, and Malfoy thinks so too, but he believes that he and Harry will defeat the Dark Lord. How the Kin Potter treat me like this, he dared to refuse my friendship, he failed my goodwill, he just like this, stepped on the face of my Malford Deco. Malfoy and Holly's relationship broke his illusion for many years. How much he had liked Harry before, and how much he hated Harry now. I'm going to drive the damned Weasley and Potter out of the academy. No matter who asks for it, it won't work. Malfoy thought of this section and hesitated again. Unless Harry wakes up and burst into tears if you come to beg me, I will reconsider making friends with him. Malfoy has been waiting recently to seize an opportunity to drive Ron out of the academy, at least for Gryffindor's academy points to be severely deducted. He even quietly followed Harry and Ron secretly, which was a difficult task. Since Harry and others met George, their strength has grown rapidly, and Malfoy found himself at a disadvantage in the confrontation with Harry. He feels he needs help. Crabbe and Gore are so stupid that he sometimes doesn't want to take them. Although Weasley is annoying, he is still smarter than Crabbe and Gore. He hates Mudblood, but he has to admit that Hermione is a smart person. He was discouraged by his lone army. Harry had the help of Hermione and Weasley. But he can only rely on two fools, Crabbe and Gore. Today Malfoy felt that the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. He secretly observed Harry's trio who were muttering not far away. They had been running to Hagrid's hut in secret and mysteriously recently, which made him very concerned. Although Harry and the others appeared very alert and spoke quietly, alertness was the problem, and he wouldn't be concealed so easily. As soon as the bell rang after class, the three of Harry dropped their shovel and rushed out. Malfoy decided to follow them quietly. Watching Harry, Ron, and Hermione happily being led by Hagrid into the cabin, and then mysteriously closing the door, Malfoy felt that his chance was here. He tiptoedly walked to the window, stuck out half of his head, and looked inside carefully. He saw at a glance that Harry and the others were surrounding a table. On the table was a big dark egg. The egg kept shaking, and cracks popped out, as if something was about to rush out of it. Not long after, the egg cracked, and a little dragon ran out of the egg. They hid a dragon egg and hatched it. Malfoy's eyes widened, unable to believe it. The little guy is shaking and fanning on the table. He is really an energetic little guy. Orange eyes, big nose, and spiny wings lined the thin black body, looking very fierce. When it sneezes, its nose emits sparks. This is a dragon. Malfoy couldn't help but straighten up, leaning forward, trying to see the little guy clearly. Suddenly, Malfoy saw Hagrid jump up and charged towards him. He jumped up violently, and turned around and ran to school desperately. It was not until he returned to school and looked at his familiar classmates that he calmed his heartbeat and began to look back on the whole thing. Hagrid hid a dragon egg in the hut and hatched a dragon. Malfoy thought about this amazing fact, and began to wonder how this matter could involve Harry and the others, and it would be better to chase them away. Out of school. Dragon raising is illegal. A bill prohibiting dragon raising was stipulated in 1709. The evidence is conclusive. They will be arrested and expelled from the academy. Malfoy thought of this and immediately walked towards the dean's office. But after only a few steps, he stopped again. Dumbledore is Hagrid's backstage. Hagrid was expelled from the college when he was in school, but he was left at school by Dumbledore and could not go to Dumbledore. Malfoy thought about this, he thought about it, and he could go to Professor Snape. He would not easily let go of Gryffindor's troublemaker, but he soon hesitated again. I have just been discovered, Hagrid. They are determined to hide the little dragon, its size is so good to hide. UU reading www.uugonshu.com is where Hagrid lives again, and he will definitely not be able to find it if he goes there, so they will have a bite back. Malfoy hesitated for a while. He discovered a big secret, but how to use this secret must be carefully considered. Forget it, wait, the dragon is growing very fast, and soon they can't hide. When the evidence is solid, they can be driven out of the academy. Thinking of this, Malfoy became happy. Best before that, they were killed by dragons, and dragons' teeth were poisonous. Keep your attention, continue to focus on your breathing, and feel your magic. Don't control the magic, guide and experience it, just like your breathing. Don't stop, there are 10 more times. George crossed. Step, said unhurriedly. Hey! After the training was over, Ron immediately slumped to the ground in disregard of his image. Harry stumbled on a chair and sat down slowly. Only Hermione was able to maintain basic physical strength and continue to breathe smoothly. As a learner, Hermione's progress always makes the professor satisfied. Except for the occasional frustration, because the students are too smart. Harry has an excellent performance in defense against the dark arts. To be more precise, Harry has an extraordinary talent for releasing and countering the dark arts since his childhood under the special connection with Voldemort. In comparison, Ron's performance is mediocre, but he has 5 very good brothers since he was a child, and he has cultivated a resilience in a long-term depressive environment. In the 3-person training, although he could not perform well, he could always keep up with the progress and refused to be a drag on everyone. Chapter 36, What is the best defense? Chapter 36. Because of Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts class in the college has become a joke, and George has to spend some energy to help Harry and others make up the lesson. Since the investigation of the Philosopher's Stone incident, everyone has discovered a terrible conspiracy. The members of the Mysterious Man are trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone to help the Mysterious Man return. Both Harry and George himself have intentionally strengthened training of defense against the dark arts. Very good performance. I believe that you must be the top 3 in defense against the dark arts in the 1st grade, maybe not just the 1st grade. George looked at the 3 Harry and encouraged them responsibly. Except you. Harry, Ron, and Hermione said in unison, and then laughed at the mutual understanding. George also laughed quietly. It is difficult for him to bring himself into a first-year student, so that he often forgets his identity. I saw Professor Quirrell again today, his face is getting paler and thinner, and the person is getting thinner and thinner, and the Mysterious Man's gang is about to crush him. Hermione rolled her eyes and whispered. I can't help but want to come forward to encourage him, but I don't know what to say. Every time Harry met Quirrell recently, he would give him a smile. He even couldn't help but wanted to come forward. Hug Quirrell, step forward to encourage Quirrell. I asked everyone not to joke about Professor Quirrell, but it didn't work. Ron shrugged, his face showing a helpless expression. Fortunately, Snape has been so irritable lately, the Philosopher's Stone should be safe. Hermione looked at George, hoping that George could do something. What's the best defense? George did not respond to Hermione's concerns, but raised a seemingly unrelated question. Is it an armor bodyguard? Harry had been practicing this spell recently, and he subconsciously took a sentence, but he immediately realized that George was asking about defense, touched the back of his head awkwardly, and smiled sly. The best defense is to avoid the attack. Hermione considered it and gave a more reasonable answer. Although she didn't know why George asked this question suddenly, she knew to cooperate and waited for George's final answer. The best defense is offense. Ron gave a beautiful answer he had seen in the story of the night. Then you try to attack me. George looked around the three of them, and finally set his eyes on Ron. Ron grabbed his wand and tentatively released an attack at George, legs stand stiff to death. As soon as he finished chanting the curse, he saw the opposite George wave a big hand, and he immediately felt that the sky was spinning, and the whole person lost weight. Boom! He took a long breath of boom until he fell heavily on the ground, and rolled on the ground twice unconsciously to relieve the pain. Do you still think that the best defense is offense? George's voice at this time made Ron a little bit itchy. It's so beautiful, it's so painful. Hermione didn't say any spells when she saw George, but with a light wave of her wand, Ron flew into the air, envy. Then Ron fell heavily to the ground and followed his eyelids. Poor Ron, but I still don't understand. Harry saw Ron's special treatment and knew that George thought Ron's answer was ridiculously wrong. But he also didn't have a good answer. In order to avoid Ron being punished, he immediately used the good habit of asking if he didn't understand. Ron's answer that the Cavaliers said was ridiculously wrong. I can't expect you to understand the correct answer, but I will let you remember what a standard outrageous wrong answer will cause. Ron, do you still insist on your answer? George stared at Ron, and asked with some seriousness. Hermione and Harry looked at Ron eagerly, their eyes full of hints that made Ron immediately admit his mistake. George is very gentle on weekdays, but in training and fighting, he behaves like a madman. Stern and demanding, they never let their mistakes go easily. Ron had already sat up at this time, looking at George's stern eyes and a solemn tone. He was very flustered, but after this period of training, he knew he needed to stay calm. I'm not stupid, I definitely can't beat you, I surrender, I surrender. Ron raised his hands and gave up very happily. Now your performance has surprised me. George looked at Ron's confession so happily, somewhat surprised. He was also helpless because he didn't cooperate and couldn't continue to play the negative teaching material. It seems that the relationship with them is too good to arouse their anger. Listening to George's change from criticism to praise, Hermione and Harry felt as if they had grasped something. They looked at each other and exchanged opinions. The best defense is to admit defeat. Harry answered tentatively. Listening to Harry's answer, Hermione and Ron also shined. Compared with their previous answer, this answer is very special, even bizarre, but it makes sense after thinking about it. If you can't beat people, the best defense is to admit defeat. George, are you going to tell us that we need to surrender against an opponent that is too strong? Hermione quickly changed her mind www.readaloud.com and thought of George's dissatisfaction with Ron just now, and Ron. Compliments after surrendering. You surprised me again, only a little too close. You came up with a great answer, but this is not what I want to say now. George looked around the crowd and was able to analyze it by himself. This is the way he likes to communicate. Seeing the people's thoughtful and enlightened expressions, George didn't delay, and continued, there is no best way in the world. Everyone needs to use all their energy to live. Turn your brain to live as an ordinary person instead of falling to the bottom. As wizards, you should not lose your mind. Don't expect a simple and rude correct answer to everything. George said here, adding to his tone, there are many simple and crude wrong answers, just like Ron's offense, which can cause the worst results. Watching George talk to the end, but didn't give a correct answer, everyone felt a little strange for a while. They are used to having standard answers in class and standard requirements at home. But George is enlightening them, telling them that there is no right answer in life, which makes them a little uncomfortable. Do you want to know what is a better defense than surrender? Seeing Harry and the others looked confused, George felt that his lecture seemed to be off the track, so he tried to bring them back. Harry and the three hurriedly responded. They already knew that in the face of a powerful enemy, they needed to admit reality and concede defeat. Listening to George said that there is a better way, I was very curious for a while, and my mind quickly turned, thinking about what George would say. www.readaloud.com book friends are welcome to visit and read, the latest, fastest and hottest. The serialized works are available at www.readaloud.com for mobile phone users. Please go to read. Chapter 37, Water Conservancy Without Fighting. Chapter 37. Although there has never been the best way or the most correct answer in the world, there will always be some good ways and mistakes will always exist. Although George told Harry that they did not have the most standard answer in the world, they would not strong words, saying that there is no good or bad in the world. In the face of a giant monster, even the stupidest wizard will not put on an armor and rush towards the giant monster. Use your brain and hide out of the giant monster's field of vision. Kill it. When it doesn't find you, set a trap. Before it finds you, solve the problem. George gave the example of encountering a troll with Harry. Harry was also there at the time, listening to George cite this personal example, comparing the scene at the time, and beginning to understand the reality behind George's words. There is a very old proverb in the East that goodness is like water, and water conserves everything without contention. Like water, it responds to different situations and makes changes according to different things. The best defense is to reduce conflicts at the beginning, and resolve question. George finally came to the conclusion. With the example, everyone started to think and tried to understand the conclusion. In the real world, it's not an exchange of punches, one spell versus one spell. George continued to give an example. The curse is very powerful, magic is very powerful, but people are very fragile, and life is very fragile. It takes 18 years for a wizard from birth to graduation. Under normal circumstances, they can easily live to 100 or 200 years old, but a spell can easily kill them, no matter how much life they have left, how much money they have, and how much knowledge they have. George's example is a bit heavy, making everyone silent for a while. After a while, Hermione continued the question and answer. She was really smart, compared to Snape and Quirrell, we are too weak. If we confront them head-on, we will probably be killed. At this point, Hermione's tone was a bit heavy, and she waved her fists. Under George's emphasis and reminder, the 11-year-old girl finally began to face the terrible reality that the three of them had always avoided and refused to admit. No matter how many beautiful things you see in the story and reality, how many fantasies you hear, a basic problem that you must face in the end no matter how to escape, mistakes are likely to cause death. This is the most basic reality that cannot be changed no matter how much emphasis is placed on the beauty of the world. The more terrifying reality is that death is not even the most terrible thing, and failure is likely to cause these to happen together. Hermione continued to look at Harry and Ron. We can't directly conflict with Snape and Quirrell, so we can't directly appear in their confrontation. Seeing that Hermione was able to use these methods to protect herself and began to make safe and reasonable reasoning, George knew that what he said today had worked. Listening to Hermione's analysis, Harry also began to turn his mind. Hermione has understood the true meaning of George's lesson today, and he will not easily show weakness. The best way is to hide out of sight to reduce conflict in advance. We can't encourage to tell Quirrell, we can't even tell Dumbledore, can't tell Hagrid. We must first protect our own safety. Before we can find a safe solution to the problem, we need to lie in the dark, and we need to know nothing. Harry has also understood their next key points and their next response. There are so many professors in the college, and each of them is better than us. Dumbledore is still the dean. These things should be handled by them. With hints from Hermione and Harry, Ron also began to express his opinions. He also looked at George. George was also much stronger and smarter than him. When he had to act, George would not pretend to be wrong. No. Looking at Ron's gaze, Hermione and Harry also thought of this at the same time, and became relaxed. No wonder George is not in a hurry, even Hagrid is not in a hurry. It's the three of us that are too nervous. Hermione turned around lightly and relaxed. As I said before, now what we are doing, learning, training, and strengthening our own strength, we don't need to hide and pretend to know nothing, but don't make mistakes because of unnecessary actions. George has been asking everyone. Moving in a stable direction, too eager, or too evasive will bring bad results. Thank you, George, I feel much more relaxed. Hermione stretched her waist. With George's guidance, she found that she was a little more worried. Should I reduce some training recently? We should review our homework and prepare for the exam. Hermione said, turning her head to look at Harry and Ron. Ron and Harry are also looking forward to it. The first grade students must pass the final exam to enter the second grade. This is very important for every student. Even if they have good grades, they dare not be sloppy. And the teachers think so, and they have arranged a lot of review and a lot of homework. Similarly, because of the fear of mysterious people, reading www.yunsha.com, they have not been able to lay down the training of the curse, and their time has always been occupied. That's not okay, the training of the spell is more important than homework. I believe you will pass the exam. George immediately refused. Of course he would not agree, compared to homework. At the most critical moment, an armor body, an illusion spell, these are the fundamentals that can protect their safety. Looking at the expectant expressions of Harry and the others, he suddenly became frustrated. George continued to explain to them, it is safe in the academy. When you find something you can tell the teacher, you can also tell me. But like the trolls last time, like the last time Harry fainted to follow Snape, there will always be accidents. At this time, only the magic wand in your hand and the spell you master can protect you. At this point, George looked solemn, at least support you, and wait for the assistance of others. Harry felt embarrassed for a while when he heard George cite his experience as a wrong example, and suddenly stopped thinking about reducing training. George clapped his hands again and continued, from a good point of view, at least whether you are in a duel or studying, you have surpassed Malfoy. He can't use you to practice the leg-locking spell like Neville. Navigate had a fierce fight with Crabbe, Gore and fell into a coma. Let Malfoy be beaten up by Ron because he didn't help him. He has recovered now, and he has gained a bit more courage, but Malfoy always differs too much in strength, and he will still be bullied. Ron also nodded slightly. Now with the help of Hermione and George, he is already among the best in his studies. Chapter 38, I Don't Like Dragons. Chapter 38. It may drag down learning. Of course, it's more important not to lose to Malfoy in terms of strength. What's more, he beat Malfoy last time. Whether he is looking for a chance to beat him again, or to prevent Malfoy's revenge, the training of the spell is all can't stop. Speaking of Neville, Harry also remembered that he had taught the Neville Yanling. But George also said that people choose the word spirit, and the word spirit also chooses people. Although George believes that he can eventually teach Neville the word spirit, he still has no idea in his heart. Hermione watched George easily convince Harry and Ron, knowing that the idea of reducing training was hopeless. Fortunately, she has always been a schoolmaster, and dealing with these is actually much easier than Harry and Ron, and she doesn't mind very much. But referring to Malfoy, she immediately remembered one more thing. By the way, the dragon that Hagrid kept in the cabin was discovered by Malfoy. Hermione had no hope of reducing training. She just mentioned Malfoy, and she gave another message about Malfoy. Besides, George, you never want to see Hagrid's dragon, which makes me really incomprehensible. Hermione looked at George and wanted to hear what George said. She was curious why George was not interested in dragons at all. Since knowing that Hagrid hid the dragon egg and hatched the dragon, Hermione, Harry, and the others, they have spent time and energy on this famous and magical species. I am not only disinterested in dragons, I am not very interested in uncontrollable animals." Seeing everyone's curious eyes, George said helplessly. Speaking of George, he is always an insecure person. He has never had a pet before, but he has also seen others have pets. Is not a nuisance, let alone prevent others from keeping pets, but let him choose by himself, he will definitely refuse without hesitation. You must raise something, and you must start with plants. When you have to, you will consider fish, birds, and other pets that can be locked up. At the end, you will consider small pets like cats and large pets. Even now, facing Hagrid's possession of a famous and mysterious species of dragon, such astonishing news, he couldn't be interested. Of course, it may also be that he has learned from many books that these dragons are difficult to domesticate and can't help much. Thinking of the dragon's huge appetite and not so excellent abilities, he didn't plan to spend more time to understand this creature. "George, you are not afraid of dogs?" Hermione seemed to have thought of something, her eyes rounded, her mouth widened, and her face was incredible. Listening to Hermione's guess, Harry and Ron were so startled that their eyes were about to fall out. Would George be afraid of dogs? A wizard who can cast many spells at hand, a wizard who is so powerful that they look up to them, a weapon that can walk, and a strong man who is tall and strong like a demigod. Is he afraid of dogs? What makes Harry and Ron crazy is that this guess may be true, George may really be afraid of dogs. George looked embarrassed, he didn't know how to answer, nor was he afraid of dogs, although he was really chased and bitten by dogs when he was a child. But when he grows up, he has the ability to fight back. Not to mention this life, even if thousands of dogs surround him, it is not enough for him to cast the spell. But it is true that until now, he still does not want large dogs to pass by. Malfoy did not report on Hagrid's dragon, he should be afraid that Hagrid has hidden the dragon. But the dragon develops very quickly and will soon be unable to hide it. If Hagrid doesn't plan to deal with it, you'd better not hide yourself. Get stuck. George felt that he was still inappropriate to answer Hermione's trap-like question, so he made some suggestions for them to go to Hagrid to watch the dragon. Thinking of continuing to receive George's training, Ron didn't dare to provoke George and answered honestly, "We persuaded Hagrid. He has agreed to send the dragon away. We have also received a reply from Charlie. Send the dragon away on the tower." Looking at George's unhappy expression, Harry and the others hurriedly left the Mutual Aid Club's activity room. George was afraid of dogs? No wonder he never wanted to see Lu Wei, and he didn't care about the Philosopher's Stone. After leaving the Mutual Aid's activity room, Harry still looked incredible. It shouldn't be afraid. George also doesn't like dragons. He can easily kill trolls. There is no reason to be afraid of dogs. He may not like animals. Although Hermione was the first to guess that George was afraid of dogs, think calmly. And feel unreasonable. This speculation is more likely. George doesn't seem to like Hagrid too much. Ron thought for a while and agreed with Hermione's new inference. Speaking of which, what exactly does George like? Except reading, the spell. Harry asked a question. It seems that I really haven't seen George have any special favorites. He is like an adult in terms of his preferences. Hermione held her cheek and thought for a long time before she said. Yes, just like adults. Harry and Ron glanced at each other, agreeing with Hermione's analogy. But in disgust, he doesn't look like an adult. After speaking, the three laughed together. George doesn't like dragons, and it is difficult to domesticate dragons without mentioning. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com is just a huge appetite, and not a very good ability, so that the value of the dragon is greatly reduced. Very quickly, the facts also proved George's judgment. Ron was bitten by Norbert, the Norwegian Ridgeback from Hagrid. Harry, they didn't even dare to go to the hospital, they didn't dare to go to Mrs. Pomfrey, but George could also handle such injuries. But Ron still had to go to the hospital to recover, but the injuries that George had dealt with would no longer be seen. Dragons are not funny animals. Afterwards, even Hagrid and his hounds were bitten by dragons, but they were much thicker than Ron. Harry and Hermione couldn't wait to get rid of the one called Norbert, the Norwegian Ridgeback. And this is not the only trouble. Malfoy also seems to have discovered Harry and their plan. He will definitely find a way to make Harry and the others suffer, and Harry and Hermione have to ask George for help. On Saturday night, this month's dark and windy night, they came to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid was ready. He put the Norwegian Ridgeback named Norbert into a large wooden crate, and prepared a lot of mice and brandy in it as food during Norbert's journey. He even put a teddy bear in, but listening to the sound of crashing and tearing in the wooden crate, it was obvious that Norbert and his teddy bear were not friendly. After waiting for Hagrid to bid farewell to his dragon, George added a levitating charm to the wooden crate. The effect was very good, and Norbert couldn't hit the crate under the weightlessness. But to be safe, George added another soundproofing curse. Harry and Hermione put the box under the invisibility cloak, then they got into the robe and gently lifted the box. Chapter 39, Malfoy in Confinement. Chapter 39. Watching Harry and Hermione cautiously, holding the box step by step. George wanted to tell them a little bit that if a person follows with a phantom charm outside, it will be faster if a person holds a box. But seeing the tacit cooperation of the two, he held back again. The three of them walked through the marble steps of the hall and came to the bottom of the tower. It was already midnight. There was no one on the way. They went up to the tower safely. I was at the top of the tower right away. There was a sound in front of him. Harry and the others almost threw the box away. Fortunately, George had been paying attention and held it on. Then everyone shrank into the shadows together. It turned out that more than 10 meters in front, under a lamp, there were two dark shadows fighting. After a while, the dark shadow came over here, and it became clear. It turned out to be Professor McGonagall and Malfoy. Professor McGonagall was holding Malfoy's ear and came over. I don't have a chance to run. Malfoy is locked up. Professor McGonagall still had that cold, stern voice. I don't sleep in the middle of the night and run around in the academy. The Slytherin deducts 20 points. See if you dare to have another time. Malfoy looked wrong and tried to explain, it's not like that, Professor, it's Harry Potter. He brought a dragon. I'm here to catch him. Don't think about arguing, don't want to lie to me, I will hand you to Snape to see how he handles you. Professor McGonagall stared, completely disbelief of Malfoy's excuse. Watching Professor McGonagall ignore Malfoy's excuses and drag Malfoy away all the way, Harry and Hermione were happy and excited. Good luck, Malfoy is going to be locked up. The good thing that I met suddenly made the last distance of the spiral staircase become beautiful, and everyone relaxed. When she came to the top of the building and put down the box, Hermione even started to dance with her toes lightly. Malfoy's actions today are not smarter than the last time. Seeing Malfoy's bad luck, Harry was in a good mood, and even thought of the experience of being tricked into a duel last time, and made a joke of himself. Haha, I'm finally back now. Hermione also began to talk about Harry's embarrassment when he was tricked into a duel last time. After waiting for a while, 4 broomsticks fell on the tower from the night sky, and it was Charlie and the others. Charlie's friends were active and enthusiastic, and they said a lot of thanks to everyone before taking Norbert away. Charlie and the others connected the 4 broomsticks into a net and tied Norbert in the center so that he would not be afraid that Norbert's weight would exceed the weight of the broomstick. When Charlie and them finally disappeared into the endless night sky, Harry and Hermione finally let out a long sigh of relief, and finally sent Norbert away. They got rid of it. Do you still want to raise a dragon? George quipped. Harry and Hermione shook their heads. I don't even want to raise animals anymore. Seeing Harry and Hermione's realization, George was also a little happy. Then the three of them quietly went down the stairs and took away the trouble of Norbert. Harry and Hermione were in a good mood. He even almost dropped the invisibility cloak, but fortunately, George reminded him that he was going back to the dormitory. At this time, everyone did not forget to put the phantom spell on themselves. As soon as he stepped into the hallway, Harry almost ran into Filch, and he backed away again and again before he bypassed Filch. The danger was not discovered by him. After going down the tower, Harry patted his chest and whispered, "It seems that it's not that Malfoy was not smart last time, but that we had better luck this time than last time." Seeing Filch popping up, Hermione immediately realized that it was Malfoy's notice, and Malfoy himself was catch seems to be an accident. "Okay, hurry back to the dormitory. Professor McGonagall just appeared suddenly, and maybe he will come out later. The sending off of Norbert is over, there is another accident of Malfoy being caught, and finally I met Filch." George urged Harry and Hermione to go back to the dorm. He can't imagine himself being caught and going to be confined with a group of children. He shuddered when he thought of this, and he didn't say much, and quickly left. Seeing George said that Professor McGonagall would probably come again, and then left quickly, Harry and Hermione became nervous and rushed to the dormitory. Harry and Hermione returned to the dormitory fortunately last night and did not meet Professor McGonagall, but the next day they were surprised to find that Neville was caught. "Harry, I'm sorry, I was caught by Professor McGonagall. I heard Malfoy say that you have hidden a dragon and he is coming to catch you. I want to remind you. I was caught by McGonagall on the road. The professor caught it, and I made the college deduct 50 points. Neville's eyes were flushed, and he cried loudly after speaking. Watching Neville's grievances and crying, Harry and Hermione were very ashamed. Neville was implicated by them. They were not found. But Neville was implicated. Okay, Neville, you helped Harry a lot yesterday. He did go to the tower, but he was not found out if he was lucky. After you were discovered, Professor McGonagall went to the tower and caught Malfoy. Malfoy was going to be caught confined. The deducted college points can be earned back, and Malfoy is locked up for 50 points. www.readaloud.com. You can celebrate. George contacted what happened yesterday and organized a sentence to comfort Neville. Neville, who has always been timid, has made great progress with Harry's help. This time, he ran out to report to Harry at night, which was very difficult for him. George didn't want this incident to make Neville timid again. Yes, thanks to you, Neville. You let Malfoy be confined, which is great. Harry listened to George's reminder, his eyes lit up, and he immediately followed the words to encourage Neville. Yes, Neville, let's celebrate. I will continue to add points and get back all the 50 points. Hermione looked at Neville guiltily. She felt very embarrassed to be implicated in Neville and determined to get those scores back for the college. Yes, and me, I will continue to win the Quidditch game, and we will get those points back soon. Seeing Hermione think of a good way, Harry immediately joined in. It is too cheap to change Malfoy's confinement at 50 points. You did a great job, Neville. Ron stepped forward and gave Neville a heavy hug. Thank you. Thank you. Neville choked. Because he was arrested, he deducted 50 points from the college. His heart was full of grievance, pity, and shame. But listening to Harry now, his behavior turned out to be a good thing in the end. Harry's encouragement moved him very much, thinking that Malfoy had also been detained by 20 points, and was also locked up. It's not that sad that he was deducted 50 points. After that, things were really not bad. With the support of Harry and others and the news that Malfoy was imprisoned, Neville's 50 deductions were not so serious. www.readaloud.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all at www.readaloud.com. For mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 40, What Went Wrong? Chapter 40. Hermione continued to be active in class and added points to the school. Harry took part in Quidditch training more attentively, and the academy points increased bit by bit. The exam is coming soon, and the three of Harry have prepared for it, and they are already planning to show their skills in the exam. But sometimes there were accidents, and the exam was approaching. One afternoon, Harry walked out of the library. He heard someone pressing down in the front classroom, sobbing softly. When he passed by, he heard Professor Quirrell's voice. "Please, I can't do this." Harry was startled. Someone was threatening Quirrell, and he approached carefully a few steps. "Okay, okay." He heard Professor Quirrell choking again. Then he saw Professor Quirrell hurriedly coming out of the classroom, arranging the scarf with one hand. His face was pale, his eyes were red and swollen, and he seemed to cry at any time. Harry hid away, waiting for Quirrell to walk away, and quietly looked into the classroom. There was no one inside, but there was a gap in the other door. He had the intention to follow, and thought of the promise he had given to everyone before, knowing that he could not risk alone. He thought about it carefully, judging from the sound of footsteps, it was Snape who had left the other door. Looking at today's scene, Quirrell surrendered. Harry called Hermione and Ron and found George together. "Then I told everything I saw. At least you didn't follow Quirrell and Snape. That's a good job." The first thing George valued was that Harry didn't take risks for no reason. Snape is about to succeed, Quirrell gave in, so he knows how to release the spell. Ron lowered his head and pondered. Then there are three-headed dog Lui. Hermione was bent on helping Neville to get his credits back, and thinking about getting a good grade on the exam. She was not too interested in Snape's actions. There will always be a way to get through Lui, without even asking Hagrid. Ron looked around. "I guess there is a safe way to pass the three-headed dog in the library collection. We have to figure out how to deal with it. What do you think?" Harry has always been interested in Snape's secrets. As people often say, it's usually your enemies who know you best. Harry wants to see Snape's secrets, expose his conspiracy, and expose him. His tricks even blocked his plan. Hermione spoke before Harry. "Go tell Dumbledore that he is the principal, the protector of the school, and the affairs of the school should be left to him." "But we have no evidence." Seeing Hermione's opposition, Harry tried to convince her. "Chloe will definitely not intend to testify. He is terribly scared. Snape just denies it or admits it. There is no evidence for anyone. He is a professor and we are students. And we hate him. Everyone knows this, let alone. Some people believe it. Dumbledore would still think we were lying, even Filch would give in to Snape. We are too weak and there is no evidence. We only know the Sorcerer's Stone and Lui, which is not in line with school rules." Harry slowly analyzed, feeling that he could not tell Dumbledore. Hermione knew that Harry was right, but she didn't want to mix these things. She turned her gaze to George, hoping to get George's support. "Harry's analysis is correct, we lack evidence, and we are students, we can't sue the professor at this time." George pointed the table with his finger and analyzed slowly. "Quirrell is unreliable, Filch is unreliable, Snape is even more unreliable, and Dumbledore will not believe us. You must be clear about this first. What should I do?" Listening to George's analysis, Hermione no longer knew how to respond. "Do you really plan to save the school, or even the magical world, just for the three of you? Fight against mysterious people?" George tapped his fingers on the table and asked a question. Looking at the eyes of everyone looking at him, he added, "Okay. Well, it's 4. So, let's take the exam at ease. The exam is next week." Seeing that George didn't plan to support Harry's actions, Hermione immediately relaxed. "Then we will do nothing." Harry was still a little unwilling, trying to change George's mind. "No, wait, be patient, this is the most important thing." George stood up and looked at Harry condescendingly. "Remember, the world is not for you or for me. Snape and his actions will have flaws, and Dumbledore will respond. We are just hunters in the dark. If necessary, we can extend our weapons. But it is Dumbledore who confronts them directly. It is magic. World. Don't put the responsibility of the whole world on yourself. Not because it will crush you, but because you will break it. George said slowly, confirming his position. Before saving the world, you should pay more attention to your test scores. Although I am not worried about you failing the test, I don't want you to lose to Malfoy. With George's support, Hermione also became happy and tried to make everyone pay attention. Put effort back on the exam. This is also pretty good, we always have to wait for the opportunity to find a way. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Ron also began to recall the terrible mysterious people, and felt that it is better to follow George's method and ensure his own safety. Possibility of critical time to work. Malfoy was running desperately running. There was still a terrible scream in his mouth. He didn't even believe that it was not a sound he could make. He had never ran so fast. The cold wind in the Forbidden Forest blew past his ears, blowing his coat into his robe. He almost thought he was riding on a broomstick. He couldn't feel his legs, but the two legs were as fast as a light wheel 2000, making him almost floating. His people are about to float, his thoughts are already floating, he even almost forgot what he is doing, he just runs like the wind. Suddenly, he remembered. Things were distorted so badly, things shouldn't be like this. He discovered Harry and their secrets. The three of Hagrid and Harry raised a dragon, a terribly ferocious dragon. This is something that the school absolutely does not allow, it is against the law, and it will cause them all to be expelled from the college. This is the opportunity he has been waiting for. He wants to take Hagrid, Weasley, and Hermione out of school, and Harry will stay in school because of his special status as the savior and his plea. Where is the problem? Malfoy's thoughts continued to fly. This is an excellent opportunity. Although it is a bit difficult to seize it, the smart Malfoy has a way. Hagrid will hide the dragons to death, and Dumbledore will protect them, but Malfoy knows how to catch them, how to get them. Chapter 41, Unicorn Killed. Chapter 41 The Killed Unicorn. Malfoy did not directly expose the news that Hagrid raised the dragon, but waited for the dragon to grow up day by day until he couldn't hide it at all, which didn't take much time. Hagrid's dragon grew bigger and more fierce. The Weasley's fool was bitten into the hospital by the dragon. It's a pity that the dragon just bit his finger, not somewhere else. This makes Malfoy a little regretful. It's better to bite anywhere else than a finger. He was very happy to see things moving in the direction he expected, and he didn't even want to tell Harry about them. But soon, he had to speed up his plan, because Harry and the others couldn't stand the terrible dragon and wanted to send it away. He couldn't wait to see Harry and their jokes. Something must have gone wrong. Malfoy remembered a series of terrible things after that, and he told Filch the news that Harry and others had gone to the tower to send the dragon away late at night. Just like the last time he set a trap, invited Harry to a duel and then told Filch what happened. And this time, in order to prevent Harry and the others from being as lucky as last time and escape Filch's capture, he even decided to take action personally. Things shouldn't be like this, things after this completely exceeded his expectations. He should catch Harry and Hermione on the spot, and catch the dragon. That way he would be able to drive Hagrid, Ron, and Hermione out of the school. Harry might not be driven so easily, but he didn't mind. But what happened in the end? This is ridiculous, this is incredible. He came to the tower and was caught by Professor McGonagall on the spot. How could Professor McGonagall appear here? It's already midnight, and he shouldn't be here. Professor McGonagall not only refused to listen to his explanation, he also deducted 20 points from Slytherin College and sent him into confinement. This old woman must have been waiting for this opportunity to retaliate against him for a long time, because he deducted a lot of points for Gryffindor. He was captured by Professor McGonagall. He missed the chance to catch Harry Potter. The useless Filch let Harry escape once again, and there was nothing worse than this. No, there is something worse than this, he is locked up. No, this is much worse than confinement. He was punished to patrol the Forbidden Forest at night. How dare they? How could they let Draco's heir go to the Forbidden Forest full of werewolves and wild beasts at night? At this time, Malfoy finally remembered what it was all about. These untouchables want to kill me. They must have planned to let me die in the Forbidden Forest. I must not be fooled by them. Malfoy had thought of the past, Hagrid, McGonagall. They must have known that a terrible monster had appeared in the Forbidden Forest. This monster had already killed a few unicorns. But Professor McGonagall asked him to patrol the Forbidden Forest at this time, and they made up their minds early in the morning to let him be killed by the monsters emerging from the Forbidden Forest. They almost succeeded, and Malfoy finally remembered why he was running and what he was hiding from. What a terrible monster that is, he swears, he has never seen such an evil, such a terrifying monster. When he was in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid used the reason of investigating the unicorn to throw him away, leaving him with a useless hound. He carefully followed hound dog Yaya. He was almost led to death by this stupid dog. Thinking of this, Malfoy was still cold, and a miserable, cold, and terrible picture flashed in his mind. In the moonlight, a white body gleamed. It was a powerful magical creature, a unicorn. Among all magical creatures, the strength of unicorns is very high, and they can hardly be captured. But this beautiful and powerful magical creature fell to the ground like a pool of rotten meat. It's dead, no matter how powerful it was before it was alive, whether its speed is like the wind, or the single horn on its head can pierce lightning. But now it fell under a more terrifying monster. The monster was wearing a dark robe like a shadow and a hood like a black hole. It was leaning over the wound on the side of the unicorn, sucking blood. In the memory after, Malfoy only knew that he needed to run non-stop, as fast as possible, and as far away as possible from the terrible monster. He will not be killed quietly by monsters and die quietly in the Forbidden Forest as his enemies expect. He will never. Malfoy kept running non-stop, running lifeless. He was still running the last moment he closed his eyes. George asked everyone to focus on the exam, patiently wait for the opportunity, and wait for Snape to reveal his flaws, but the waiting day was not as easy as imagined. Malfoy was unlucky this time, but even if Harry and Ron hated Malfoy that way, they couldn't be happy this time. It has been several days, they almost forgot about Malfoy's imprisonment, but they soon knew it all. Malfoy was punished to patrol the Forbidden Forest at night. During this time, a terrible vampire monster appeared in the Forbidden Forest. www.readaloud.com and several powerful unicorns have been killed. That night, the monster appeared again, and Malfoy almost died in the monster's hands. I have checked. Unicorns are a special kind of magical creature. They are protected by special magic because of their purity and kindness. Hermione looked at everyone carefully, and began to talk about the information she had found from the book. The blood of a unicorn can continue life, even if it is a dying person, their blood has great magic power. But again, no one will easily use the blood of a unicorn to continue life, because slaughter such a pure creature. Drinking their blood, from the moment you start, you will be cursed by the blood and become a cursed life. Hermione tightened her brows. The unicorn information is not difficult to find, but who is that monster? What? Malfoy has woke up from the hospital. He acted calmly and didn't yell loudly. It was a little scary. He said that the monster was a terrible dark wizard. Ron went to see Malfoy, and he wanted to go. Gloat for misfortune, but Malfoy's performance makes him unhappy. A half-dead and cursed life appeared in the Forbidden Forest at this time, and there is a magic stone in the school that can restore half-dead people. Harry's voice was a little cold, and he felt the scar on his forehead start to burn. He had won. The more terrifying inference. Voldemort is not about to return, but has already returned. He is hiding in the Forbidden Forest, only Snape has to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry felt the scar on his forehead not only burned his body, but also his soul. His voice seemed to gritted his teeth, and he began to be unable to control his anger. www.readaloud.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.readaloud.com for mobile users. Please go to read. Chapter 42, Return of Voldemort. Chapter 42 The Return of Voldemort. Voldemort has already appeared, their action is not far, they can't get the Philosopher's Stone. George also looked solemnly, although Voldemort should not be resurrected at this time, but who can only hope for luck. The Philosopher's Stone at this time can make Voldemort resurrect in the best posture, the less possible accidents and hidden dangers, the better. Fortunately, the Malfoy attack has spread throughout the school. Dumbledore will not know it. We can seize the opportunity when it is critical. Hermione frowned, although she didn't want to mix it up. But things can't be her. The news that Voldemort has returned made everyone worried. Compared to Malfoy, Voldemort was far more terrifying than Snape. At least neither Malfoy nor Snape would suddenly rush into the classroom during class and blow everyone to pieces. After the party is parted, everyone still needs to continue to deal with a lot of distressing things. Especially Harry, he looked very nervous, even a little trance. Stinging scars, continuous nightmares, he was always on guard against Voldemort rushing into the classroom, and he was dealing with the exam in fear of Voldemort blowing everyone to pieces. Everyone tried to comfort Harry, telling him that this kind of thing would not happen. Voldemort could not fight Dumbledore without a perfect resurrection. Even if he is perfectly resurrected, he needs to gather his party members before he can do evil again. Fortunately, the exam was finally over. After checking the answers with Hermione, Harry finally let out a long sigh of relief. At least he will not repeat the grade because of the distraction during this period, and he will not become everyone's junior. But the ease after the exam did not even last a few hours, and Harry immediately made a big discovery. Hagrid's dragon egg was given by Voldemort's gangsters. They used this from Hagrid's mouth to find a way to pass Lua safely. Lua would sleep as soon as he listened to music. Harry lowered his head. Hagrid was unreliable and dejected. The most important thing is that when we went to find Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall told us that Dumbledore had left the college and went to London, and he would be back tomorrow at the earliest. We tried to remind Professor McGonagall that someone would be there tonight. Go and steal the Philosopher's Stone, but she doesn't believe us at all. Hermione sat in the chair and kicked the floor. Dumbledore was not there at a critical time, and Professor McGonagall refused to believe them, which made her very frustrated. We tried to monitor Snape's actions, but he was too alert, it was impossible. He also threatened to fire Harry. Professor McGonagall also regarded us as bad guys and said that if we saw us we would deduct 5 of us. 10 points, or 50 points per person. Ron said even more frustrating words. Things are not that bad. The known Philosopher's Stone is protected by Hagrid's dog, Quirrell's curse, Snape's potion. But as long as Dumbledore is not stupid, he will not really send it. I hope that because of this, I believe there will be other professors in the academy. George tried to comfort everyone, things are not as terrible as expected. Hermione's eyes moved a little, and she began to agree with George's statement. The teachers at the academy never believed that the Philosopher's Stone would be stolen. Apart from distrusting us, it was probably because of adequate countermeasures. It must be so. Even the cowardly Quiller and the big idiot, Hagrid, can participate in the protection of the Philosopher's Stone. There is no reason why other professors will be excluded. Ron's eyes lit up, and he became happy. George's statement is consistent. Common sense. Actually, I didn't believe Hagrid's three-headed dog at the beginning. Quirrell's tricks can protect the Philosopher's Stone. From the beginning to the end, the real protection of the Philosopher's Stone is only one in my opinion, and that is Dumbledore's own spell. And his method of preserving the Philosopher's Stone. George tapped the table lightly, and this time he revealed his hidden thoughts. Harry was pale, his eyes flashing with flames. I don't believe them. I will sneak in at night, and I will get the magic stone in advance. Are you crazy? If that's the case, you will definitely be fired. This is not a threat, and it's no longer just a deduction. Hermione shouted. She couldn't believe that Harry had such crazy ideas. The professor is stronger than us. The Philosopher's Stone will not be stolen silently. We can wait for them to fight and help. George disagreed with Harry's ideas. His approach was too radical and too much adventure. Voldemort killed my parents when I was a baby, and it was their protection that kept me alive. The burning scar on his forehead, the continuous nightmare, and the pressure of Voldemort's return made Harry a little crazy. If Voldemort gets the Sorcerer's Stone, he will destroy the entire school and kill everyone who opposes it. He will never let me go. I will not return to Dursley's house obediently and wait for him to find it, as he expected. Come home, no matter what the price is paid, I will personally stop him. Harry has already said this. www.readaloud.com. What else can everyone say? As a friend, at this time, I can only give more suggestions and help. That's the way. If we can get the Philosopher's Stone, it proves that the protection of the Philosopher's Stone is not enough. At night, I will wait for you at the trapdoor. You go back and get the invisibility cloak. If you can't make it, then the action tonight will be over. George thought hard and couldn't let Harry take the risk alone, so he had to make a decisive decision. Although this is not the best way, since he decided to help Harry from the beginning and regarded Harry as a friend, George couldn't watch Harry take the risk alone. At night, George didn't wait long before he saw the three Harry rushing over. However, they are not as strong as George, who can use illusions to replace themselves to pretend to rest, and they can easily walk through the school. Harry and the others, they must wait for everyone to rest before they can leave the dormitory. They also met Neville on the road, and Neville has become more and more brave recently. He was trying to make up for his fault during this period, hoping to let the college recover the 50 points deducted. Seeing that Harry and the three were about to run out again this time, Neville tried to stop them. It was Hermione who cast an all-petrified body restraint spell on Neville that gave them a chance to come out. They even ran into the nasty Peppies on the road. Even though they were invisible, they still couldn't escape Peppy's keen perception. Fortunately, Harry was clever, pretending to be Barrow's voice, and deceived Peppy Ghost. I took this opportunity to order Pippi to not come here again tonight. This is probably the only place I can be happy. www.readaloud.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read the latest, fastest and hottest serial works at www.readaloud.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 43, Enter the channel. Chapter 43, Entering the passage. This is not a good sign. Ron whispered. The three of them were in a lot of trouble just going out, and things might not go well in the future. The arrow is on the string, and it's too late to say this. George frowned. Now that he has decided to act, it is not the time to be discouraged. The four of them calmed down, and cautiously pushed open the door that closed the three-headed dog Luwei. The old wooden door made a creaking sound, and then everyone heard a low bark. The three-headed dog named Luwei was sucking his nose and looking towards them. There is a harp at its feet. Hermione immediately became nervous again, pinching the corner of her clothes to remind her in a low voice. Snape has already been here, he passed here, and left the harp. Harry's mind turned quickly, and immediately thought of the cause and effect. Harry, don't delay, play the flute, wait for me to be the first one to go down. George didn't like dogs, especially such large dogs. He was a little worried that he could not help but swear curses, urging Harry to act quickly. Listening to George's somewhat impatient tone, Harry immediately recovered. He didn't dare to think about whether George or Lu Wei was better, and immediately played his flute non-stop. The flute sound is out of tune, a bit unpleasant, but Lu Wei likes this one. As soon as Harry's flute came out, Lu Wei's 6 eyes drooped and slowly closed. Harry did not dare to breathe, and slowly, the dog's barking stopped. Pumping, it shook its head in a daze, and fell on the floor with a soft foot, and fell asleep. "Keep playing the flute, don't stop for a moment." George turned his head and motioned to Harry, and then added an armor body to everyone. He deliberately added another restraint curse to the 3-headed dog, and was afraid of being resisted by the magical power of the 3-headed dog, and even aroused resistance. After a pause, he strode towards the trapdoor. George opened the trapdoor, looked in, and turned his head to warn the 3 Harry, "There is a slide, it is deep, and there is nothing to see. I will be the first to go down, and when I land safely, I will beckon you to come down." George's gaze jumped over the 3 of Harry, and then said, "Wait for me to signal. Ron is the next one to come down, and then Hermione, Harry's flute, don't stop, you are the last one to come down." Ron nodded and came to the entrance of the cave, watching George slide down the entrance of the cave. He stared, motionless, staring at the entrance of the hole. Even if it was pitch black, he couldn't see anything. After a while, he saw it. A light came out of the hole and George's voice came, "Safety." Ron followed, then Hermione, and finally Harry, "Don't drag me, I will catch you." Ron turned his head and gestured towards Hermione and Harry, "George has made sure that it is safe to follow. After I go down, Hermione will follow him down, and then Harry, faster." After that, Ron did not wait for anything else. Slid down the hole. Ron went, Hermione followed in a hurry, and slipped down the hole. In the end it was Harry, he was the only one left. He didn't dare to stop the flute in his mouth, and jumped into the slide while biting the flute. Ron slid all the way down the slide, the cold, humid wind blowing in his ears, causing goosebumps. The whole person is a sense of weightlessness, which reminds him of being taught by George in training, and then like that time, plop. With a dull impact, his limbs landed, and a thought flashed in his mind, the floor is more, the training ground is much softer. Before Ron could stand up, a soft object behind him pressed hard against him. "Oh!" he groaned. Hermione was a little nervous, she was placed after Ron. Seeing Ron had already jumped off the slide, she didn't dare to delay thinking that it was her turn, so she slid down right after. As soon as she landed, she seemed to be pressing on something, and then a big hand helped her up. "Okay, don't stand at the entrance of the cave, Harry will come down immediately." George pulled Hermione away and let Ron get up by himself. This is a different treatment. Ron was stepped on as Hermione's mat for a while, and immediately began to complain when he got up. Immediately after Harry came down, he fell down the hole and heard a loud barking from behind him. The 3-headed dog woke up really fast. Harry sat on the ground and touched the soft ground, feeling like some kind of plant. "What is this?" "Harry, don't sit on the ground, this is the devil's net." George saw that everyone had landed safely, and with a wave of his wand, an orange-red flame appeared like the morning sun. Through the light, everyone discovered that, unknowingly, their feet, and even their bodies, had been wrapped in vines of varying thickness. "How come there is such a thing?" Hermione paled and screamed. Thick and thick vines, like a python, lurking beside them. Until George summoned the flames, these terrifying pythons were stimulated by light and warmth. Yuyuganshu.com rustled and receded like a tide. This weird scene caused a chill in the hearts of the 3 children. Mogi Wong likes dampness and darkness, afraid of light and heat. It's not a fierce means. Digi Wong likes to tie people up, and is more used to capture people alive instead of killing them. George's words were calm and there was no turbulence, but the breath in his voice was like the wind blowing from the slide, making the 3 children chill. They really thought about it at this time, and they really realized that real adventure in reality represents what kind of fear and what kind of danger it represents. The orange-red flame was beating carefully, like a small sun. Under the light was George's calm and determined face, cut with a sword, like a statue. 3 small figures, looking at each other, seeing the tacit understanding in each other's eyes, the reliable figures of each other. The picture freezes for a while, like an ancient scroll. We will get the Sorcerer's Stone and defeat Voldemort. Harry's eyes flashed with flames, and he implicated his friends in. He had no way out. He would win, and he must win. We investigated Snape's conspiracy and discovered the tricks of the mysterious man. We passed the 3-headed dog and we defeated the Devil's Net. Hermione listed out the victories that everyone had won during this time. Used to strengthen everyone's confidence. We will save the school, save everyone. Ron is not lacking in heroism. Let's go. The momentum of the 3 Harry also infected George. George is in front, Harry, Hermione is in the middle, Ron is in the back, and the 4 are connected end to end, walking slowly along the only stone corridor. Chapter 44, Brave Adventure. Chapter 44 The Brave Adventure. Water droplets ticked down along the wall, their steps aroused dust in the corridor, and everyone slowly descended along the corridor. Listen. What seems to be moving ahead? Hermione slowed down and asked in a low voice. Everyone also lightened their steps and lifted their ears. There was a soft rustling sound in front of them. Is it a ghost? Something seems to be flapping its wings. Just ahead, I saw something moving. They walked through the corridor to the end, and in front of them there appeared a hall with great views, with a high arched ceiling above them. Countless dazzling little birds are like gems, waving their wings flying in the hall, and a thick wooden door is tightly closed on the opposite side. Will these birds attack us when we walk through the hall? Ron looked around the birds, somewhat suspicious. Don't rush to the conclusion, come forward and test it slowly. George has already added armor to himself and walked forward tentatively. The bird showed no interest in him along the way. He quickly walked to the closed door, pushing or pulling, and the door remained motionless. I tried the lock opening spell with a magic wand, but there was no response. Seeing that there is no danger on the road, the 3 of Harry also came over one by one. What should I do? Ron also stepped forward and twisted the doorknob. What might these birds do? Hermione turned her head and looked at the birds in the sky. This is not a bird, but a key. A light flashed in Harry's mind, thinking of the key. He looked around and saw a few flying broomsticks in the corner. Look, there is a flying broom here. We flew up to find the key to the door. It should be a little different from the other keys. Harry had already mounted the broom and started looking for the key. There are too many keys here. Ron murmured, but he grabbed a broom and rose into the air, following Harry into the key cluster. George saw that Harry and Ron had already gone up, so he didn't go along with them, and stayed on the ground to guard against possible accidents. Harry's flying talent is really extraordinary, and he is handy in searching for targets. He whispered in his heart, this is no more difficult than catching a golden snitch. Sure enough, it only took a few minutes. I saw it, there, with sky blue wings and feathers running down one side. It seems to have been caught once. Ron, you're on it, I'm going to grab it. Harry motioned to Ron to surround it. He swooped and accelerated, catching up with the key. Before the key could react, he was firmly holding it in his hand. He landed quickly and walked towards the closed door, still trying to struggle with the key in his hand. He squeezed it into the keyhole. Holding the key and twisting it, it clicked and the door lock bounced. As soon as the door opened, the key flew away again and was caught twice, making it more vulnerable. The door was pushed open, and it was completely dark inside. It was not until someone stepped in that the room was suddenly brightly lit and a terrifying sight appeared. They are standing on a huge chessboard. In front of them are black chess pieces carved from huge stones, taller than people. On the other end, opposite them are some white chess pieces. What should I do now? Harry asked in a low voice, not knowing how to play chess. You can only walk to the opposite side after playing chess. Ron looked around and said his guess. How do you play chess? Hermione asked nervously, not adapting to the huge battle in front of her. If you play chess, let me take the command. Although I'm not very good at it, I will never lose to the professor in the school in terms of calculations. George thought slightly. Although he rarely plays chess, what is the advantage of reading more books? Everyone knows a little bit. When it comes to calculations, I don't believe that I will lose to a wizard who is very poor in logic and mathematics. George tried to walk into the grid of a black knight, and saw the stone come to life immediately. The knight steadily rode on the horse, the tall horse under him was still pacing slowly. Each of you also find a chess piece to replace, Ron to replace another knight, Harry to replace the bishop, and Hermione to replace the castle. George pondered, and simply made a choice for everyone. As soon as the voice fell, the two knights, the bishop, and the castle turned and left the chessboard, leaving their vacancies for everyone in the field. When playing chess, White has the priority to take the first step. Waiting for the 4 players in the field to return to their positions, White has already dragged heavy moves and started to move. George also began to command the Black Knights to respond one by one. George was not very good at chess, but the victory was strong enough in computing power, and the opposite puppet had limited intelligence. After careful calculation by him, he exchanged the pieces one by one, and the other side was quickly eaten most of the pieces. As for my own side, although he also lost a lot of chess pieces at this time, George deliberately took care of him, and the 3 of Harry were also safe and sound, but his face was slightly worse. A bit scared, right? After Enron passed the chess game, George asked everyone in a low voice. It's a bit scary. Although it is a stone chess piece, it is really unsparing to start. Harry's face was pale, his knees were still a little soft. www.readaloud.com I remembered that the white flag just knocked down one black chess piece to the ground. Dragged out of the chessboard, still a little scared, he brushed past this scene several times. I find that the spells arranged by the professors are getting more and more weird. After repeated tests, George's feeling in his heart became more and more weird. Are these games used to protect the Philosopher's Stone, or the brave adventure? Don't tell me, listening to you, it really looks like. Hermione is now jumping around trying to ease her mood. As a chess piece, standing on the board is really a special feeling. Waiting for the opponent's pawns to attack round after round, I saw that the pawns next to him were attacked and dragged away. If you are not nervous, and your heart beats faster, no one believes it. I don't know how Snape got through here. There are no damaged pieces seen here. Ron was also lingering, and began to wonder how Snape got through here. Thinking that Snape was already ahead, everyone didn't delay anymore, passed the gate, and continued along a corridor. What will we meet next? The game took a little longer, and Harry was a little worried that Snape had already succeeded. The Devil's Net is Sprout's mechanism. The magic on the key is designated as Flitwick's trick. The board just now is Professor McGonagall's transfiguration. If you continue, Quirrell's magic remains, Snape. In the end, it was Dumbledore. Hermione broke her fingers and counted the follow UPS one by one. Oh, there are so many more. I hope Snape doesn't have left from other places. Ron sighed, and said a disappointing possibility. www.readaloud.com bookers are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all at www.readaloud.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 45, Find Clues. Chapter 45 Discovery. Dumbledore's methods are not so easy to deal with. Looking at the previous methods, I feel that this is a game of the brave adventure. I said earlier that only Dumbledore's spell and the means to hide the Philosopher's Stone are the only protection for the Philosopher's Stone. George walked along, dissatisfied with the previous test, Dumbledore might as well take the Philosopher's Stone with him. This is a good idea. If Dumbledore keeps his best condition with the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort will not be able to do evil for a long time. Hermione immediately agreed with George's point of view. Everyone said as they walked all the way, they soon came to the end of the corridor, and there was another door. George stepped forward and tried to push the door. This time there was no accident and the door opened. As soon as the door opened, a stench of sewers and toilets suddenly poured out. Fortunately, everyone had prepared in advance and didn't vomit it. The big man covered his mouth and nose with his clothes and looked inside cautiously. A huge figure was lying motionless on the ground. It was a giant monster with a huge blood-oozing lump on its head. It's bigger and ferocious than the troll that George and I met last time. Harry looked up and down the troll. Perhaps the elite of the giant monsters, mountain monsters. Hermione remembered the record in the book. Among the giant monsters, the largest and most ferocious can be called mountain monsters. It smells so bad, it's a good thing to not have to fight with it. Ron grumbled, covering his mouth and nose. George added a sleeping charm to the troll first, and then he asked everyone to speed up and leave here. Everyone entered the next door. It's Snape now. Harry looked at the empty room in front of him with only one table, on which was lined up with 7 bottles of different shapes. When everyone stepped into the threshold, a flame suddenly rose behind them, blocking the intersection. The flame was unusual, deep purple, and you could feel the magical power contained in it before it came close. And at this time, a black flame also sprang up in the opposite intersection, and suddenly there was no way forward, trapping people in the center. It's Snape's method now, which means that the monster in front is Quill's method. George looked at the flames carefully, and suddenly thought of something, and proposed a detail that was ignored by everyone. The troll is Quirrell's method. Listening to George's words, Hermione was startled. She seemed to have overlooked something before. Do you want to say that it was not Snape who stole the Sorcerer's Stone, but Quirrell? It's impossible. Ron looked incredible. How could Quirrell this be possible? Who is going to steal the Sorcerer's Stone is still uncertain, but there is no doubt that Snape and Quirrell are not trustworthy. The troll here was released by Quirrell, so the previous trolls in the academy are very maybe Quirrell also put it. George's voice was a little cold, and the plain words seemed to be full of deep meaning. The school professors and Dumbledore can't help but know if Quirrell's such an upright arrangement of trolls here, then do they already know about the trolls of the college? Quill also arranged it. As clues are discovered step by step and clues are discovered, everyone is getting closer to the truth step by step, and getting closer to the things behind them. Let's take a look at the content of this level first, but don't rule out the possibility that the person behind is Quirrell. I have already arrived here, and I will know who it is after passing through. George does not want to continue guessing, just reminding him in advance. Let me see. Hermione didn't bother to think about whether it was Snape or Quirrell. Her attention had been attracted by the parchment scroll on the table, and she read it aloud according to the text on it. There is danger in front of you, and the rear is safe. There are 2 in the middle that can help you and drink them. One guides you forward and the other allows you to go back the same way. 2 of them are Nettlewine and 3 are killers. They are all waiting for your selection. Unless you plan to wait here forever, we have 4 clues for you to screen. First, no matter how the poison is hidden and placed, they are all in the coordinates of the Nettlewine. Second, the bottles on the left and right are different. If you plan to move forward, they will not help you. Third, you can see that the size of the bottle is different, and there is no death in the largest and smallest. Fourth, the second on the left and the second on the right, although they look different, they taste the same. Hermione read the long string down. This is not a magic, but a logical reasoning, it is a guessing. This is more like a brave adventure. But many great wizards do not have basic logical reasoning ability. The problem is that it can trap them. It's not a difficult problem, and no matter who has passed, obviously this problem didn't work. It is also a feasible way to stump the wizard with logical problems, but it is obviously not good. Method. Then what do we do? How do we get out? Ron felt that his mind was buzzing at this time, and he didn't have the mind to do logical reasoning problems now. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com asked directly like Hermione. No, it's not difficult. Hermione repeated the message on the parchment scroll. All the information you need to know is on the paper. There are 7 bottles, 3 poisons, and 2 nettle wines. One that allows us to pass through the black flame, and one that allows us to return through the purple flame. The potion in this smallest bottle allows people to safely pass through the black flames in front and see the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione clapped her little hand, as she said, she solved the secret within a few minutes. Listening to Hermione's words, everyone gathered around and looked at the inconspicuous little bottle. Everyone looked at the bottle and exchanged glances, a little embarrassed for a while. The medicine inside can only be passed through by one person. This is not enough. Ron was a little anxious and directly broke the deadlock. I have to move forward. This is my responsibility, and I also involve everyone. Harry's eyes were full of determination. No matter what he would encounter after the flames, he could not allow himself to back down, nor allow others to replace him. Adventure. For strength, it must be my past. George considered how to deal with the current situation. There should be better choices, but it will take a while. There should be other ways, or we're thinking about it. Hermione also thought of this key point, already here, she didn't want Harry or George to venture alone. Yes, we can think of other ways, even we can block here, Snape will always come out from here. Ron didn't want to be a spectator, and made a reasonable suggestion. Chapter 46, Through the Flames. Chapter 46 Through the Flame. Hermione immediately clapped her hands. That's it. The last level is Dumbledore's protection and the greatest protection of the Sorcerer's Stone. This level is the most critical and difficult to pass. We can wait here, maybe Snape couldn't get the Sorcerer's Stone. Even if he got it, he should be exhausted. We can wait to grab it here. Harry's eyes moved a little, he was almost convinced, but his eyes quickly became determined. I've been here, I don't allow to back down, maybe it's a good way to stay here. But Snape may never. The passage brought out the Philosopher's Stone, and even Voldemort was inside, and he would use the Philosopher's Stone to recover. Hermione looked at Harry's stubbornness a little angry. She waved her fist and yelled loudly, if Voldemort is inside, how dare you go in, and why are you stopping him? There was a little helplessness on Harry's face, he knew his reason was not persuasive. I once defeated Voldemort once, didn't I? I can always turn good luck. He then pointed to the scar on his forehead, I can feel this burning my body and my soul, and I can't let myself back down. I can't give up, that means surrender, and I will live completely in Voldemort's fear. Lose everything. Harry's voice choked. Hermione's lips trembled, trying to persuade Harry to continue. But looking at the poor and fragile body in front of her, but wanting to take up the whole world, she couldn't put her persuasion into her mouth, just asked him, does it hurt? Yes, no. Harry said incoherently, I mean I can handle it, I won't give in, but really, it hurts. Seeing Harry's situation, everyone was silent for a while. Harry wanted to face his fears and conquer his nightmare. In this situation, no matter how much everyone didn't want him to go forward, no one could stop him. Waiting for a few minutes, I'm trying to clear this flame. When Harry and the others were talking to each other, George was already standing in front of the flame, watching the flame intently, flipping through the information in the memory, looking for the one to clear the flame. Method. Hermione looked excited, staring at Harry expectantly, waiting for a few minutes. Okay, but I can't delay it for too long. I can feel the pain of the scar getting worse. Harry put his gaze on George. He believed that George's strength would eventually lift the flames, but it would take time. And they have run out of time. After a while, George was muttering words. He waved his wand, and the flames waved violently in front of him. It was strong and weak, stretched, shrunk, torn, and closed, but in the end all recovered. Hermione and Ron also came up, took out their wands, and kept attacking the flames ahead. Which bottle can be returned? Harry asked suddenly. Hermione turned her head, not knowing why, but she replied immediately, the round bottle on the far right. Hermione, you drink that bottle. Harry said without waiting for Hermione to speak, don't interrupt, listen to me, you go back and take a broom from the room where the key is flying. I can drive you through the trapdoor and avoid Louis. After that you go straight to the owl's shed and ask my Hedwig to send a letter to Dumbledore and let him support us. Hermione was unwilling to leave, she refused to leave independently, and immediately asked, what about you? I can't wait any more. I must go through the flames right away. I can hold Snape. I know that I am definitely not his opponent. But I can lead him over, and George and Ron will help me. It took Lee a lot of time to think of this reason to convince everyone. Hermione turned her head and looked at George expectantly. George, can you clear this flame? It takes a while. The flame is not born out of thin air, but with the support of the magic circle through the special environment here, otherwise I would have cleared it. George was also a little helpless. A curse would definitely not be able to stop him, but before a well-arranged trap, he couldn't help it. Harry didn't want to continue to delay. He was afraid, not only for Snape and Voldemort in front of him, but also for his companions to follow him into the secret room and die under Voldemort. The burning scar on his forehead reminded him of the strength of his opponent. He suddenly wanted to move forward alone, and he felt scared. He is very brave again, he bravely moves forward, bravely walks towards the opponent. Whether it was Snape or Voldemort in front of him, he would not succumb to them. He can be defeated, he can be killed, but he will not be defeated, he will not admit defeat, just like his parents. Harry went straight to the table and picked up the smallest bottle. He drank the liquid in the bottle in one breath. I'm here. Is like ice, a burst of cold permeates his body, and he feels like he was back before he was 11. He was hiding in the cabinet alone, cold and hungry, and it was dark, and there was no sound around. www.readaloud.com time stretched all the time. But he has become a little different now, and he is no longer afraid. He put down the bottle in his hand and passed by George and Ron. He coldly watched the black flame climb up his body, not feeling the slightest heat. Harry, must come back. Hermione's shout came from behind. Harry was surrounded by a black flame. He watched the flame engulf him, but he didn't feel it at all and saw nothing. Until he felt weightless, he came to the other side and entered another room. There is a man inside, not Snape, not Voldemort. Is Quirrell? Is it you? Harry was so shocked that it became difficult to breathe. Although George had reminded that Quirrell was not reliable, it might be Quirrell even stealing the Philosopher's Stone. But Harry, who had always regarded Snape and even Voldemort as his imaginary enemy, didn't know how to respond at this time. Quirrell slanted his eyes, his face was full of triumph, and he was not as timid and cautious as usual. Of course it is me. His voice started to become cold. I'm still thinking, will you suddenly appear? I'm seeing you, Potter. But where is Snape? Harry looked around, still not believing that Snape was not here. Snape? Quirrell laughed again, his laughter still icy. As it seems, Snape is more like a demon, like a giant bat wandering in the middle of the night. Where did he go? Can bring fear. And this is what we need. As long as he is there, anyone will be on guard for him. At this time, who else will care? Poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell. www.mtlnovel.com book friends are welcome to visit and read the latest fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.readaloud.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 47, The Truth Behind. Chapter 47, The Truth Behind. A trace of unwillingness flashed in Harry's heart. He was fooled. He was fooled by Quirrell, and George was right. He is too careless, too arrogant, and this can have fatal consequences. But in the Quidditch match, Snape was going to kill me. Harry asked. He wanted to know where he was wrong. He wanted to find out more truth, even if it was just a dead end. No, no, you are completely wrong. In the Quidditch arena, I was the one who shot you, and I was the one who wanted to kill you. But if someone helped you, I could detect someone helping you resist my gaze. His strength is pretty good. And Snape, he keeps chanting an anti-curse to you, he doesn't want me to kill you, you are lucky. Quirrell's tone didn't fluctuate, as if he didn't mind the failure of the day. How could it be that Snape would want to save me? Harry looked wrong. Compared to Snape who shot him, it was even more surprising that Snape wanted to save him. How could this be possible? How incredible! Quirrell said coldly. What do you think he is doing to be a referee when you participate in the second match? It's ridiculous that he is afraid that I will continue to work on you. With Dumbledore on the scene, I would never take action in that situation. All he does is superfluous. And if I really intend to make a move, his tricks are useless at all. He is like a lonely clown. Everyone dislikes him and thinks that he is to prevent Gryffindor from winning. But these actions are meaningless and a waste of time. Tonight, this is the best time, you don't have any more good luck. Quirrell looked at it in his eyes, and now is the best phone meeting. Plap! He snapped his fingers, and in an instant, several ropes appeared out of thin air, tying Harry firmly. You are too self-sufficient, Potter, you are just a bear kid who broke into the adult world. You think you can expose the conspiracy of this world, but what about your dependence? What about your strength? It depends on you on the court. Little trick. Quirrell looked condescendingly at Harry rolling on the ground, and there was even a hint of pity in his eyes. The look in Quirrell's eyes at the poor bug made Harry a little angry. He wanted to resist, but the sturdy rope on his body kept his heart sinking. Unlike the previous brave adventure, he has everyone's help. When he faced the real conspiracy alone, he didn't even have the ability to resist. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. Could this be my destiny, the realization I told everyone? Watch it quietly, Potter, I need to take a good look at this interesting mirror. Quirrell turned around, ignoring Harry. Harry didn't realize until then that there was something standing behind Quirrell, the heiress sunglasses he had seen several times in the storage room. This is the key to the Philosopher's Stone. It's in the mirror. Quirrell stared at the mirror, and walked along the frame of the mirror. He fumbled, tapped, and muttered softly. Dumbledore took the key to the Philosopher's Stone. Hidden here, he is still in London. When he comes back, I have already taken the Philosopher's Stone and flew away. Harry couldn't think of a way to save himself, but he didn't want to wait for Quirrell to find the Philosopher's Stone, and then free his hands to kill him. He tried to guide Quirrell to continue talking, delaying time, at least not to let him get the Philosopher's Stone. I followed Snape and saw you meeting in the Forbidden Forest. He said bluntly. I underestimated you. Quirrell said on his lips, but his tone remained unchanged, turning to look behind the magic mirror. Unexpectedly, Snape would be followed by you. He wanted to know how far my plan was. He stared at me and wanted to scare me. How could he scare me? I have Voldemort to do it. Backing. Killua turned back and forth around the mirror, greedily trying to see through the secret of the mirror. Harry kept struggling, but it just made the ropes tighter and tighter. He wanted to prevent Quirrell from discovering the secret of the magic mirror. But Snape hates me so much. That's right, of course he hates you. When he went to Hogwarts with your father, don't you know? They have always been enemies and don't share the same heavens, but he really didn't want you to die. Quirrell's voice seemed casual, and the Philosopher's Stone was in front of him, but how to find it made him helpless. But I heard you crying in a classroom the other day. Isn't Snape threatening you? Harry got information bit by bit. There was a trace of fear on Quirrell's face. In some cases, it is difficult for me to complete the instructions given by my master. He is such a great wizard, but my strength is too weak. In other words, were you in the classroom with your master that day? Harry was a little confused. Who would be Quirrell's master? No matter where I go, he is with me. Quirrell's voice was strangely calm. I met him when I was traveling around the world. I was still a silly young man, and I had a set of absurd young ideas about good and evil. It was my master Voldemort who pointed out my mistake. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com has taught me that there is no such thing as right and wrong in the world. There is only power. And those mediocre mobs. After that, I have been loyal to him, but I have disappointed him several times, and he has been very strict with me. Quirrell suddenly trembled. He won't let my mistakes go easily. I failed to steal the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts, which made him very unhappy. He punished me and kept watch strictly. Quirrell's voice gradually lowered, and Harry recalled his time in Diagon Alley. How could he not think of it then? He had met Quirrell that day, and shook hands with him at the Broken Cauldron bar. He shouldn't ignore such important information. Quirrell cursed in a low voice. The secret of the magic mirror stumped him. He could not find a way to hide the magic stone. Quirrell's helplessness made Harry a little excited. It would be better for Quirrell to never find the Sorcerer's Stone. Even if the chance of him surviving is small, it is always a good thing to make Voldemort fail. But where is the Philosopher's Stone? Do you want to break the mirror? Harry's mind was also earning quickly. Or if I just think about the Philosopher's Stone, I can show the position of the Philosopher's Stone in the mirror? No, that's it. If Quirrell found it a long time ago, or can't think of the Sorcerer's Stone at all, is it true? Quirrell continued to look around the mirror, chanting. Where is it? The mystery of this mirror, help me, my master. Harry heard a terrible voice answering. The voice seemed to come from Quirrell's own body. Let the boy come, let him come. Chapter 48, Death of Voldemort. Chapter 48 The Death of Voldemort. Quirrell turned to Harry. Potter, come here. He patted his hands, and the ropes that bound Harry untied automatically, and Harry slowly got up from the ground. Come here. Quirrell motioned. Go and look in the mirror, and then tell what you saw. Harry was forced to walk over. Did he think of it too? Harry turned his mind. I need to find a suitable set of lies to fool him. I can't find the Philosopher's Stone for him. Quirrell approached him and asked him to look in the mirror. Harry even smelled a strange smell on Quirrell, which was emitting from his scarf. Harry didn't care about this. He was already standing in front of the magic mirror. He was desperately thinking of ways to deceive Quirrell. He didn't know whether he should think about the magic stone or not when facing the mirror. He noticed himself in the mirror. In the mirror, he looked pale and panicked. But after a while, the person in the mirror smiled again. The person in the mirror put his hand into his pocket and took out a bright red stone out of nothing. Then he blinked and put the stone back in his pocket. At the same time, Harry felt a bulging thing really appeared in his pocket. Oops! It's self-defeating now. Harry suddenly became nervous. Why did the Philosopher's Stone appear like this? What did you see in it? Quirrell asked impatiently. Harry hurriedly made up. I looked in the mirror and I was shaking hands with Dumbledore. I let Gryffindor win the Academy Cup. Quirrell cursed Harry and pushed Harry away. Get out of here. Harry retreated to the side. He was feeling the Philosopher's Stone sticking to his pocket. He needed to find a chance to escape with the Philosopher's Stone. But he only took a few steps, and a sharp voice rang. He lied, he lied. Potter, Come back here! Quirrell shouted sharply, tell what you saw, tell the truth. Let me come and talk to him myself. The sharp and terrible voice rang again. But master, you haven't recovered yet. Quirrell's voice became pitiful. It doesn't take much effort. Harry felt like he was tightly entangled in a devil's net, unable to move up and down, and even breathing hard. He stood there blankly, seeing Quirrell unwrapping the scarf on his head, a strange picture. The scarf was put down, Quirrell's exposed head was terribly small, and then he turned his back to Harry. Harry was staring at him like a terrible monster. He wanted to scream loudly, but couldn't make a sound. Quirrell was actually a monster, sunken down where the back of his head was supposed to be, revealing a face. Harry swears that he had never seen such a hideous and terrifying face, a dead white face like chalk, with two scary shiny red eyes, and snake-like nostrils underneath. Harry Potter! The terrible face whispered softly. Harry's brain was blank, there was no philosopher's stone, no lies, no countermeasures, just like an animal to be slaughtered, only the instinct to flee. Look, what have I become? The terrible face continued, there are only shadows and steam that scare people. I even have to use someone else's body to act. But as long as I have a breath, with one thought, a group of people will open their hearts, their minds, and let me in. In the past few weeks, the blood of the unicorn has given me some physical strength. As you know, the Forbidden Forest Rikilo drank blood for me, and soon, all I need to do is get the Philosopher's Stone. To have a strong and perfect body again, now, you should give me the magic stone hidden in your pocket. He actually knew. Harry felt the restraint on his body loosen a little, and he staggered back. Don't be stupid. The face continued to say viciously, surrender, so that you can save your life. Otherwise, you will end up with your parents. They begged me for mercy and asked me to let them go, but it was too late. Late? You are talking nonsense! Harry yelled as he stepped back. This moving picture again. He sighed. I like courageous people, just like your parents. I killed your father first. He fought with me bravely and would rather die than surrender. It is a pity that he is too weak and so weak to resist. Your mother, she is very special. She doesn't actually need to die, just to save you. Now, give me the Sorcerer's Stone and don't let her pains be wasted. I won't let you succeed if I die. Harry thought that he could not surrender to Voldemort in any way, nor would he be allowed to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. At this time, there was no way forward, and he was cruel and rushed towards the door burning with black flames. Catch him! Voldemort screamed. Who is it? Harry suddenly heard him while he was running, and Voldemort behind him uttered a painful question, and a blast of air rushed from behind him, crushing him to the ground. He was lying on the ground, carefully tilting his head, seeing that Quirrell was desperately covering his neck with his hands www.readaloud.com but couldn't stop the blood from constantly spraying between his fingers. His mouth opened wide, but he couldn't make any noise. A blue flame suddenly exploded from Quirrell's body, swallowing his whole body. Until the last black smoke was completely swallowed by the fireball shrank and disappeared. Is George you? Harry looked around into the air. It doesn't seem to surprise you. A tall figure suddenly appeared. It was George Soros, who was holding a cloak in his hand. I guessed it was Dumbledore at first, but when I didn't see anyone, I thought that you took my invisibility cloak before. Harry finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was George. I didn't expect it to be so useful. I stayed by looking for opportunities. While you caught their attention, I cut Quirrell's neck with a cut of air. I also summoned flames to burn him and Voldemort. Until the end, they didn't find me. George carefully looked at the invisibility cloak in his hand. It was a little weird. It is indeed the legendary invisible cloak from the of Death, and it is not obvious to use it in Harry's hands on weekdays. Today George used it to deal with Voldemort. The great demon did not find George until his death. You saved me, and if you like it, it's yours." Harry was almost alive, with a relaxed expression on his face, and he simply gave the invisibility cloak to George as a thank you. George stepped forward and pulled up Harry, who was still sitting on the ground. "You make me embarrassed, it's so easy to use, I like it very much. But let's put it there, I can borrow it from you whenever I want to. When you want to borrow something from me, you may not be able to find me. www.readaloud.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all at www.readaloud.com. For mobile users, please visit Read. Chapter 49, Relieve the Demons. Chapter 49, Relieve the Demon. Harry's generosity moved George very much, but he thought of relative safety in the college. Just now, he killed Voldemort, who was possessing Quirrell again, and his confidence in his own strength increased for a while. For the time being, he should keep the invisibility cloak to protect Harry. "I didn't expect you to be so strong." Harry felt a little weird at this time. He knew that George was very strong, even better than his senior. But he himself didn't even have the ability to resist in Quirrell's hands, and George solved Quirrell so easily. Even Quirrell still had Voldemort on his body. "It's not as powerful as you think." George's face was flat, but his eyes were filled with excitement and joy. "The invisibility cloak is too powerful. I told you that in the face of trolls, wizards can't add armor to protect them. I rushed up. Facing the wizard, we must find the most suitable time to shoot." George was pacing and waving his hands. He couldn't help but excitedly said the situation at the time. "I hid on the side, no heartbeat, no breathing, they didn't notice me at all. I stood beside them, thinking about it temporarily. There are several methods, and I didn't dare to do it directly." George turned his attention and patted Harry on the shoulder. "Until you caught their attention, I followed the plan and cut Quirrell's throat as soon as possible. He couldn't chant the spell. It hurts too much to breathe, and is as fragile as an ordinary person. No matter how powerful a wizard, at this time, he is just an ordinary person. And Voldemort, as he said, he now only has shadows and steam, and I burned them all in one fire. So." George held out his hand. "Good cooperation, Harry." Harry hadn't reacted yet, but subconsciously stretched out his hand, and then a big powerful hand held him and said, "Half the credit for killing Voldemort. No matter how powerful a wizard is, he is just an ordinary person when he is unguarded." Harry murmured, "Voldemort's horror is obvious to all, and the entire magical world still fears him." But George told him that Voldemort had died in the cooperation of the two of them, and he couldn't believe his role, and was frightened by the fragility of the wizard when he was not prepared. To George, today is a very important day. It's not just because he killed Voldemort and kept the Philosopher's Stone. More importantly, he finally understood his situation and didn't have to worry about it all day. Voldemort was much weaker than he thought, and this time it was not only Harry who faced his fear. George has also completely overcome the pressure of these years. His goal and motivation since he can remember is to fight Voldemort, and this is the devil who once frightened the entire magical world. Facing him, George did not dare to relax. His strength has grown over the years, although it has far exceeded his initial expectations. But to what point, I still have no idea. Before he had enough strength, George had been in a dilemma. Neither wanted to confront Voldemort head-on, nor could he leave everything to the 11-year-old Harry, Hermione, and Ron. This time he personally wiped out one of Voldemort's souls, and finally he breathed a sigh of relief and wiped out his biggest demon. "Now I can rest assured of my future, and I no longer have to worry about being killed by the sudden Death Eaters, the resurrected careerists, and the returning Demon King." Today, with the experience of beheading Voldemort's soul, George truly has a firm foothold in the magical world. With today's experience, he can maintain an equal mentality when facing any powerful wizard. On the other hand, Voldemort's weakness under the influence of the invisibility cloak also sounded a big alarm for George. He never dared to treat ordinary people like muggles, like the ignorant Voldemort and the ignorant magic world. Even more, knowing that an unguarded wizard will never be able to withstand a bullet, but years of magical practice has made him full of superiority to ordinary people. Today, a professor at Hogwarts, a villain possessed by Voldemort. Such an opponent who made him worried and frightened for a long time was under an oversight. Even if he didn't see his shadow, he was easily killed by him, no more difficult than killing a giant monster. This made him a little worried about the wizard's weakness. Voldemort was so weak, why didn't he? The Sorcerer's Stone was destroyed. Hermione looked incredible. How could it be that everyone has spent so much thought? That's a shame. Ron clutched his chest, feeling distressed. He saw countless gold leaving him, and his dream of buying the Quidditch team was nowhere in sight. If you want me to say that if you really want to destroy it, you should make a lot of gold first. This is what Dumbledore said, and I'm not so sure, but I also think that destroying the Philosopher's Stone is too wasteful. After George killed one of Voldemort's souls, he killed his own demon. Now that he has no worries about Voldemort, if possible, he is willing to keep the Philosopher's Stone by himself, and is no longer afraid of attracting Voldemort. It's a pity that the Philosopher's Stone is not ours, and we can't take charge of it. Harry had personally got the Philosopher's Stone, but he hadn't felt its special www.readaloud.com and was rushed by Professor Dumbledore. Want to go back? I should have hidden myself and the Philosopher's Stone with an invisibility cloak. George also regretted a bit. While he was still talking to Harry, Dumbledore suddenly appeared, and he didn't even touch the Philosopher's Stone. The Sorcerer's Stone belongs to Nicole May, and Dumbledore has no right to decide where it belongs. And it's useless to hide it. Hermione felt that George was talking and Dumbledore came so suddenly that there was no chance to hide. So sometimes I also envy Voldemort. I can get whatever I want. I can't buy a lot of things I want. George gritted his teeth. It is not his biggest complaint that the Sorcerer's Stone is not in his hand. But wasted. Standing in the pit without makes him very annoying. Well, the voice of the hero who defeated Voldemort is different. I'm not afraid to be caught by the Ministry of Magic. Hermione felt that George was a little different now, as if he was a lot more relaxed. Harry, are you still afraid of Voldemort? With a smile on George's face, he looked at Harry with ease. Of course not, I am not afraid of Voldemort, I will leave the next Voldemort to kill. Influenced by George successively, Harry also looked domineering and waved his small hand. What are you talking about? The next Voldemort? What am I missing? What did the principal tell you? Ron looked puzzled. What did he miss? Yesterday, they were blocked by the flame in Snape's test. Only George used his own strength to pass the flame. Hermione used the medicine to return to deliver the letter, and he was trapped in the room by the flames. He anxiously waited for Harry and George to come back. www.readaloud.com. Welcome to read the latest, fastest, the hottest serial works are all at www.readaloud.com. Mobile users, please go to read. Chapter 50, Glorious Defeat. Chapter 50. I don't know how long I waited. Before Harry and George came back, Professor Dumbledore actually came in. He also didn't let Ron follow, and entered the room alone. Fortunately, it didn't take long before Dumbledore came out with George and Harry. Ron was so happy, he wanted to know what happened, but it was too late. It was early in the morning when they came out, and George and Harry just hurriedly told him that Quirrell was dead, Voldemort had failed, the Philosopher's Stone was saved, and then they both went back to sleep, and he was indeed sleepy. When everyone woke up at noon, Harry and George were called away by Professor Dumbledore. It was time for dinner, and he finally had a chance to inquire about what was going on. Harry slowly told Ron and Hermione the whole thing. Voldemort is very weak now, he is just a fancy, only scaring shadows and steam are left. He can't harm people at all now, and his party members are still helping him. The experience with George yesterday made Harry realize Voldemort's current weakness. He hated those villains who were conspiring under a nagging ghost. Without their help, Voldemort could not survive. Compared to Voldemort, it is the Voldemort's gangsters who are more dangerous now. They are creating a conspiracy and eager to resurrect Voldemort. After solving yesterday's matter, George had no fear of Voldemort. It was only then that he realized that the opponent is the partisan left by Voldemort. Yesterday's experience once again proved that the villain died of talking too much, but for Voldemort's disability, he can enter the hearts and brains of others with one breath, which makes George very envious. Not to mention this kind of immortality, at least this fascination is much stronger than the average villain loser. After all, it is said that death is like a lamp extinguished, and the tree falls and the hunger is scattered. If there are so many diehards, Voldemort is a glorious defeat. After George and I eliminated Voldemort, Dumbledore was late to arrive. Fortunately, George is not like him, otherwise I would really be burned to death. Harry remembered the scene of George attacking Voldemort with his invisibility cloak. Seized a good time not too soon. Unexpectedly, it was not Snape who was stealing the Philosopher's Stone, but Quirrell who looked so timid. Ron was very surprised by the development of things, and Quirrell was really inhumane. Snape is such a weird person. He and my father are classmates, but they have a terrible relationship, just like Malfoy and I. Harry touched his head. Snape's situation made him very embarrassed. My father saved his life, which made Snape hate to death. He hated being saved by someone he hated, and he hated me for it. You are really unlucky. Hermione thought Harry was innocent, but the strange relationship between Snape and Harry's father had to be passed on to Harry, which was unfair to Harry. Let him hate me, anyway, I hate him, so I don't have to worry about him killing me. Harry felt that since he couldn't find a way to deal with Snape, he just ignored it. But if it weren't for George this time, I would almost have been unhelpful. As George said, Dumbledore's protection of the Philosopher's Stone is the only guarantee. He hid the Philosopher's Stone in a magic mirror. Only those who kindly want to find the Philosopher's Stone without using him can get the Philosopher's Stone from the magic mirror. If I didn't go in, Quirrell would not find the Philosopher's Stone at all. In Harry's view, yesterday's adventure was perfect. He knew a lot of things he wanted to know. But the only thing that made him most unhappy was that he almost didn't help. It's not to blame you, it's Dumbledore's trick. He seems to have deliberately guided you to do many things, including asking you to face Voldemort, if he really intends to hide the Philosopher's Stone. I bet it's either you or Voldemort. You won't even know where the Philosopher's Stone is, let alone find it. George has confirmed that Dumbledore deliberately arranged the things in the previous adventures of the Brave and the Last Magic Mirror to let Harry get the Philosopher's Stone. But if he didn't catch up midway, Harry probably couldn't kill Voldemort according to the plot, but was burned to death by fire because of the butterfly effect. Why? That's horrible, I mean, how can Dumbledore let Harry face these dangers? If it weren't for George, he would be dead. Hermione thought this guess was terrible. Dumbledore. Leto actually counted the freshmen in the first grade. Looking at it now, we found a lot of information early in the morning, and Dumbledore knew exactly what we were doing. He knew what we were doing, but he didn't intend to stop it. Maybe Dumbledore felt I had the right to face Voldemort. Harry had a good impression of Dumbledore and tried to defend him. The troll of Quirrell was so obvious that it couldn't be more obvious. Voldemort was possessed by him and was still wandering around at school. Dumbledore knew everything early in the morning. He was like playing an exciting game, and the result of the game is called luck. George had the confidence to look directly at Dumbledore, and naturally he would not think Dumbledore's arrangement was commendable. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. If you only rely on Harry alone, this game might be fun, but the risks and benefits are never proportional. He had no intention of including Dumbledore among his allies. They were too old to make progress, too old to change, too old to treat everyone else as a game. I still can't believe that Nicholas Flamel actually destroyed the Philosopher's Stone like this, and he died like this." Ron turned the subject. Dumbledore knew about the thrilling adventure during this time. Even deliberately guide. This also made Ron feel a little uncomfortable. He didn't intend to accuse Dumbledore, but he didn't want to defend Dumbledore. And Nicholas Flamel's choice made him feel that the idol in his heart has become a completely unreasonable lunatic. Since knowing the Sorcerer's Stone, Ron has taken Nikolai Mai as his idol for this period of time. Countless gold, eternal life, great alchemist, these great achievements are all superimposed on a person's name. Is there something greater and more perfect than this? And such a perfect person, perfect life, just because of a phantom of Voldemort, he chose death, which is too unacceptable. This is so shocking. The greatest alchemist who has lived for more than 600 years is going to die like this. Her medic felt a headache, and she couldn't understand how she imagined it. Nicole May chose to die at this time. The greatest alchemist, the owner of the Philosopher's Stone, was as if he was scared to death by Voldemort. But Voldemort was so weak that even George and Harry could beat him. Chapter 51, Two People Who Want to Die. Chapter 51, Two People Who Want to Seek Death. I can't accept it, but Dumbledore doesn't think so. He is very supportive of Nicole May's destroying the Philosopher's Stone. He even said that for those very clear-headed, death is a new adventure. Thinking back to this sentence now, Harry still found it incredible. Forget it, don't think about it, Nikolai May and Dumbledore must be too old. They have lived too long and there is not much to be happy about, so they want to die. Although George is 2 lives, but he is only in his 30s, and he still wants to make movies, go to Hollywood, and fall in love with female stars. He still had a lot of things to do, and he couldn't understand Dumbledore's thoughts. That's right. We didn't live to be more than 600 years old. We don't know what it was like. Hermione stretched her brows and agreed with George's statement, and suddenly she caught one of the question's point, exclaimed, "George, do you think Dumbledore wants to die?" Harry and Ron also stood up in fright by the words, their eyes were full of horror. "Hermione, are you kidding me?" Harry's voice trembled and his hands supported the chair. Ron shivered all over, afraid to think about Hermione's words. How can you have such crazy ideas? Be quiet. George waved his hand, soothing the 3 in front of him, and then solemnly analyzed the relationship. Nicole Mayer shouldn't deliberately choose to die at this time. When Voldemort was in the magic world, nothing happened to Dumbledore and Nicole May. Now, Voldemort is too weak to be killed by us. He now chooses to die. It's only possible to want to die early. The safety of the Philosopher's Stone is just an excuse. Nicole Mayer can't be afraid of Voldemort, he must have wanted to die a long time ago. Harry murmured, even his first-year freshman would not be afraid of Voldemort, let alone a great wizard who had lived for more than 600 years. But what does it have to do with Dumbledore? Ron asked in a flustered mood. Dumbledore is the backbone of the magical world. He has lived too long. He is the greatest white-robed wizard. As long as he lives, everyone will have the backbone and hope, and there is no fear of Voldemort. Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel are good friends. They have known each other for many years. He would even persuade Nicola Emma to die. It is only possible that he himself has this idea. Dumbledore is over 100 years old. Min was also frightened by her sudden thoughts, but she couldn't help but analyze the possibility. They are too old. This is the conclusion reached after the exchange of opinions. But after Dumbledore died, what will the magical world do, and what will Voldemort do when he returns? Ron also believed that Dumbledore might really have thoughts of seeking death, and began to worry about the terrible consequences. Don't worry, Dumbledore didn't help this time. Harry has already said that he will kill the next Voldemort. Do you also follow the order? George comforted everyone, as long as Voldemort was not fully resurrected. It will not cause much threat. Even if Dumbledore had lived enough, he wouldn't want to die now. As long as he had more time, the heyday Voldemort was not invincible. What's more, with their obstruction, Voldemort wanted to resurrect it was not so easy. Hearing George's words, Harry smiled wryly. Although he was no longer afraid of Voldemort, it was not that easy to kill him. Dumbledore is not dead yet. We are now discussing the topic of his death, which is too embarrassing. But now it seems that Voldemort may only be dealt with by us, which is really crazy. Hermione felt herself confused. In a huge trouble, the adults in the magical world took their picks. Nicholas Lima directly committed suicide, and Dumbledore even wanted to die. And their 4 first-year freshmen, because of Harry's relationship, had to drive the ducks to the shelves and shoulder the heavy responsibility of saving the entire magical world. I believe Dumbledore will not easily seek death, but I will defeat Voldemort. Harry did not want to continue talking about whether Dumbledore really wanted to die. Harry leaned over and walked to George, lowered his head. Please train me more rigorously, I will train harder, I will kill Voldemort, for myself, for my parents. As long as you complete my training as required, you will gain the power to kill Voldemort. George sternly agreed to Harry's request. Halcyon offered to participate in more rigorous training, which made George very gratified and saved the persuasion he had prepared. Isn't this what he has always been aiming for? A few more powerful helpers will make the world safer. Only in this way can he have time to spend his time, spend money, and enjoy life with peace of mind. Don't worry about being approached by the dark demon who popped up suddenly while resting. Oh! More rigorous training. Ron let out a groan. His talents are not as good as Harry and Hermione, although with a sense of tenacity, he refuses to hold everyone back, but if the training continues to strengthen, he will have free time later. I'm afraid it will all disappear. www.readaloud.com Malfoy feels that this period of time is really terrible. He is facing a huge threat, but he is lying in the hospital because of a muscle strain. He had managed to grasp a huge handle of Harry and the others. Harry and the others were raising dragons. This illegal thing was enough to drive them out of the academy. At that time, Malfoy had almost seen it, his biggest victory since enrollment. He will drive Hagrid, Hermione, and Ron Weasley that he hates all from the academy, and Harry Potter will succumb to him. Once 2 students are expelled, Gryffindor will be deducted all the credits and become the laughing stock of the academy, and he will deserve to send Slytherin to the Academy Cup. Things should be like this. However, because of a terrible accident, everything has changed, and everything has not gone in the order that should happen normally. How could this happen? Suddenly, he was imprisoned and sentenced to the Forbidden Forest. Even more frightening is that many people want to kill him. At the thought of this, Malfoy almost broke his teeth. Those untouchables, how dare they? But they really dared, and Malfoy remembered the terrible monsters he encountered in the Forbidden Forest, thanks to his alertness at the time. For the first time, he immediately thought that someone in the academy was going to kill someone with a knife and get rid of him, the heir of the Malfoy family. He ran desperately all the way, desperately ran. He had never ran so fast. He can still remember the tingling left in his lungs when he just woke up. And just today, his legs have not fully recovered because of running too hard. www.readaloud.com Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.readaloud.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 52, Could it be Dumbledore? Chapter 52, Is it Dumbledore? Is it Dumbledore? When Malfoy had time to think about who was going to kill him, the first thing he thought of was Dumbledore. There is a huge contradiction between Malfoy's father Lucius and Dumbledore. His father joined the Death Eaters after graduating from Hogwarts, and even climbed to the top among the Death Eaters, becoming Voldemort's confidant. His father is not only good at black magic, but also superb, playing an important role in Voldemort's expansion. Not only that, as a brilliant politician, Lucius even surpassed Voldemort in some respects. While surrendering to Voldemort, he also used Voldemort's power to expand his strength and wealth. And after Voldemort was killed by a baby, he quickly changed the door. Not only was not implicated because of Voldemort's failure, it is even more brilliant because of the absence of a mountain above. He bought many high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Magic, and used the lame excuse of being controlled by the imperious curse to avoid accusations. With great wealth and great status, he returned to the upper wizarding society. He is now not only a director of Hogwarts College, but also hoping to drive Dumbledore out of the college. Dumbledore undoubtedly hated Malfoy's father very much, although they often used each other. Will Dumbledore want to kill me because of this? Malfoy asked himself. In the past, Hogwarts was safe, otherwise my father wouldn't let me come here to school. But this year Harry has also enrolled in school. It is rumored that the Dark Lord will return with Harry. The Dark Lord will reign over the magical world after removing Harry. If Dumbledore fears the return of the Dark Lord and wants to attack my father, then it is possible to find a breakthrough from me. Malfoy found a reason Dumbledore wanted to kill him. His father didn't believe Voldemort would return, but he believed the rumor. Even at the beginning of enrollment, he planned to form an ally with Harry to fight Voldemort together and seize control of the magic world from Voldemort. It's a pity that the stupid Harry didn't know how to promote him and rejected his kindness. The monsters of the Forbidden Forest were devouring the blood of unicorns, and this would be cursed. Even the most evil dark wizard would not easily do such a move. Malfoy frowned, recalling the scene of the day. Also thought of it. Malfoy has always believed that the Dark Lord will return, and he will take control of the magic world from the Dark Lord. This kind of special thought made him associate many things with the return of the Dark Lord. And the accident in the Forbidden Forest fits perfectly with the intention of the Dark Lord's return. In addition to Dumbledore's possible action, it is also most likely a warning from the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord has lost his power and wants to come back again. He needs the support of my father. He may use me as a threat to his father. This is another possibility that Malfoy thought of. But what should I do? Malfoy clutched his head with both hands, rolled on the hospital bed, and pulled the tingling pain in his legs. Oh! Damn it! Malfoy calmed down when he found himself in a dangerous situation, when he was found near the Forbidden Forest and sent to the hospital. Not only did he not yell everywhere, threatening professors to drop out, or even accuse the college of ineffective supervision, as the outside world imagined. Instead, he was quiet, treating this as an ordinary accident, and he needed to confuse the murderer behind the scenes. He thought of his father's teaching again: you can't let people see what you think, and you can't guess your own cards. He muttered silently in his heart, can't let people achieve their goals easily, and wait for them to reveal flaws. It's really not easy. His eyes were full of bitterness. Although Lucius had been cultivated since childhood, Malfoy knew many ways to make things happen. But he is only 11 years old after all, and he is not ready yet. At the thought of facing death, facing Dumbledore, facing the Dark Lord, only panic remained in his mind. When he thought of himself, being stared at by the giants of light and darkness in the magic world, Malfoy only felt a chill in his back. Who is there? Malfoy found a figure following the coolness of his back. It's me. A timid Pudgy walked in from the porch. It was Gore. Seeing Gore's timid look, Malfoy didn't fight, except for the pleasure of his subordinates when he first entered school. He soon discovered that Gore and Crabbe were two idiots, especially when they were stopped by Neville, causing him to be beaten by Ron. He was even more sure of this fact. He is not even willing to take these two idiots many times, but as the heir to the Malfoy family, he can't always let himself do it himself. This would shame his family, and he had to take them both. Malfoy lay in the hospital these days to recuperate. He knew he was in a dangerous situation, so naturally he wouldn't just sleep like that. He hid in the infirmary these days, contemplating how to deal with Dumbledore and Voldemort. Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com while relying on Gore and Crab to inquire about the school. But these two fools couldn't even do this thing. What is the news from Gore and Crab? Pippi has made a prank on whom? The school has a new flavor of chocolate, who is in the first grade and who is flirting with each other, some so-called secrets, and finally found that they are all tricks. Malfoy was even more afraid to tell these two idiots about important things, afraid to say that he was in danger. He didn't want to get up early in the morning to find out that everyone in the college knew that he had been tricked by Dumbledore and Voldemort. This made him more jealous of Harry Potter. Weasley is not smart, but he is much better than Gore and Crab. Hermione is a smart person, if she is not a mudblood. Potter has two powerful assistants, but I have to beware of my secrets and be exposed by two fools around me. Thinking of this, Malfoy felt a sorrow for himself. Now he loses his temper even more, turning back to his mind, and staring at Gore fiercely. Is there anything major at school today? Potter, Harry Potter, he made a lot of noise. Gore was arranged by Malfoy to ask for information these days, which made him very embarrassed. He was used to standing like a doorpost. Fu smiled hee-hee, and finally got snacks and got the benefits. But Malfoy has changed recently. He has changed his heart. His demands are getting higher and higher, and Gore can't breathe. He finally found out the information that came back, and Malfoy was treated as rubbish. It took him a lot of effort to know that Slytherin was always unpopular in the academy. Chapter 53, Analysis and Ideas. Chapter 53 Analysis and Thoughts. Potter. What did he do? Malfoy's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked. After these days of trivial information bombing, he finally heard the news he wanted to hear. Whether it was Voldemort or Dumbledore, neither of them I would ignore the special identity of Harry Potter. Seeing that Malfoy was no longer the way he was a few days ago, his face was full of contempt, and he became interested in the news he sent back. Gore's voice became smooth. Potter defeated Voldemort again and protected the Philosopher's Stone. Gore stumbled all the way, telling Malfoy what he had heard from others. Fortunately, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone had a big trouble, and discussions were everywhere on campus. He didn't need to deliberately inquire, he went back and forth, heard a lot of news about this matter, and even the details were discussed clearly by others. Malfoy's questioning failed him. Are these news just being passed on by students? The shocking news and clear details made Malfoy feel the unusual behind the news, and he immediately asked. Not only the students, but the teachers in the academy are also very interested in these things, and they also revealed the protective measures of the Philosopher's Stone. Gore touched his head, thought for a moment and replied. If the teacher is also spreading the words, there are pushers behind this, and some people are building momentum. Is everyone talking about Potter? Is anyone talking about George? Malfoy didn't believe that Potter was able to protect the Philosopher's Stone, let alone that he could defeat him. Voldemort, George must be helping him. It's obviously the four of them who protect the Philosopher's Stone, but everyone is talking about Potter, and there are few others. With Malfoy's reminder, Gore also found something unusual. That's right, the news came out deliberately by the school, otherwise the details will not be so clear, even the teacher is discussing. And only discussing Potter, of course, is to build momentum for our savior. I don't believe him what a role it plays in it. Malfoy clung to the sheets in his hands, said bitterly. Potter took another major step on the way to the savior, but he was lying in bed and could not even become a spectator. I'm tired, you can go out first. Malfoy waved his hand happily, letting Gore leave first. Well, I will bring new information tomorrow. Malfoy kept asking. Gore was also quite pressured, and he finally completed the task today. No, there will be no information for a few days, I will be discharged tomorrow. Malfoy's voice was a little low and weak. Ah! Gore was startled, and looked up at Malfoy, seeing that he was looking down at this moment thinking about something. After hesitating for a moment, he still didn't dare to ask, turned and left the infirmary. Waiting for Gore to leave the infirmary before Malfoy sorted out today's news. He didn't plan to tell Gore and Crabbe of his thoughts, it was really stupid. The bad news is that Potter's reputation is getting bigger and bigger, and even his strength is getting higher and higher. Even if he didn't play a big role in protecting the Philosopher's Stone, he really faced the Black Devil. Malfoy, who had been against Harry, could say that he knew everything about Harry, and losing to Harry in strength made him even more painful. The good news is that the return of the Dark Lord has temporarily failed. Dumbledore shouldn't be in a hurry to attack me. I am safe for the time being. This is the biggest good news and the reason why Malfoy decided to leave the hospital, Voldemort. The return failed. Without the threat of the Dark Lord, he was temporarily safe. But how did they defeat the Dark Lord? Even if only the weak Dark Lord attached to Quirrell. If I can do it too. Thinking of this, Malfoy felt a fire in his heart. His father is a brilliant politician, and he has taught him many ways to call people. But for him, he looked forward to a powerful force. Malfoy knew that when the Dark Lord had such a powerful force, even people like his father would obey him unconditionally. That's why he came to Harry as soon as school started. The man who defeated Voldemort in his infancy must have hidden a huge secret. It was the secret that could make him reach the top. What's bad is that now Harry has protected the Sorcerer's Stone, defeated Voldemort, and is reaching the top step by step, becoming a veritable savior. But he is likely to be Voldemort and Dumbledore, a tool to deal with his father. He is too weak. He even lost to Harry in strength and performance, which made him unacceptable. Things must change, I need a helper, not all alone. Harry had the help of Hermione and Weasley. But he can only rely on two fools, Crabbe and Gore. Perhaps I should find a way to bring George over, or at least I have to find a way to make him neutral. Malfoy thought of this a little moved. He believed that it was George rather than Harry who would protect the Philosopher's Stone and defeat Voldemort. Harry can lie to others, but he can't lie to him, Malfoy. He knows how many caddies Harry has. www.readaloud.com. Thinking of this, he feels that this is an excellent doctrine more and more. He even remembered a series of things. The reason he started to be at a disadvantage in front of Harry was precisely because Harry had George's help. Malfoy didn't look down on Ron or Hermione, he wasn't afraid of Harry either. But he knew he couldn't beat George, just like George's height and body shape, his study and strength also made people feel desperate. Then, the next point is how to impress a Ravenclaw. Harry was sitting under a tree, his back leaning against the tree, and a thick book on his knees. A faint light shone through the leaves on his face, body, and books. The wind gently stroked his ears, picking up a strand of hair, revealing a scar on his forehead. Different from the fierce wind when flying, the breeze at this time, the cool breeze makes him particularly comfortable, very relaxed, like a gentle embrace. Hermione saw Harry alone from a distance, and was a little curious, so she followed to the tree and sat side by side with Harry. "Harry, what are you looking at?" "Look, this is my mother, she is so beautiful." Harry leaned over, holding the booklet in both hands, and pointed to the photo for Hermione. Hermione leaned forward, following Harry's fingers. A beautiful woman with dark red hair and Harry's green eyes was waving at her. "She's so beautiful!" Hermione exclaimed sincerely. "She died to save me." Harry's voice paused and continued, "Voldemort did not intend to kill her. She used her life and her own death to release a special protection curse for me." www.readaloud.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all at www.readaloud.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 54, Malfoy's Conspiracy. Chapter 54, Malfoy's Conspiracy. Harry moved his fingers out and gently pressed them to the woman's hand in the photo, his voice trembling. "I used to think I was a child that no one wanted. I used to blame them for leaving me. It was shameful." Harry's voice was choked. Hermione reached out her hand and gently stroked Harry's shoulder. Harry. Harry tried his best to control his emotions. He needed a lot of effort to speak coherently. She never left me, she never left me. The love she left to me is still in my body, engraved in my soul, it still protects me all the time. Hermione continued to squeeze Harry's shoulder. She will be proud of you. Harry murmured, I have always been her pride, and her protection spell has always been in my blood. Harry kept trying to control his emotions. He gradually eased over. She is also my pride, she will always protect me. Harry pointed to the photos in the booklet again, explaining the scenes between them to Hermione. This is my father, and that invisibility cloak comes from my father. Dumbledore said that he likes to use the invisibility cloak to steal food in the kitchen. We are alike, and I always use it to sneak around in school. But it was in George's hands, and it played its greatest role. George used it to save me and defeat Voldemort. This was sent by Hagrid to me. He apologized to me. He was very guilty, but it wasn't his business. I wanted to face Voldemort, and I had to face him. But I like it too much. It's his gift, and he asked for many photos from my parents' classmates. Harry seemed to have just been confined for a long time. He wanted to say everything that was in his heart in one breath. He kept saying, Hermione kept listening, and kept responding. At dinner time, the cafeteria at Hogwarts. Ron chewed on the sausage in his mouth, muttering in his mouth, there must be a conspiracy, there must be a conspiracy. Harry forked a slice of pizza and raised his head. The moment Hermione stared at each other, she suddenly felt her ears hot, and turned her eyes in panic. Hermione was also pierced by Harry's gaze, like a frightened rabbit, her heart beating faster, and she quickly focused on the cup. In the afternoon, Harry kept talking about himself like a demon. From my family, to my childhood, from my worries to my embarrassment, from my happiness to my troubles, from my confusion to my hopes. Harry kept talking, and Hermione kept listening, always responding, always encouraging. The two people's cooperation made the time seem like a freeze, and it was dinner time in a blink of an eye. They rushed to the cafeteria and ran into Ron, who was also coming to eat. Talking about everything in the afternoon, until now suddenly stopped. The two people are a little different. Ron, what conspiracy are you talking about? Harry asked Ron with erratic eyes. Malfoy, he must have a conspiracy. Ron seemed to vent his grievances on the food, and forked another piece of pie. What's wrong with Malfoy? I have rarely seen him lately. Harry came back to his senses at this time. He said that since Malfoy was injured in the Forbidden Forest, he has rarely seen him recently, even with the daily routine of the college. It's a lot more peaceful. It is because I have been unable to see Malfoy that I am sure he has a conspiracy. Ron took the knife and fork and tore the bacon from the plate vigorously. But speaking of it, without Malfoy's trouble, college life is much happier. Hermione carefully ignored Harry, and then Ron's words were interrupted. But I'm afraid that if Malfoy's conspiracy succeeds, our life will be sad. Ron looked angrily, his knife and fork banged against the plate. Stop selling it off, hurry up and talk about something. Harry looked at Ron as if he had something to say. He wanted to say something, and urged him to say it. Ron put down the knife and fork, opened his mouth to open his mouth, but felt it was not appropriate. He also held his own cup and hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. I heard Malfoy was inquiring about George's preferences recently. He collected a lot of unique books from Slytherin to give to George. What does Malfoy want to do? Do you want to divide us? Hermione was accustomed to Malfoy's ridicule and looked arrogant, and became very uncomfortable with this sudden change of style. Malfoy is not a nuisance, he should be a conspiracy. Harry didn't know how to evaluate Ron's news. Although the nuisance would affect his mood at first sight, the conspiracy was even more difficult to deal with. Ron looked at Hermione and Harry, who couldn't tell the truth, with a look of hatred for iron and steel. Malfoy wanted to win over George, and his book George has been received, although he returned it after reading it. George likes to read books, and if someone gives him a book, he can hardly refuse. Hermione is also a person who likes to read. She somewhat understands George's thoughts, although this situation makes her feel a little weird. George will not be wooed by Malfoy. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Harry said affirmatively. I also know that George will not be drawn to Malfoy, even Malfoy himself knows, but Malfoy is still improving his relationship with George. Ron said helplessly. After Ron heard about Malfoy's recent situation, he didn't believe it, and then he was a little confused. After gradually figuring out Malfoy's movements, he became worried again. Ron has 5 older brothers, which is not easy to get along with, so he has some understanding of this kind of intrigue relationship. Since Malfoy knew that George would not be attracted by him, why would he have to woo George? Hermione felt her question was a little slurred, and she was a little confused by Ron. Ron knew what Hermione was asking, and that was exactly what he wanted to tell Hermione and Harry. He took a sip of the soup, calmed down, and continued, I know George will not be attracted to Malfoy, and George will not stand on Malfoy's side. But if Malfoy has a good relationship with George, George will it is possible to remain neutral. Malfoy is so annoying. Hermione didn't understand, how could Malfoy have a good relationship with George? If you think about it, George has very little contact with Malfoy. He is Ravenclaw and spends most of his time in the library. Harry thought for a while and said slowly. Also, when Malfoy faced George, he wouldn't be so arrogant and boring. Ron also added. In that case, George wouldn't have the same senses to Malfoy as we do. Hermione was very smart, and she was very smart. Chapter 55, Ravenclaw. Chapter 55 Qualified Ravenclaw. That's it, if Malfoy is eager to please George, and the gift is good, maybe he will really become friends with George. Ron's face was full of frustration. He would rather Malfoy be more disgusting than this smart, learn-use differentiation. But Hermione opened her mouth, trying to say something, but didn't say it in the end. Harry added Hermione's thoughts, George is our friend and he has helped us a lot. But we have no reason to ask him to follow our enemies, like Snape, like Malfoy. Malfoy really thought of a clever way this time. Ron leaned back in his chair and looked up at the ceiling. Since knowing the news, he racked his brains and never thought of a good way to deal with it. Telling Harry and Hermione at this time, they didn't think they could figure out a way. Should we go and ask George? Hermione didn't want the disgusting Malfoy to be George's friend. It's not so good, we have no reason to restrict George from making friends. Harry felt that Malfoy at this time was more troublesome than Voldemort. He was not afraid of Malfoy mocking him and humiliating him. He believes that he can always defeat Malfoy, but Malfoy is fawning on his friends and wanting to have a good relationship with George, which really embarrassed him. Then we're just waiting like this. Hermione looked at Ron and Harry at a loss, but sighed and was very upset. They had overcome so many difficulties together, and they were not so depressed in the face of Voldemort, and now they are downhearted because of Malfoy's little conspiracy. In the activity room of Mutual Aid Society, 2 figures are sitting on 2 chairs in front of the bookshelf in the corner, and 2 glasses of juice are placed on the small round table in the middle. Kate flipped through a book of Slytherin's unique collection, and asked casually to the man next to him, George, did you accept the collection from Malfoy? When I lent 1,000 gold gallons to Malfoy, I was looking forward to reaping huge rewards, and these were just some of the initial additions. George flipped through this Slytherin's unique collection of books. Slytherin had a bad relationship with other colleges in the school, which made it difficult for them to borrow resources from other colleges and also made it difficult for other colleges to access Slater. Lynn's collection makes George very dissatisfied. Kate looked at the figure that didn't look like a first-year figure in front of her, and asked with some confusion, but your friends, they all have a bad relationship with Malfoy. After Kate joined the mutual aid agency, she put a lot of thought into it. She could also see how much George had spent on his friends. And all these made her even more puzzled by what happened before her eyes. Isn't this obvious? How could George be bought by such a small profit? George smiled slightly. Slytherin has never been popular, but can you kick them all out of school? The 4 Hogwarts colleges have their own characteristics, and none of them are indispensable. Although people will always favor a college they like, and even hate another college. But each college has its own necessity. They are independent and dependent on each other, hostile to each other, and need each other. Kate drew a small circle on the book with her finger. She was dissatisfied with George's answer, but you can't be friends with them. Of course she knew that every college had a need, but not every student had it. The need for existence does not mean that everyone has to get along with people who don't like. Hate, hostility, or even hate a student are all choices that can be made. The mutual aid agency will not reject any Slytherin from the beginning. To a certain extent, they can even be said to be good customers. They are ambitious, and they will sell everything they can sell in order to win. George said casually. He doesn't hate Slytherin, as long as he doesn't stay with them often. He would be happy to sell some of the usual things to Slytherin at high prices at critical times. If necessary, Slytherin will always be happy to buy these things, rather than voluntarily. What about yourself? Kate wanted to know George's personal opinion, not the stand of the mutual aid agency. Ravenclaw implicitly means greedy predators. We are predators of knowledge, we are greedy collectors, and we occupy the widest sky like eagles. George raised his head. The voice was a little erratic. Kate finally turned his head and stared into George's eyes, even if it is against his will. Even if it's a deal with the devil. George responded to Kate's gaze with a blazing flame in his eyes. You are a real man, Ravenclaw. Kate also looked away from him, not daring to look at George. The flame in George's eyes and the raging ambition almost burned her. Ravenclaw's school motto, extraordinary ingenuity is the greatest wealth of mankind. For us, volition should never be at the top of our dictionary. George murmured, as if explaining to Kate, and like after convincing himself www.readaloud.com a few days after the end of the Philosopher's Stone incident, everyone's schedule was still full, and Harry participated in another Quidditch match against Ravenclaw. Although Ravenclaw is often regarded as a nerd, if anyone really regards them as a nerd, he will soon find that he is the biggest nerd. Harry found that Ravenclaw was no better to deal with than Slytherin, even harder to deal with. Their team is full of formations and rules. Ravenclaw may not be the best pilot, but they are definitely the best team among the 4 academies. With the cooperation of Ravenclaw's team, the cooperation between Gryffindor teammates seemed vulnerable. Not long after the opening, Gryffindor was beaten and the score continued to grow. As soon as Harry spotted the golden snitch, Ravenclaw immediately sent their players to intercept and block Harry, making Gryffindor miserable throughout the game. Fortunately, Harry is an excellent seeker. He still found the opportunity to catch the golden snitch and lead the team to victory. This made Wood very happy. After this game, they finally won the Quidditch championship again after a lapse of 7 years. Wood has even chanted the slogan of defending his title, although no one took it seriously. Ron seized the time, enjoying his last free time. He also began to look forward to more training. During the previous Philosopher's Stone incident, he failed to reach the final juncture and failed to challenge Voldemort, which made him a bit regretful. During this period of time, the story of Harry's victory over Voldemort has been circulated in the Academy. He who has been involved in it but failed to become the protagonist will regret it even more. www.readaloud.com. Welcome to Read the latest and greatest. The fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.readaloud.com. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 56, Good News and Bad News. Chapter 56, Good News and Bad News. Hermione is seizing the time to draw on the school's book collection, and the school teacher has set a strict study plan for herself. The schedule is specific to each day, specific to each hour of different homework, such a strict study plan. The summer vacation is coming soon, and she doesn't want to simply play a summer vacation. George is also very busy. He promised to give Harry more rigorous training, so that Harry will get the power to kill Voldemort. This is not easy, especially if he hopes to achieve this goal several years in advance. This requires the help of many means and external forces, rather than just increasing Harry's learning curriculum. Just like his original words, if you only increase the time of your homework, you can defeat Voldemort. Wouldn't it be possible to mass-produce Merlin by changing the Hogwarts 7-year school system to 17 years? Merlin, ever the greatest wizard. With these words of George, he promised everyone that he would not perfunctory training by extending the time and working overtime. Instead, they will use more scientific methods and more effective practice to achieve better training results, which makes Harry and the others full of expectations. There is no need to extend training time, no need to work overtime, but to improve training efficiency. For Harry and the others, that is indeed excellent news. But soon, they have another excellent bad news. After a regular meeting of the Mutual Aid Agency, the three of Harry were left by George, and they were still looking forward to something good. From the next semester, you are going to participate in training with Malfoy. George didn't make any preparations in advance, so he said the decision in one go. What? Training with Malfoy? Ron's eyes widened, his mouth wide open as if it was stuck by a goose egg, his mouth shut from ear to ear. Oh, my God, this is crazy. Hermione still remembered that when she was in class, she couldn't help but drew out her wand and gave Malfoy a harder shot. The thought of training with Malfoy, or even living and eating together, is too unacceptable. But Malfoy is our enemy. Harry knew he couldn't ask George to stop George from communicating with Malfoy, but let him and Malfoy train side by side, which made it hard for him to accept. Yet, we and Malfoy have a lot of accounts to settle. Ron cooperated with Harry, trying to change George's decision. Since Malfoy is your enemy, have you decided to kill Malfoy? George asked nonchalantly, his face unchanged. Killing Malfoy, George said, a light question, but like a mountain, it pressed against Harry and Ron. They suddenly looked like ducks with their necks pinched. All the words were caught by a big hand in the neck, Jong, but he couldn't speak. How they hate Malfoy, they really don't adulterate at all, whether it's Malfoy's hairstyle, Malfoy's height, Malfoy's looks. Not to mention Malfoy's domineering look, like a chattering fly all the time, buzz, buzz, buzz. In your ear. Malfoy's mouth is so annoying, he only needs to open his mouth whenever he has a chance. He would attack Harry and nobody wanted him. Ron was so poor that he had no socks, and Hermione was mudblood. He hates a person so much, how can everyone not hate him? Even in Slytherin, he is definitely not a popular person. But when it comes to killing Malfoy, Harry and Ron have never thought about it. Even if they wanted to beat Malfoy hard all the time, even if they wanted to see him once. But just kill your classmates, even those you hate extremely. They still can't say this sentence, they haven't had such psychological preparation. But, this doesn't change Malfoy's hatred. Hermione defended weakly, and she never thought of killing Malfoy, no matter how much she hated Malfoy. If you don't want to kill him, you can't stop him. George knew Malfoy's annoyance, and if someone targeted him like Malfoy treated Harry, he would definitely find a way to kill him. But they are still pure Harry and the others, but George does not have the adult thoughts that trample all rules. In this state, how could they convince George? How could they show their own consciousness? Malfoy is a student of the Academy, he is qualified to gain knowledge in the Academy, and I will not refuse his efforts in seeking knowledge. George said insincerely. Oh, no, I don't want to eat and live with Malfoy for training. Seeing that George's decision will not change, Harry and the three feel like all the school courses, replaced by Snape's potions class. Same, there is darkness ahead. I'm sorry to tell you the bad news, but this decision will never change. Of course, as compensation, there is also good news. George continued unhurriedly. What good news? Hermione's voice looked weak, but her eyes gathered quietly. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com has just suffered a major blow. At this time, I heard that there will be good news. The three Harrys' faces are still half dead, but their ears are quietly raised. I hope it is really good news. The good news is that you finally have a lot of opportunities to beat Malfoy fiercely. There will be a lot of actual combat in the next semester training, and I will not give him special treatment in training. George paced and said his own decided. This is indeed good news. After a huge bad news, suddenly heard an incredible good news, which made Harry and the three people a little bit incredulous, and it took a while to reflect it. But it's obviously the same news. Hermione had just been happy for a while, and immediately noticed the strangeness. In this way, training with Malfoy is not really a bad thing. Ron also recovered. He, who was still downcast just now, heard that he could beat Malfoy, and suddenly felt that he had strength all over his body. Can't help but gear up for a while. Very well, I will not give Malfoy special treatment. I believe you have a 1-year advantage and will never lose to him, or any of you who do not have this confidence. George asked with a weird smile on his face. Of course, I will teach Malfoy the principles of life. Ron said eagerly. It's impossible for me to lose to Malfoy. His grades can't even catch up with my shadow. Hermione raised her chin, as evidenced by the pride of schoolmaster. How is it possible to lose to Malfoy? Harry thought that he had already faced Voldemort. How could he lose to Malfoy? It was absolutely impossible. Chapter 57, Secret Book of Meditation. Chapter 57, The Secret Code of Meditation. Then it's such a happy decision. I will leave some lessons for you all during the summer vacation, including Malfoy. If it fails, I won't punish anyone. If the summer vacation is deserted, just wait for the opponent to be beaten by the opponent during the training. George clapped his hands and made this decision unilaterally for the summer vacation of the four of them. With a wave of his sleeves, he realized his conspiracy, and then slipped away quietly. Harry and the three of them left the mutual aid agency full of fighting spirit. It was not until they thought about it on the way back to the dormitory that they found something strange. We seem to have been tricked by George. He told us a bad news, and then turned the bad news into good news. Finally, he prepared a bunch of homework for us, and we expressed loyalty to him with a happy face. Ron always felt something was wrong on his way back, just like he felt when he was tricked by his brother. After thinking about it, he thought of the key point in the middle. It seems to be the case. Training with Malfoy is not good news, although it is definitely good news to be able to beat him. Harry touched his head, looking helpless. It is not the same thing to be mocked by Malfoy in class. Snape is too partial. Malfoy can insult him, but if he fights back, Snape will probably deduct points. In this way, Harry felt that if he could beat Malfoy, it would be acceptable to train together. Smart George turned a bad thing into a good thing, just as he said, change the angle of looking at the problem. Hermione already understood George's thoughts. They have conflicts and hatreds with Malfoy, but as long as they have no idea of killing Malfoy, then these contradictions are not even life and death contradictions. In this case, some clever means can achieve the best of both worlds. If George doesn't hate Malfoy, it certainly isn't. The current Malfoy is the representative of bear kids at this age. It may not be considered a heinous crime, but it is absolutely true to say that someone like him died. But on the other side, George is a Ravenclaw student after all, and he has very little contact with Malfoy. After all, with the reminder of his sturdy waist figure at any time, he can innately acquire the specialty of immunization against bear children. No matter how many bears and how annoying people are, they will not go to death for no reason. If Harry and Ron, they have the ability to hit Malfoy once, even if they are bear kids like Malfoy, they will walk around them. Every bear child who survives and survives better, has a talent for danger recognition. They can always find people who are weaker than themselves to bully. People who like violence, never really like violence, they just like to bully the weak. Once they meet the strong, they immediately become more opposed to violence than anyone else, and become more able to emphasize their weaknesses than anyone else. The conflict between the three of Harry and Malfoy was not enough to kill each other. At such times, the contradiction between each other can also become a weapon for George to control both sides. After some consideration, George made up his mind to make Malfoy the silver carp that stimulated Harry and the others to grow faster. A piece of bad news turned into good news, and then it also stimulated the thirst for power among the three of Harry, which was considered a good business. More importantly, George has a reason to help Malfoy. In this case, he could only ignore the dissatisfaction of the three Harry with Malfoy, and put them together in a way that was not so pleasing but not so annoying. Things were just as Ron had learned before. Malfoy spent a lot of time inquiring about George's hobbies and trying to get closer to George. Malfoy wanted to win over George, but he didn't think twice. In addition to some small gestures that he showed at the beginning, he sent some Slytherin's unique collection of books, and waited until George did not refuse these, and even expressed his willingness to accept Malfoy. Malfoy also started to increase the bargaining chip. He sent a copy of Meditation's secret book. Although he had made up his mind, at least let George remain neutral between him and Harry. He also wanted to benefit from George, but he didn't have the guts to take out his privately hidden black magic book to George. But the stupid idea of fooling George at will is definitely not what the smart Malfoy would have. He would not be clever to push George farther and farther. A well-presented gift should not be too powerful, too secret, nor too casual or too ordinary. For a while, Malfoy took a lot of thought to find this gift that satisfies George from the family's collection. Meditation is a spiritual training method spread by ancient wizards. It is rumored to have a very mysterious function and is an indispensable practice for ancient wizards. But don't know what happened, the wizards gradually abandoned this training. Over time, even the role and significance of meditation have been gradually lost in history. In modern times, there were wizards who wanted to resume this practice. But in the end, the wizard worked hard for many years. But only proved that the magic world has lost this heritage. www.readaloud.com. No one knows the efficacy of meditation, and no one knows how to carry out this practice. And after years of hard work, the only evidence and information left by that wizard is this secret of meditation. Malfoy knows that George reads many books, so he spends his time in the Hogwarts library. It is said that he has read most of the library's historical books. Although Malfoy doesn't believe that George can really finish it, those thousands of boring travel notes and boring history. But he should know that George has a keen interest in these ancient knowledge and skills. After some consideration, he chose wisely. Such a very important book in ancient times, but now some tasteless book is given to George. He didn't expect George to abandon Harry to be his friend, but he also made up his mind to get a good impression. This will make it easier to continue dealings in the future. As long as you invest enough, it is not impossible to even keep George neutral. In Ravenclaw's lounge, George gently stroked the thick secret of meditation in his hand. The cover of the animal skin reveals how old it is, the densely packed stars illustrations in the pages of the book, and the secret array of magic texts show the weight of history. The commentary written in a variety of magical words is a secret record of the author's obsession and enthusiasm for ancient wizards. The wizard who tried to recover from meditation really took a lot of thought. The book not only collects a variety of ancient meditation techniques that have been passed down to the present, but also has no shortage of annotations. Unfortunately, how to achieve the training, the role of training, these represent the most important information of a spell, but there is none. After all, he failed to recover the meditation technique, and failed to reproduce the great power of ancient wizards. www.readaloud.com book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest, and hottest serial works are all at www.mtlnovel.com. Mobile phone users please go to read. Chapter 58, Dinner. Chapter 58 Dinner. In the end, the wizard was full of regrets and intense unwillingness, leaving all emotions and all hopes in this secret book. But these are enough, for George, these are enough. Although Malfoy was uneasy at first, he was lucky, or I was lucky. George closed the page gently and sighed softly. George still remembers how incredible he was when he first obtained this book. Right in front of Malfoy, he was overjoyed, unable to control his excitement. In other words, he really didn't want to suppress his emotions and his happiness when he was so happy. You must be happy in life. He even wanted to call out loudly, sing loudly, and even have a drink to celebrate. But for years of calmness, even if he didn't control his emotions, these over-limit pleasures, over-limit impulses, quickly slowed down in his spontaneous reason. He is still full of joy, but he will not be hysterical. Did not call out loudly, did not sing loudly, did not have a drink, but he was very happy. He readily agreed to give Malfoy strength. This is a return and an equivalent exchange. At least in terms of the satisfaction of both parties, this is an equivalent exchange. George included Malfoy in his training team because of this secret of meditation. Different from other wizards' ignorance and ignorance of meditation, meditation has always been a part of George's power figure, as a novel wizard from a world where knowledge explodes and information overflows. Meditation has been with George when he was very young, although he didn't get much from it at the beginning. But dozens of minutes of cultivation a day can be used to restore energy, and it will not waste any time to restore the spirit. And a small good habit that has been cultivated for many years may usher in huge changes at a turnaround time. When George used the elixir to detonate his spiritual ocean many times, the secret of the spirit and the usefulness of meditation were exposed to him little by little. A hobby that was only used as a small rest at the beginning, after encountering sufficient irrigation and rain, it immediately sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain and quickly grew strong. And this secrets of meditation almost instantly supplemented his shortcomings. He can already see that he has opened up a channel for rapid accumulation of strength, which is very important for the wizards who are slowly growing in the magic world. When the strength growth is slow, every additional skill, one skill, can accumulate a huge advantage. Just like the height, weight, and energy brought by George's sturdy body. Meditation's control of spiritual power allows George to find a crucial cornerstone once again on the wizarding road. The world is changing, and George seems to see the storm fanned by his butterfly, intensifying and spreading far away in time and space, and it will even spread to the present soon. This is the last major event before the summer vacation, the college's year-end dinner. The three of Harry came to the college auditorium together. The auditorium was decorated with various green and silver ribbons and silks. On the wall in the middle of the auditorium, there was a huge banner with Slytherin's snake. This is the color of Slytherin, just a short time, just a few minutes away, we will be able to defeat Slytherin. Ron complained as he walked forward. Who said no? This year the credits of several colleges are really tight. Slytherin, us, and Ravenclaw are only a few points apart. If the last Quidditch match, Ravenclaw won. If they do, they will defeat Slytherin and win the Academy Cup. Hermione seemed very annoyed by the loss. She believed that as long as she gave 2 more time, she would find a way to get more points than Slytherin. No wonder the nerds at Ravenclaw were crazy on the court last time and almost knocked us out. Ron only realized it was a bit of a sudden. He didn't know before that Ravenclaw was playing Quidditch. China can be so crazy. Harry looked a little embarrassed, and he whispered, if I knew this was the case, I would rather lose the Quidditch match to Ravenclaw so that the Academy Cup would not fall into Slytherin's hands. Blame George too, he hasn't had the intention to earn more points lately, otherwise he won't let Slytherin win the Academy Cup for the 8th consecutive year. Hermione's voice was a little bit grieving. During this time, she tried every means to add more points Slytherin. By the way, George has been very quiet recently, without any action. This allowed Ravenclaw to lead the score and be overtaken by Slytherin at the last minute. Don't say that, George is busy preparing us for our summer vacation practice, which wasted time. Harry said apologetically, he knew George was busy lately. And he led Gryffindor to win the Quidditch game, but lost to Slytherin in the Academy Cup, which made him very guilty. www.readaloud.com I think he was responsible for the loss of the 2 colleges to Slytherin. As we spoke, everyone had already walked to the Gryffindor table. Harry looked at Ravenclaw's table. George was chatting with Kate next to him and didn't notice them coming in. Harry looked at Slytherin again, he saw Malfoy, still pretentious. Slytherin knew that he had won the Academy Cup again, and the whole academy seemed unbeatable. At their table, even the sound of talking and drinking water were louder than those of other colleges, which was really annoying. As the winner of the Academy Cup, the students of Slytherin are talking loudly and clinking glasses to celebrate. They have won 7 years in a row, but this year is the most thrilling year, and they even surpassed Ravenclaw at the last minute. Slytherin's noise has affected other colleges, Kate asked a little unhappy, why did you disappear at the last moment? Let Slytherin overtake the score. George is holding the goblet in his hand and gently shaking the juice in the glass. Although this does not make the juice taste better, this action is indeed very handsome. Just look at the eyes of the seniors around you. He took a sip of the juice and said unhurriedly, I thought Ravenclaw didn't care about the Academy Cup? Otherwise, how could Slytherin win 7 consecutive years? It can be said that I don't care much, but after a long time, Slytherin thought it was a matter of course to win, and began to look down on other colleges, which made people uncomfortable. Kate drank a little water dully. Ravenclaw didn't mind Academy Cup, but they will mind if Slytherin wins the Academy Cup. www.readaloud.com Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all at www.readaloud.com for mobile users. Please visit Read. Chapter 59, Sudden Turn. Chapter 59 Sudden Turn. Slytherin is really hateful, but the Academy Cup hasn't landed yet. Slytherin can't win. George smiled softly. The Philosopher's Stone was spread all over the Academy, and the Academy's points were not awarded. There was no sound at all. After Slytherin, Gryffindor and Ravenclaw are only a few points away. Add a little bit, and Slytherin's Academy Cup will be handed over, and it will make them even more embarrassed to lose the Academy Cup now. Just as the atmosphere of Slytherin became more and more lively, Dumbledore came, and the noise in the auditorium subsided. It's another school year that passed. Dumbledore said with a smile on his face, before everyone enjoys tonight's delicious food, I need to delay everyone a little time and make a summary for this year. This is a wonderful year. Your heads are richer and stronger than last year. I believe everyone thinks so. And it is even more happily that there is a whole summer vacation for you to celebrate. Speaking of summer vacation, Dumbledore looked around the students and saw a knowing smile on everyone's face. Summer vacation is waiting for you. Before the next semester starts, you can digest this year's harvest, free your heads and prepare for next year. Dumbledore encouraged everyone to study before continuing, so now, as usual, we will have the award ceremony of the Academy Cup. The scores of each academy are Hufflepuff, 400 points, Ravenclaw, 589 points, Gryffindor, 595 points. Slytherin, 599 points. As soon as the voice fell, the direction of Slytherin burst into thunderous cheers and stomping. Harry also saw Draco Malfoy tapping the cutlery with a goblet, making a clanging sound. He was really annoying. All colleges have performed well this year. Dumbledore raised his voice slightly, however, the few things that have just happened recently should not be forgotten and need to be counted. The auditorium suddenly became quiet, and Slytherin narrowed his smile. "The show is coming." George lowered his head and whispered to Kate. First Dumbledore cleared his throat. "I have some points to assign here, let me think about it, then, the first item, Mr. Ron Weasley." Ron flushed immediately, his body trembled with excitement, he had never enjoyed this treatment before. He helped everyone win an important game of chess, so he won 50 points for Gryffindor Academy. Dumbledore said loudly. As soon as the words fell, Gryffindor's cheers almost lifted the ceiling of the enchantment, shaking the stars above their heads, and they overtook Slytherin. You can also hear Percy telling others in a loud voice, "He is my brother, my youngest brother, you know." He passed Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard magic circle with everyone. When everyone finally calmed down, Dumbledore continued to speak. "The second item, Miss Hermione Granger, she used her calm brain to make accurate logical reasoning in the face of the fire. She won the Gryffindor Academy. It's 50 minutes. Hermione flushed with excitement, she was a little shy, lowered her head and buried her in her arms. The students of Gryffindor were already ecstatic and began to jump up and down at the dining table. The overall situation was determined and they won. The third item, Harry Potter. Dumbledore's voice became solemn, and the auditorium became silent. He showed fearless courage and courage to never give in. He won for Gryffindor. 60 minutes. Shouting, roaring, the noise has reached its peak. Not only because Gryffindor won the Academy Cup, but they are making history and witnessing history. The Academy Cup score has reached an unprecedented level. Dumbledore raised his hand, and the auditorium gradually became quiet again. The fourth item, George Soros, he created the best freshman grade ever at Hogwarts. At the same time, he showed the state of the best students at Hogwarts. Therefore, he won a prize for Ravenclaw. 150 points. Dumbledore said, an incredible score. The auditorium exploded again. Everyone is going crazy. The extra points of the three people have been incredibly high before, but there are still people. To get such an incredible score, which has never been seen since Hogwarts was founded. They have witnessed too much history today, and there are even clear-minded students. Want to calculate how many credits George has earned this year? 350 points or more. Finally Dumbledore smiled. There is even more, everyone can't help being curious, except for George's incredible, what incredible things will continue to happen today. There are many kinds of courage. To face the enemy, we need extraordinary courage and unyielding will. To stand firm in front of friends, we also need extraordinary courage. Therefore, Mr. Neville Longbottom won for Gryffindor. Very much. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Dumbledore said with a smile on his face. Dumbledore finished, but everyone's cheers and celebrations were endless. It seemed that there were rounds of explosions in the auditorium, and Gryffindor was caught in a sea of cheers. Harry, Hermione, and Ron all stood up and shouted. Only Neville was still in a state of surprise and joy. With the addition of 20 points this time, all the points he had deducted for the Academy were earned back. This is a terrible score that he didn't even dare to dream of before, but he actually did it. Harry cheered, he suddenly stabbed Ron with his elbow. And then pointed at Malfoy. Malfoy's face was pale, as if he had been cast a full-body restraint curse, stiff as a dummy. At this time, all the green ribbons and silks in the auditorium have all turned into new red and gold. The huge Slytherin snake disappeared, and a majestic Gryffindor lion appeared instead. Snape shook hands with Professor McGonagall awkwardly, and Harry saw him. Harry read from his eyes that their hatred will continue, but he was no longer afraid. George continued to drink the juice gracefully. It's a nice night, isn't it? He tilted his head and whispered in Kate's ear. After the dinner, time flies quickly, and soon the test results will be announced. Harry and Ron passed the exam with excellent results. This is not surprising. Naturally, Hermione also maintained the usual level of a schoolmaster, only slightly worse than George. Even Neville performed well, especially his herbal medicine. Relatively speaking, his potions are relatively weak, perhaps because of Professor Snape's class. Chapter 60, Summer Vacation Arrangements. Chapter 60 Summer Vacation Arrangement. But there are things that are not so happy. Although Malfoy's results are not very good, he also ranks in the upper middle and upper reaches. And that fool of Gore also passed the exam. It seems that the requirements of the college are really not high. But this is nothing, after all. How can one demand that life always be satisfactory? The summer vacation is here, their closet is empty, the clothes are put in the suitcase, and they will be taken away soon. Before leaving, Harry and the others exchanged their summer assignments. George walked towards me, and he said to me with a face of indifference, "Harry, you have booked to kill the next Voldemort. You can't expect that time, you can ride a flying broom to have a fight with Voldemort." Manly Quidditch Contest. Harry's imitation of George caused Hermione and Ron to laugh. When Voldemort gets close to you, your forehead will hurt so much, and meditation can help you resist his magic. Harry waved his hand and said the situation. The task George gave him during the summer vacation is not low, getting started with meditation, who knows how much time it will take. Seeing Hermione and Harry's eyes turn to him, Ron also began to recall the scene. He also had the same expression. He told me, "Ron, you know, you are clumsy and reckless, compared to H.A. Lee and Hermione, don't seem smart." Ron said, looking at Harry and Hermione. They didn't smirk and laugh. "Fortunately, you are not as easy to get angry as Harry, or as proud as Hermione. You always appear calm, because your brain is not fast enough. You see, all the characteristics, when needed, can become advantages, even if the brain is not fast enough. And this meditation technique I gave you is tailor-made for you. It can keep you calm at all times and make your mind turn less slowly." Ron finished speaking and rolled his eyes at the two people in front of him. He couldn't see that Hermione could not bear to smile anymore, even though she had already supported her chin with her hand and was still clenching her teeth, but the undulating shoulders and the bent eyes were all talking about this. Harry raised his head, whistling in his mouth. He didn't smile, "But what was your hand shaking? His expression is not as scary as you said." "He told me, Hermione, as a schoolmaster, you can't degenerate like Harry and Ron." Hermione said here, quietly watching Harry and Luo. A glance. Seeing that Harry and Ron were not angry, Hermione continued, "Your brain is smart and your memory is superb. This is your advantage. You need to use him well. Super memory and flexible brain can bring powerful computing power. This special meditation technique allows you to make the most of your brain. It can be transformed into direct power. I look forward to you learning some simple wandless spells at home. You know, the magic wand has been dropped, and minors are not allowed to use magic when they are alone. But in fact, most wizards and magic families have ways to avoid this prohibition. If you don't want to suffer in the past few months, you spend more time on meditation." George didn't tell me these things. Harry was also a little depressed. George treated Hermione clearly differently, and these important things were not told to him. Maybe George is afraid that you will get into trouble, but it is also possible. He knew that we would discuss it together, so he made arrangements for us alone. Hermione also felt that she had received special treatment, but she didn't want to show it. She also made an excuse for George. "What about Malfoy's summer vacation assignment?" Ron asked curiously. "Probably, Malfoy, you are a smart person, but you have always lacked opportunities and lack of strength. And now they have them all. Can you seize this opportunity? You must have a face-to-face confrontation with Harry next semester. If your strength doesn't grow enough during the summer vacation, just wait to be stepped on by Harry." Hermione thought for a while, following George's tone. Harry and Ron nodded, probably like this. George arranged different meditation techniques for the three of them during the summer vacation, so should Malfoy do. In fact, Malfoy was not as lucky as them. After all, they had a relationship with George for so long. In the choice of meditation technique, George did his best to help them find the most suitable and potential meditation technique. As for Malfoy, George just roughly found a good meditation technique for him, a standard and detailed meditation training point. Personalized customization? How is this possible? These are all paid services for Malfoy, who needs to ask questions in the future and seek answers. For a student who has been busy for a whole year, what can be more happier than a vacation? The long summer vacation, happily playing and going home, each item made the students who left the academy happy. www.readaloud.com. Everyone was twittering along the way. But not everyone is eager for a holiday, and not everyone is looking forward to going home. Harry didn't look forward to the summer vacation. He didn't even look forward to going home. Harry didn't want to leave school. Just like the last Christmas holiday, he longed to stay in school. Even Hermione, Ron, and George would go home. Even if he is not alone with him, he still hopes to stay in school. He doesn't want to go home, he hates to go home, even he has no home. It's a pity that Hogwarts school rules don't allow students to stay in school during summer vacation. No matter how reluctant, no matter how unhappy, Harry was forced to leave the school. Looking at the campus far away, Harry felt a little sad. Even though Ron and Hermione were beside him, they all looked excited, looking forward to seeing his family. They can't wait to go home. 1 year of study has allowed them to accumulate a lot of thoughts about their families. When I was in school, these were just silence in my heart, silence in the depths of my mind. But as soon as I left school and on my return journey, I thought of seeing my family soon. All thoughts, all emotions, like a backlog of volcanic eruptions, gush out. It was so burning that they couldn't bear it, and it burned so much that mist rose in front of their eyes, and tears were about to fall. Harry looked at Hermione and Ron with envy. This was something he could never realize, this was something he would always desire. Although he knew that he was also loved by others, his blood and soul were also engraved with that person's love and protection for him. But he will never have a warm embrace, a broad chest, and a solid back in reality. www.readaloud.com. Book friends are welcome to visit and read. The latest, fastest and hottest serial works are all available. www.readaloud.com. For mobile phone users, please go to Read.